Hey there, history lovers. Tonight we're talking about the most dramatic time out in human history, when Europe's most powerful man got shipped to a rock in the middle of nowhere to think about what he'd done. Napoleon Bonaparte. The guy who conquered most of Europe, crowned himself emperor, and made kings nervous just by existing. But here's the wild part. They didn't just lock him up in some castle dungeon. No, they sent him to literally one of the most isolated places on planet Earth. Before we dive in, quick question. Drop a comment and tell me where you're watching from right now. Are you in Paris, New York, somewhere Napoleon actually invaded? I genuinely want to know who's here for this story. All right, get comfortable, turn down the lights if you're winding down for the night, and let's talk about the island prison that was supposed to hold the most dangerous man alive. This is the story of St. Helena, and trust me, it's way more intense than you think. So let's set the scene here. It's 1815, and every king, emperor, and royal court in Europe is having the same recurring nightmare. The nightmare has a name, a distinctive hat, and an annoying habit of winning battles he absolutely shouldn't win. Napoleon Bonaparte has just escaped from his first island prison, Elba, which in hindsight was basically handing him the keys to a luxury resort and hoping he'd stay put. Spoiler alert, he didn't. He came back, rallied an army in about 15 minutes, and nearly pulled off the comeback of the millennium before finally losing at Waterloo. And now the powers of Europe are sitting around a very tense conference table, trying to figure out what to do with a guy who's already proven that island exile means about as much to him as a strongly worded letter. Here's the thing about Napoleon that kept Europe's monarchs up at night. This wasn't some random warlord who got lucky a few times. This was a man who'd systematically dismantled the entire European order, redrawn the map like he was playing a particularly aggressive game of Risk, and made centuries-old dynasties look embarrassingly incompetent in the process. From Portugal to Moscow, from the pyramids of Egypt to the frozen streets of Berlin, Napoleon had carved out an empire that made Alexander the Great look like he was working with training wheels. And he'd done it in roughly 20 years, which by historical empire-building standards is basically a weekend project. The psychological impact of Napoleon on European royalty can't be overstated. These were people who believed they ruled by divine right, that God himself had placed crowns on their heads and ordained their authority over millions. Then along comes this Corsican nobody, not even French by birth technically, who basically said, "Actually, I think I'll be emperor now," and proceeded to kick their collective backsides across the continent. The Holy Roman Empire. Gone, dissolved after existing for 1,000 years because Napoleon found it inconvenient. The Spanish Bourbons, replaced with Napoleon's brother Joseph, who got the throne basically as a participation trophy. The Prussian army, supposedly the finest military machine in Europe, crushed so thoroughly at Jena that it ceased to exist as a meaningful fighting force. The Austrian Empire, forced to give Napoleon their princess as a wife, which has to rank as one of history's more awkward marriage arrangements. And here's what really terrified them. Napoleon was proving that you didn't need blue blood or divine mandate to rule. You just needed to be exceptionally good at organizing armies, inspiring loyalty and winning battles. Which, from the perspective of hereditary monarchs whose main qualification was, "My dad was king," was an absolutely horrifying precedent. If Napoleon could do it, what was stopping the next ambitious general, or the one after that? The entire system of European monarchy was based on the idea that some people were born to rule and others born to obey, and Napoleon was walking proof that this was, to put it mildly, nonsense. Let's talk numbers for a moment, because they're genuinely staggering. At the height of his power, Napoleon controlled or heavily influenced territories containing roughly 44 million people. That's about 1 in 5 Europeans living under his direct or indirect rule. His Grande Armée at its peak numbered over 600,000 men. This in an era when feeding and supplying even 50,000 soldiers in one place was considered a logistical nightmare. He'd fought and won something like 60 battles, including victories against combined forces that outnumbered him significantly. Austerlitz, his masterpiece, saw him defeat a Russian-Austrian army that had him beat on paper, and he did it by deliberately appearing weak, letting them think they had him trapped, and then pulling off a tactical move so brilliant that it's still studied in military academies today. Not exactly the resume of someone you want anywhere near an escape route. The man's military genius was matched only by his political instinct, and his ability to reform entire governmental systems while simultaneously fighting wars on multiple fronts. The Napoleonic Code, which he developed between battles, became the basis for legal systems across Europe and still influences law in dozens of countries today. He reformed education, infrastructure and administration with the same efficiency he applied to military campaigns. He was, in other words, dangerously competent at pretty much everything he touched, which made him roughly 100 times more threatening than your average deposed tyrant who was mostly good at wearing fancy clothes and having a family tree. But even Napoleon wasn't invincible, and by 1815 he'd made enough strategic blunders to finally give his enemies an opening. The Russian campaign of 1812 was the beginning of the end. Invading Russia with 600,000 men and returning with maybe 20,000 survivors is not what you'd call a successful military operation. Then came the disastrous Spanish campaign, where guerrilla warfare and British intervention turned the Iberian Peninsula into a massive drain on French resources. And at Waterloo, facing the Duke of Wellington and the Prussian army, Napoleon finally ran out of tactical miracles. The British army held the line just long enough for Prussian reinforcements to arrive, and suddenly the Emperor of France was surveying a battlefield where his army was being systematically destroyed. Not exactly his finest hour. After Waterloo, Napoleon did what he'd always done when facing defeat. He tried to negotiate. He surrendered to the British, apparently under the impression that they might treat him as an honoured prisoner of war, maybe let him retire to England as a private citizen, perhaps with a nice cottage and a pension. This suggests that even military geniuses can be remarkably optimistic about human nature. The British government took one look at this proposal and basically said, "Absolutely not. Are you insane?" The idea of Napoleon Bonaparte living peacefully in England, where he could meet with sympathisers, write his memoirs, and generally be within. Escaping distance of France struck them as roughly equivalent to keeping a lit match next to a powder magazine and hoping for the best. The problem was this. What do you do with a man who's already escaped from one island prison, who commands fanatical loyalty from millions of soldiers and civilians, who's proven he can raise an army from nothing in a matter of days, and who has a demonstrated track record of making supposedly impossible military victories look routine? You can't execute him, because that would make him a martyr and potentially trigger revolutions across Europe. You can't keep him in a European prison, because every fortress on the continent is within reach of a rescue attempt. You can't trust him on his word of honour because he's already broken that particular promise, and you absolutely, positively cannot let him anywhere near France, where his mere presence would likely cause a political earthquake. The Conference of Vienna, where European powers were busy redrawing the map and pretending the last 20 years hadn't happened, treated Napoleon as topic number one. The fact that they were meeting in Vienna at all, instead of Paris, where these conferences were traditionally held, tells you everything about how much Napoleon had disrupted the old order. Representatives from Britain, Austria, Prussia and Russia spent weeks debating what to do with him, and the conversation kept coming back to the same uncomfortable conclusion. Nowhere in Europe was safe. Put him in an Austrian fortress, and French agents would have him out within months. Keep him in Britain, and he'd become a rallying point for every liberal and revolutionary movement in Europe. Send him to Russia, and the Tsar might decide to use him as a chess piece in future negotiations. This is where the British Foreign Secretary, Lord Castlereagh, earned his salary. Castlereagh, who was not exactly known for his warm personality or creative thinking, came up with a solution so extreme that it actually made sense. Send Napoleon somewhere so remote, so isolated, so far from any possible help that escape wouldn't just be difficult, it would be functionally impossible. Not an island in the Mediterranean, where French ships could reach him. Not somewhere off the European coast, where sympathisers could smuggle messages and supplies. Somewhere that would require months of ocean travel, where the nearest land was 1,000 miles away, and where the British Navy could control every ship that came within 100 miles. Someone pulled out a map, traced their finger down the west coast of Africa, kept going past the equator, out into the South Atlantic, and found a tiny speck in the middle of absolutely nothing. St. Helena. A volcanic island roughly 10 miles long and 5 miles wide, sitting in one of the most isolated stretches of ocean on the planet. The nearest mainland was the coast of Africa, about 1,200 miles to the east. The nearest other inhabited island was Ascension, about 700 miles to the northwest, and in between, nothing but ocean, storms, and the kind of waves that made even experienced sailors reconsider their career choices. Saint. Helena wasn't just remote, it was strategically irrelevant. which from a security standpoint made it perfect. It sat on the shipping route between Europe and India, which meant the British already had a military presence there, and ships passed by with some regularity. But it had no strategic value beyond that, no resources worth fighting over, no political importance. It was a resupply station, a place where ships could get fresh water and vegetables before continuing their journey. The kind of place you stopped at because you had to, not because you wanted to, and that isolation, that complete lack of anything interesting or valuable, made it the ideal prison for the most dangerous man in Europe. Now, the British weren't naive. They knew Napoleon's track record with island prisons, and they'd seen what happened when you underestimated his ability to escape or manipulate situations to his advantage. So they didn't just ship him to St. Helena and hope for the best. They turned the entire operation into what can only be described as the most over-the-top security arrangement in history. They stationed multiple regiments of troops on the island, vastly outnumbering the tiny local population. They placed artillery batteries on every high point with a view of the coast. They established a naval squadron to patrol the waters around the island constantly, with orders to intercept any ship that came within sight. And just in case that wasn't enough, they also garrisoned nearby Ascension Island, the only other piece of land within sailing distance, to prevent it from being used as a staging point for a rescue attempt. The level of paranoia, or prudence depending on your perspective, extended to the smallest details. Every ship arriving at St. Helena had to be inspected, its crew interrogated, its cargo examined. The local population, all 400 or so residents, were monitored for any signs of sympathy toward Napoleon. Letters sent to or from the island were opened and read by British officials. Even the terrain of the island itself was analysed for potential escape routes, and guard posts were established at every beach where a boat might possibly land. The British were taking absolutely zero chances, and honestly, given Napoleon's history, you can't really blame them. But why St. Helena specifically? The British had plenty of remote colonial outposts where they could theoretically have sent Napoleon. Why this particular volcanic rock in the South Atlantic? The answer comes down to a combination of geography, infrastructure, and timing that made St. Helena uniquely suitable for the task. Let's start with the alternatives they considered, because the debate over where to send Napoleon was surprisingly contentious. Malta was proposed, which seems almost comically inappropriate in hindsight. Malta was in the Mediterranean close to Italy, and regularly visited by ships from France, Spain, and North Africa. It would have been like putting Napoleon in a resort hotel and being surprised when he checked out early. The Mediterranean in general was rejected for similar reasons. It was simply too accessible, too well connected to Europe. Any island in the Mediterranean would have French sympathisers within relatively easy reach, and the British Navy couldn't possibly patrol every approach effectively. The Ionian Islands, a British protectorate in the Mediterranean, were also suggested and immediately dismissed for the same reasons. Beautiful islands, lovely climate, completely unsuitable for imprisoning someone who needed to be kept as far from European politics as humanly possible. Some officials proposed the Azores, but those were Portuguese territory and would require negotiating with another government, which added diplomatic complications nobody wanted to deal with. Plus, they were still relatively close to Europe and sat on major shipping lanes, making them vulnerable to rescue attempts. Someone suggested sending Napoleon to a British possession in the Caribbean, which showed either remarkable optimism or a fundamental misunderstanding of Caribbean geography. The Caribbean was full of French colonial possessions, French-speaking populations, and pirates who might find rescuing Napoleon more profitable than whatever they were currently doing. Not exactly a secure location for the most wanted man in Europe. There were even proposals to send him to India or the Far East, but those were rejected because the journey would take months, during which time Napoleon would be on a ship that could potentially be intercepted by French vessels, or where. Napoleon might find a way to take control of the crew. The British had read enough reports about Napoleon's personal charisma and ability to inspire loyalty in the most unlikely people. Putting him on a ship for 6 months sounded like a recipe for arriving in India with a crew completely devoted to their imperial prisoner. Australia was mentioned, but in 1815 it was still primarily a penal colony for British convicts, and the infrastructure there was minimal. More importantly, it was even more remote than St. Helena, but without the established British military presence. Sending Napoleon to Australia would mean either leaving him relatively unsupervised among convicts and settlers, which seemed unwise, or sending a large military garrison to the other end of the world specifically to guard him, which was logistically complicated and expensive. St. Helena solved all these problems at once. It was already a British possession, had been since the 1650s, so there were no diplomatic issues. It had a small but established settlement with basic infrastructure, a town, houses, a government, regular supply ships. It had a British garrison already in place, which could be reinforced as needed. Most importantly, it was so far from anything else that rescue would require a major naval expedition, which couldn't possibly be organised secretly. Any ship heading towards Saint Helena would be spotted hundreds of miles away, and the British Navy would have plenty of time to intercept. The geography of the island itself was another major advantage. Saint Helena is basically a mountain rising straight out of the ocean, with cliffs on almost all sides. There are only two places where boats can land safely: James Bay, where the main town of Jamestown is located, and one or two smaller beaches that are treacherous even in good weather. The interior of the island is a maze of valleys and ridges, making it easy to monitor anyone's movements. You can't hide on St. Helena because there's nowhere to hide. The island is too small, too exposed, and every high point offers a view of the surrounding ocean for miles in every direction. The climate was another consideration, though perhaps not the most important one. Saint Helena sits in the tropics but benefits from constant trade winds that keep the temperature relatively moderate. It's not comfortable by European standards, it's humid, windy, and prone to sudden rainstorms, but it's also not the kind of deadly tropical environment that would kill a prisoner through disease and climate exposure. The British wanted Napoleon imprisoned, not dead from malaria or yellow fever, which would defeat the whole purpose of avoiding martyrdom. St. Helena was harsh enough to be unpleasant, but survivable enough to keep him alive for years. There was also the practical matter of supply lines. St. Helena sat on the trade route between Britain and India, which meant ships passed by regularly anyway. The British East India Company had maintained a presence on the island for over a century, and had established systems for resupplying the island with food, water, and other necessities. Adding a few extra supply ships to keep Napoleon and an enlarged garrison fed wouldn't require creating entirely new shipping routes or diverting resources from other priorities. The infrastructure was already there, it just needed to be scaled up. The decision to garrison Ascension Island reveals just how seriously the British took the threat of a rescue attempt. Ascension was even more barren and inhospitable than Saint Helena, basically just a volcanic rock with minimal vegetation and no freshwater sources. But it was the only other land within several hundred miles of St. Helena, and the British weren't taking any chances. They stationed troops there with orders to intercept any ship that attempted to use the island as a base for a rescue operation. It was probably unnecessary. Ascension was so desolate that using it as a staging point would be a logistical nightmare. But the British had been surprised by Napoleon too many times to leave anything to chance. The cost of all this security was astronomical. Maintaining a large garrison on a remote island required constant supply ships, which were expensive to operate. The naval squadron patrolling the waters around Saint Helena represented a significant commitment of British naval resources. The fortifications that were built or reinforced on the island required materials shipped from Britain or South Africa. Conservative estimates suggest the British spent the equivalent of millions of pounds per year keeping Napoleon imprisoned, which some members of Parliament complained about. Their complaints were generally met with the observation that 20 years of war with Napoleon had cost considerably more, and this expense was worth it to ensure he never caused problems again. There's a certain irony in how Napoleon's own strategic thinking contributed to his imprisonment. During his campaigns, Napoleon had repeatedly emphasized the importance of geography, supply lines, and the difficulty of operating far from friendly territory. His disastrous invasion of Russia had demonstrated what happens when you extend your forces beyond the point where they can be effectively supplied and reinforced. Now those same principles were being used against him. The British weren't just sending him to a remote island. They were putting him in a position where any rescue attempt would face exactly the kind of logistical nightmares that had destroyed Napoleon's own campaigns. The psychological aspect of choosing St. Helena shouldn't be overlooked either. This wasn't just about preventing escape, it was about breaking Napoleon's spirit and his ability to remain politically relevant. In Europe, even in prison, Napoleon would have been close enough to receive news, correspond with supporters, and maintain at least some sense of connection to the political events he dominated for 2 decades. On Saint Helena, he would be months away from any meaningful news. Letters would take weeks or months to arrive, and by the time he learned about events in Europe, they'd already be ancient history. He'd be completely cut off from the political chess game he'd mastered, reduced to reading about events in outdated newspapers, and unable to influence anything beyond his immediate surroundings. The British also considered the symbolic value of the location. Sending Napoleon to St. Helena wasn't just a practical decision, it was a statement. This was a man who'd crowned himself emperor, who'd held court in the palaces of Vienna and Berlin, who'd married into the Habsburg dynasty. And now he was being sent to a tiny volcanic island in the middle of nowhere, a place so insignificant that most Europeans had never heard of it. It was a deliberate humiliation, a way of showing that the mighty Emperor of France had been reduced to a prisoner on a rock that barely appeared on maps. The message to European revolutionaries and Napoleon's remaining supporters was clear. This is what happens when you challenge the established order. When the decision was finalized and Napoleon was informed that Saint Helena would be his new home, his reaction was predictable. He protested, claimed he was being sent to die in a tropical hellhole, appealed to British honour and the laws of war. He argued that as someone who'd surrendered voluntarily to the British, he should be treated as a guest rather than a prisoner. The British listened politely and then put him on a ship anyway. They weren't interested in his objections, and they certainly weren't swayed by his appeals to honour. As far as they were concerned, Napoleon had forfeited any right to comfortable treatment when he escaped from Elba and plunged Europe into war again. The journey to Saint Helena would take about 2 months, sailing south through the Atlantic, crossing the equator, and eventually reaching a small island that most of the sailors on the ship had never seen before. Napoleon would spend those months in increasingly cramped conditions, watching the European coast disappear behind him, and eventually seeing nothing but empty ocean in every direction. For a man who'd spent his entire adult life at the centre of European politics, who'd commanded armies across a continent, who'd been constantly surrounded by advisors, generals and officials seeking his attention, the isolation must have started to sink in long before the ship reached Saint Helena. And waiting for him on that island was a British governor who'd been specifically instructed to ensure that Napoleon's imprisonment was absolutely escape-proof, a military garrison that viewed him as a dangerous prisoner rather than a fallen emperor, and a tiny community of British officials and local residents who had no particular sympathy for his situation. The carefully constructed world Napoleon had built over 2 decades of warfare and political manoeuvring was about to be replaced by a much smaller, much more confined existence on a volcanic rock where the most exciting event might be the weekly arrival of a supply ship. The planning for Napoleon's imprisonment on St. Helena reveals the kind of obsessive attention to detail that you'd normally associate with a heist movie, except in reverse. This was about keeping someone in rather than getting them out. The British Admiralty created detailed maps showing ocean currents, prevailing winds, and every possible route a ship might take to or from the island. They calculated how long it would take for news of a rescue attempt to reach them, how quickly they could respond, and what kind of naval force would be needed to intercept any French ships. They even considered the possibility of a submarine rescue, which sounds ridiculous until you remember that submarines did exist in rudimentary form in 1815, and Napoleon had shown interest in them during his reign. The British conclusion? A submarine couldn't make the journey to St. Helena and back without resurfacing, at which point it would be spotted and destroyed. Problem solved. The instructions given to Hudson Lowe, the British governor assigned to oversee Napoleon's imprisonment, read like they were written by someone who'd watched every prison escape movie ever made and decided to prevent all of them simultaneously. Lowe was ordered to maintain visual contact with Napoleon as much as possible, to monitor all his correspondence, to control who could visit him, and to ensure that no maps, compasses, or navigational equipment reached him. The instructions went on for pages, covering scenarios ranging from the plausible to the paranoid. What if Napoleon tries to bribe the guards? What if he fakes illness to be taken off the island? What if he somehow builds a boat? The answer to all these questions was essentially the same. Don't let it happen, and if it does happen anyway, you'll probably be court-martialed. Hudson Lowe, poor guy, was basically handed an impossible job. Keep Napoleon secured, but don't treat him so harshly that it becomes an international incident. Allow him enough freedom to avoid accusations of cruelty, but not enough that he might actually escape. Deal with a prisoner who happened to be one of the most famous and charismatic individuals on the planet without falling under his influence. Oh, and do all this while living on a remote island with limited resources, dealing with a staff of British officers who all had their own opinions about how Napoleon should be treated, and managing the expectations of a government back in London. That would crucify him if anything went wrong. Not exactly a posting that would help your career, unless you consider most paranoid governor in British history a desirable legacy. The actual logistics of imprisoning Napoleon on St. Helena. Helena required solving problems that had never come up before, because nobody had ever tried to imprison someone quite this important on an island quite this remote. Food had to be shipped in regularly, because the island couldn't produce enough to feed an enlarged garrison, plus Napoleon's household. Fresh water had to be managed carefully, because droughts were common and the island's supply was limited. Medical supplies had to be stocked in quantities sufficient to handle everything from minor ailments to serious illnesses, because sending for a doctor from the nearest mainland would take months. Entertainment and reading material had to be provided, because even the British understood that complete sensory deprivation might drive Napoleon insane or give him grounds to claim he was being tortured. The cost accounting alone must have given British Treasury officials nightmares, every item sent to Saint. Helena had to be loaded onto a ship in Britain, transported thousands of miles across the ocean, and then somehow distributed on an island with limited dock facilities and terrible roads. Want to send Napoleon a chair? That's several months of planning, transportation costs, and the risk that the chair might arrive broken after being tossed around by Atlantic storms. Need to reinforce the garrison with fresh troops? That means coordinating with the War Office, arranging transport, and accepting that those soldiers will be stuck on a remote island for years, with literally nothing to do except watch one middle-aged man read books and complain about the weather. And here's where it gets really expensive. The British couldn't just send supply ships whenever they felt like it. They needed regular, reliable shipments to keep everyone on the island fed, clothed, and supplied with necessities. This meant establishing a permanent shipping schedule, which meant dedicating ships specifically to the St. Helena route, which meant those ships couldn't be used for more profitable ventures like trading with India or China. The British East India Company, which technically administered St. Helena, was not thrilled about this arrangement. They were merchants, not jailers, and the whole Napoleon situation was costing them money they'd rather be spending on, making more money. The diplomatic complications of imprisoning Napoleon were almost as complex as the practical ones. France, even post-Napoleon, had feelings about their former emperor being held by the British. The restored Bourbon monarchy officially wanted nothing to do with Napoleon and were perfectly happy to let the British deal with him, but there were still millions of French citizens who viewed Napoleon as a hero. Any reports of him being mistreated could potentially cause political problems, especially since France was still recovering from decades of war and revolution. The British had to walk a careful line, keep Napoleon imprisoned effectively while avoiding the appearance of cruelty that might trigger sympathy or outrage. Other European powers were watching closely too. Austria was particularly interested, given that Napoleon's second wife, Marie-Louise, was an Austrian archduchess, and their son was technically Napoleon II in the eyes of his supporters. The Austrians wanted reassurance that Napoleon would stay imprisoned but also didn't want him harmed, because that might reflect badly on them by association. Russia and Prussia wanted confirmation that Napoleon would never be allowed back into European politics, period. Everyone had an opinion about how Napoleon should be treated, but everyone was also perfectly happy to let Britain foot the bill and take responsibility for keeping him locked up. The propaganda value of Napoleon's imprisonment can't be ignored either. For years, European governments had been telling their populations that Napoleon was a dangerous tyrant, a warmonger, a threat to civilization itself. Now they needed to prove that he'd been defeated permanently, that the old order had been restored, and that there was no chance of him returning to power. St. Helena served that purpose perfectly. It wasn't just about keeping Napoleon imprisoned. It was about demonstrating to the entire continent that the age of Napoleon was over, finished, dead, and buried. Every dispatch reporting that Napoleon was still on Saint. Helena, still under guard, still thousands of miles from Europe, reinforced that message. But there's also a strange sort of respect embedded in the British decision to go to such extremes. You don't spend millions of pounds imprisoning someone on a remote island unless you genuinely believe they're capable of extraordinary things. The British weren't taking these precautions because they thought Napoleon was harmless. They were doing it because they'd seen what he could accomplish with minimal resources. The man had escaped from Elba with a few hundred soldiers, and within 3 months had an army of hundreds of thousands ready to fight for him. He'd turned battlefield defeats into propaganda victories through sheer force of personality. He'd convinced multiple countries to ally with him, even after they'd been at war with France. In a weird way, the extreme security measures were a compliment to Napoleon's abilities, an acknowledgement that normal methods wouldn't work on someone this exceptional. St. Helena wasn't just a prison. It was the most carefully designed cage in history, built specifically to hold one man, using every lesson learned from centuries of trying and failing to contain powerful prisoners. The British had studied every detail of Napoleon's escape from Elba, every mistake made in underestimating him, every gap in security that he'd exploited. And they'd designed a system specifically to ensure that those mistakes would never be repeated. If Napoleon had proven anything, it was that normal prisons couldn't hold someone with his intelligence, charisma, and sheer determination. So the British stopped trying to build a conventional prison and instead sent him to a place where the ocean itself would be his cell walls, and the thousands of miles of empty water would be a barrier more effective than any walls or chains could ever be. The irony is that Napoleon himself would have approved of the logic behind his imprisonment. Throughout his military career, he'd emphasized the importance of geography, supply lines, and controlling strategic positions. He'd won battles by understanding terrain better than his opponents, by cutting enemy supply lines, by positioning his forces where they controlled key routes. The British were using his own strategic principles against him. They'd found a position that was impossible to assault, impossible to supply an invading force, impossible to reach without being detected far in advance. If Napoleon had been consulted on how to imprison a dangerous military genius on an island, he probably would have suggested something very similar to what the British actually did, which must have made it even more frustrating for him, knowing that his cage had been designed using the same strategic thinking he'd once used to conquer Europe. There's also something darkly poetic about sending Napoleon to a volcanic island. Here was a man whose career had been marked by explosive energy, sudden eruptions of military brilliance, and dramatic rises and falls. And now he was being sent to live on top of a dead volcano, a mountain that had once been active and powerful, but now just sat in the ocean, slowly eroding, producing nothing but rock and memories of past violence. Whether the British officials choosing St. Helena appreciated this metaphor is unclear, but it fits almost too perfectly. The security arrangements extended to the most mundane details, in ways that would seem absurd if they weren't so thorough. Local fishermen were required to check in with British authorities before going out to sea, and their catches were inspected when they returned to ensure they weren't smuggling messages or supplies. Ships passing within sight of the island had to identify themselves and explain their business, even if they were just sailing past on their way to somewhere else. The mail system was set up so that letters to or from Napoleon passed through multiple layers of censorship, with British officials reading everything and removing anything that might contain coded messages or useful information. Even visitors to the island, rare as they were, faced intense scrutiny and had to obtain special permission just to be there. One particularly paranoid measure involved requiring all British officers and soldiers stationed on Saint Helena to swear they would never assist Napoleon in any escape attempt, would never pass messages for him, and would report any suspicious activity immediately. The oath was probably unnecessary. Most of the garrison viewed Napoleon as a dangerous enemy and had no interest in helping him. But the British were taking no chances. They'd heard too many stories about Napoleon's ability to charm and manipulate people, to inspire loyalty even among his enemies. Better to have everyone formally sworn to prevent escape than to risk even one person being swayed by Napoleon's charisma. The sheer scale of the operation becomes even more apparent when you consider what it took to maintain a functioning military garrison on a tiny island thousands of miles from Britain. Soldiers needed to be rotated in and out regularly, because keeping men stationed on St. Helena for too long was bad for morale and discipline. Equipment needed to be maintained and replaced as it wore out from the tropical climate and salt air. Officers needed to be carefully selected for loyalty and competence, because the wrong person in charge could potentially be corrupted or manipulated. Medical staff, administrative personnel, supply officers, all these people had to be transported to and from the island on a regular schedule, which required coordination among multiple government departments. And then there were the fortifications themselves, which deserved their own engineering study. The British didn't just use the existing defences on St. Helena. They built new ones, expanded old ones, and created a defensive system that would have been impressive on the European mainland and was absolutely extraordinary on a remote island. Artillery batteries were positioned to cover every possible landing site. Guard posts were established on high ground with clear views of the surrounding ocean. Signal stations were set up so that any suspicious ship could be reported immediately. Roads were built or improved to allow rapid movement of troops to any point on the island. Barracks were constructed to house the enlarged garrison comfortably enough that the soldiers wouldn't start deserting or complaining too loudly. The artillery deserves special mention because it reveals just how serious the British were about preventing any rescue attempt. St. Helena ended up with enough cannons to fight off a small fleet, which was probably overkill but fit the general theme of better safe than sorry. These weren't small guns either. They were heavy naval cannons that could sink a ship at considerable range. The message was clear. Any vessel approaching St. Helena without permission would be destroyed long before it could reach shore. And in case that wasn't enough, the British also kept a naval squadron in the area specifically to intercept any suspicious ships. You had cannons on the island, cannons on the ships, and hundreds of soldiers ready to repel any landing attempt. It was the kind of defence in depth that Napoleon himself would have designed, which again must have made it even more frustrating for him. The local population of St. Helena found themselves living in what was essentially a military camp disguised as a civilian settlement. Their quiet little island, where the most exciting events were usually ships arriving with supplies or news from the outside world, suddenly had thousands of British soldiers, dozens of officers, and the most famous prisoner in history. The economy of the island shifted dramatically. Suddenly there was money flowing in from the British government, demand for goods and services from the garrison, and opportunities for locals who were willing to work for the military. But there was also constant surveillance, restrictions on movement, and the knowledge that one wrong move or suspicious action could lead to serious trouble with the authorities. For the residents who'd lived on St. Helena for generations, the whole situation must have been surreal. One day you're living on a quiet island where nothing much happens, and the next day you're part of the most elaborate prison operation in history, with warships patrolling offshore and soldiers everywhere you look. And all because some French guy who'd conquered most of Europe needed to be kept away from civilization. The locals probably had mixed feelings. On one hand, the British presence brought economic opportunities and excitement. On the other hand, their peaceful island home had been turned into a maximum security facility, and they were now living under much closer scrutiny than before. The climate and terrain of St. Helena added another layer of difficulty to Napoleon's imprisonment. This wasn't some pleasant Mediterranean island with gentle weather and beautiful scenery. St. Helena is rugged, windy, and often cloudy. The interior consists of steep valleys and sharp ridges covered in vegetation that ranges from scrubby bushes to occasional patches of forest. The trade winds blow constantly, keeping the temperature moderate but also making outdoor activities uncomfortable. Rain is frequent, though not particularly heavy, and fog often rolls in from the ocean, obscuring the views and making everything damp. It's not the worst climate in the world. People live there permanently and survive just fine, but it's also not somewhere you'd choose to vacation. For Napoleon, who'd spent most of his adult life in the palaces and capitals of Europe, the climate of St. Helena must have felt like adding insult to injury. The location in the South Atlantic also meant that St. Helena experienced tropical diseases, though not as severely as locations closer to the equator. Malaria wasn't as common as in West Africa, but other ailments like dysentery, fevers, and respiratory infections were regular problems. The British had to maintain a medical staff on the island not just for Napoleon but for the entire garrison, and supplies of medicine had to be carefully managed because getting more would take months. If someone got seriously ill and the island's supplies were insufficient, the patient might die before help could arrive from the nearest port. This added yet another layer of complexity to the logistics of Napoleon's imprisonment. The British needed to keep him alive and relatively healthy, while also managing the health of hundreds of soldiers and civilians. The whole situation was, in a way, unprecedented in human history. Never before had one person been considered so dangerous that an entire island needed to be turned into a prison specifically for him. Never before had one government been willing to spend such enormous resources and effort just to ensure one man stayed locked up. and never before had the stakes been quite so high. If Napoleon escaped, the consequences for European stability could be catastrophic. The restored monarchies were fragile, the peace was still new, and any return of Napoleon to the political stage might trigger another round of revolutionary movements or wars. So the British kept spending money, kept sending ships, kept maintaining their garrison, and kept watching Napoleon every single day, because the alternative was too frightening to consider. The HMS Northumberland wasn't exactly what you'd call luxury accommodations. This was a 74-gun ship of the line, built for war rather than comfort, and now it had been assigned the most unusual mission in the British Navy's history: transport the most dangerous man in Europe to the most remote prison on the planet. On August 7th, 1815, Napoleon Bonaparte stepped aboard this vessel at Plymouth, and if he was hoping for some last-minute reprieve or change of heart from the British government, he was about to be severely disappointed. The British had made their decision, and that decision involved roughly 2 months at sea followed by permanent residence on a volcanic rock. Napoleon's entourage for this journey was a carefully selected group that tells you everything about how his life had changed. There was Count Henri Bertrand, his Grand Marshal, who'd commanded armies and now was basically a glorified personal assistant. General Gaspard Gourgaud, an aide-de-camp who'd saved Napoleon's life at least once during the Russian campaign, and was now accompanying him into exile. Count Charles de Montholon and his wife, who'd volunteered to share Napoleon's imprisonment, which shows either tremendous loyalty or questionable judgment, depending on your perspective. Emmanuel de las Cases, who would later write extensively about the journey and Napoleon's time on St. Helena, giving us many of the details we know today. And of course, various servants, valets, and attendants, because even in exile, an emperor needed people to maintain at least the appearance of imperial dignity. The British weren't taking any chances with security, even on the ship. Napoleon was given the admiral's cabin, which sounds generous until you realise it was the easiest place to keep under surveillance. British officers were stationed nearby at all times, ostensibly for security but also to monitor his activities and conversations. His correspondence was read before being sent or delivered, his movements around the ship were tracked, and any interaction with the crew was carefully supervised. The British had learned their lesson from Elba, and this time there would be no friendly guards, no unsupervised walks, no opportunities to plan an escape or organise a rescue. The first few days at sea must have been a brutal psychological adjustment. Just weeks earlier, Napoleon had been commanding an army at Waterloo, making strategic decisions that affected the fate of nations, living in the palace at Paris with thousands of people dependent on his word. Now he was in a cabin on a ship heading south through the English Channel, watching the coast of Europe disappear behind him. The transition from emperor to prisoner happened remarkably quickly, and the voyage gave him plenty of time to reflect on exactly how dramatically his circumstances had changed. Not exactly the retirement plan he'd envisioned, one assumes. Life aboard the Northumberland settled into a routine that was probably more tedious than anyone involved would have preferred. Naval vessels in 1815 weren't designed for entertainment or comfort. The ship was crowded with sailors, officers, marines, and Napoleon's entourage, all sharing limited space and dealing with the constant motion of the sea. The food was standard naval fare: salted meat, hardtack biscuits, whatever fresh provisions they'd loaded at Plymouth gradually running out as the days passed. The accommodations were cramped, the air below decks was stale and humid, and privacy was essentially non-existent. For someone who'd spent the last 15 years living in palaces and commanding empires, the experience must have been humbling in the extreme. Napoleon attempted to maintain some semblance of his former status through sheer force of personality. He held court in his cabin, receiving visitors, or rather receiving the handful of people who were allowed to visit him, and discussing politics, history, and military strategy with anyone willing to engage. He played chess, which given his strategic mind was probably not a particularly fair match for most of his opponents. He read extensively from the small library available on board, because when you're stuck on a ship heading toward permanent exile, books become pretty much your only escape. And he talked constantly about everything from his campaigns to his theories about governance to his opinions on European politics, as if maintaining the flow of imperial conversation could somehow postpone the reality of what was happening to him. The British officers aboard the Northumberland found themselves in an awkward position. They were guarding the man who'd been their enemy for most of their adult lives, someone responsible for the deaths of thousands of British soldiers who'd threatened Britain itself with invasion. but they were also dealing with someone who was undeniably fascinating, a living legend whose campaigns they'd studied, whose tactical brilliance they grudgingly respected. Some officers maintained strict professional distance, treating Napoleon as a dangerous prisoner and nothing more. Others found themselves drawn into conversations with him, listening to his stories about battles and politics, and occasionally forgetting that this charming, intelligent man was supposed to be their greatest enemy. The British High Command had specifically warned about Napoleon's ability to win over his captors, which suggests they understood his charisma might be as dangerous as his military genius. Admiral George Cockburn, who commanded the ship and was responsible for delivering Napoleon safely to St. Helena, walked a careful line between respect and security. Cockburn was a professional naval officer who'd fought against the French for years, including burning Washington, D.C. during the War of 1812, so he wasn't exactly predisposed to sympathy for Napoleon. But he also understood that his prisoner was a former head of state, someone who'd been treated as royalty by multiple European courts, and that unnecessarily harsh treatment might create diplomatic complications. So Cockburn maintained strict security while allowing Napoleon certain courtesies, a balance that probably satisfied neither the Hawks, who wanted Napoleon treated as a common criminal, nor Napoleon himself, who felt he deserved to be treated as a guest rather than a prisoner. The journey south from England took the Northumberland through some of the most well-travelled waters in the world, and then gradually into less familiar territory. They sailed down through the Bay of Biscay, where the weather could turn nasty without warning, and seasickness was pretty much guaranteed for anyone not accustomed to ocean travel. Napoleon, who'd never been particularly comfortable at sea, his Egyptian campaign had involved a lot of hoping the British Navy wouldn't find his transport ships, dealt with the motion about as well as could be expected, which is to say, not very well. There's something almost satisfying about the idea of the conqueror of Europe being laid low by basic seasickness, the kind of ordinary human vulnerability that even military genius can't overcome. As they continued south past Portugal and down the African coast, the weather grew warmer and the sea calmer, at least for stretches. This was the same route that trading ships had been using for centuries, the maritime highway connecting Europe to Africa, India, and the Far East. Other vessels occasionally came into sight, going about their normal business of trade and transportation, completely unaware that they were passing near the most famous prisoner in history. For Napoleon, watching these ships must have been a reminder that the world was continuing without him, that commerce and politics and daily life were happening everywhere except in his cramped cabin aboard the Northumberland. The entourage Napoleon brought with him adapted to shipboard life with varying degrees of success. The servants and valets had the easiest time since their jobs remained essentially the same: take care of Napoleon's needs, maintain his clothes and belongings, prepare his meals as best they could with the limited resources available. The officers and nobles in his party had a harder adjustment. These were men who'd commanded troops, attended imperial courts, and wielded real power under Napoleon's rule. Now they were passengers on a British warship, heading into exile with their emperor, with nothing to do except play cards, read, and contemplate how dramatically their lives had changed. Madame de Montholon, the only woman in Napoleon's entourage, found herself in a particularly odd situation, sharing a ship with hundreds of sailors and marines, living in cramped quarters, heading toward an isolated island where she'd be one of perhaps a dozen European women total. Emmanuel de las Cases, who would later publish his memoirs of the journey and Napoleon's imprisonment, spent much of the voyage taking notes and recording conversations. His accounts give us many of the details we know about Napoleon's state of mind during the journey, his reactions to the news of where he was being sent, his thoughts about the past and speculation about the future. Las Cases portrayed Napoleon as a tragic figure, a genius brought down by circumstance and betrayal, which was probably at least partly accurate and definitely made for better reading than "Exiled dictator complains about cramped quarters and bad. Food for 2 months." But even allowing for Las Cases's bias, the picture that emerges is of someone struggling to come to terms with the finality of his situation. Napoleon's conversations during the voyage, as recorded by Las Cases and others, reveal someone alternating between denial and reluctant acceptance. He'd talk about his campaigns as if analysing chess matches, explaining what he'd done right and where his enemies had made mistakes. He'd discuss politics and express opinions about how Europe should be governed, as if he might still have influence over these matters. He'd criticise the British government for sending him to Saint Helena, arguing that it violated international law and the customs of war. and occasionally, in quieter moments, he'd acknowledged that his career was over, that he'd played his last card at Waterloo and lost, and that the island ahead represented the final chapter of his story. Not exactly cheerful dinner conversation, but probably more honest than the imperial posturing he maintained most of the time. The crossing of the equator, a traditional milestone for sailors, happened sometime in late August or early September. Normally, this would occasion the time-honoured ceremony of crossing the line, where sailors who'd never been south of the equator would be subjected to various pranks and initiations by the veteran sailors. Whether this ceremony was performed aboard the Northumberland during a voyage carrying Napoleon to exile is unclear, but one imagines it would have been awkward. "Sorry, your former majesty, just going to dunk you in salt water as part of a naval tradition doesn't exactly align with maintaining the dignity of a fallen emperor." More likely, the British officers quietly skipped the ceremony or performed a muted version, avoiding the potential diplomatic incident of treating Napoleon like a common sailor, crossing the equator for the first time. The southern hemisphere brought different constellations, different weather patterns, and the growing realization that every day at sea was taking Napoleon further from Europe and closer to his final destination. The stars at night were unfamiliar, a reminder that he was entering territory completely foreign to someone who'd spent his entire life in Europe. The climate changed from the cool autumn of the English Channel to the tropical warmth of the equator to the more moderate but still humid conditions of the South Atlantic. The wind patterns shifted, the colour of the ocean changed, and even the seabirds that occasionally appeared near the ship were different species than those familiar from European waters. Roughly 6 weeks into the journey, after endless days of nothing but empty ocean in every direction, someone spotted land. Not Saint. Helena yet. The Northumberland's first stop was actually the island of Madeira, off the coast of Morocco, where they could take on fresh water and supplies. This brief stop must have been bittersweet for Napoleon. On one hand, it was a break from the monotony of shipboard life, a chance to see land and perhaps even go ashore briefly. On the other hand, Madeira was one of the last pieces of European territory he'd ever see, a final glimpse of the continent he'd dominated before heading into the vast emptiness of the South Atlantic. The British allowed some of Napoleon's entourage to go ashore but kept Napoleon himself aboard, because even in Madeira there was a risk of sympathisers or escape attempts. The security never relaxed, not even for a few hours. After leaving Madeira, the voyage entered its final phase, another 2 weeks or so of sailing, this time with a definite destination ahead. The crew of the Northumberland knew where they were going, had probably made the journey to Saint Helena before, and could calculate their arrival date with reasonable accuracy. For Napoleon and his entourage, these final days must have been filled with a mixture of curiosity and dread. What would St. Helena actually look like? What kind of conditions would they be living in? How isolated was the island really? The answers to these questions were rapidly approaching, whether they wanted to know them or not. The first sighting of Saint Helena from the deck of the Northumberland was not exactly an encouraging sight. The island appears on the horizon as a dark mass rising steeply from the ocean, a mountain of volcanic rock with cliffs on almost all sides. There's no gentle beach, no welcoming harbour, just steep slopes rising to a central plateau, looking more like a fortress than a home. The approach to the island revealed no improvement in this first impression. Saint Helena from the ocean looks forbidding, inhospitable and thoroughly isolated, which from the British perspective was exactly the point, but from Napoleon's perspective must have been deeply depressing. As the Northumberland drew closer, the details became clearer and no more encouraging. The main town, Jamestown, sits at the mouth of a steep valley, basically a crack in the cliffs that provided the only reasonable access to the interior. Buildings climbed the valley walls in tiers, looking cramped and precarious. The valley itself was narrow enough that sunlight only reached the town for a few hours each day, leaving the rest in shadow. Artillery batteries were visible on the heights overlooking the anchorage, their cannons pointing outward toward the sea, a not subtle reminder that this island was fortified and guarded. Ships at anchor in James Bay rolled constantly in the swell, because the island provided no real protection from the ocean, no calm harbour where vessels could rest peacefully. Napoleon stood on deck during the approach, watching his new home come into view, and one imagines his thoughts were not pleasant. This was the place that would define the rest of his life, the boundaries of his existence, the absolute limit of his world. Everything he had accomplished, every battle won, every nation conquered, every throne claimed, had led to this moment, standing on the deck of a British warship, watching a barren volcanic island grow larger on the horizon, knowing that once he stepped ashore he would never leave. The finality of it must have been crushing. Las Cases recorded that Napoleon made various comments about the island as it came into view, generally unfavourable ones. He noted the steepness of the terrain, the lack of obvious vegetation, the forbidding cliffs. He observed that the British had chosen well if their goal was to make escape impossible. He commented, with the dry humour of someone facing an unpleasant fate, that at least the view was dramatic. Essentially, he was processing what every person does when first seeing Saint. Helena from the sea, recognition that this is not a place anyone would voluntarily choose to live. The approach to the anchorage took hours, because sailing ships can't just motor straight into port. They have to work with the wind and current, tacking back and forth, gradually closing the distance. This gave Napoleon plenty of time to study his new prison in detail, to see the fortifications, to note the guard positions, to observe the town and its limited infrastructure. It also gave him time to realise that everything the British had told him about St. Helena's isolation was absolutely true. This wasn't like Elba, close to the Italian coast with regular traffic and easy access to the mainland. This was a rock in the middle of the ocean, and the ocean stretched empty and vast in every direction. Members of Napoleon's entourage had their own reactions to seeing St. Helena, recorded in various memoirs and letters. General Gourgaud apparently stared at the island in silence for a long time, then muttered something about how it looked like a prison, which qualified as both obvious and completely accurate. Count Bertrand, ever the loyal officer, maintained a stoic expression and refused to criticise the situation, though one imagines his thoughts were less than enthusiastic. Madame de Montholon, seeing the barren cliffs and narrow valley, must have wondered what on earth she'd gotten herself into by volunteering to accompany the Emperor into exile. The servants and attendants, who'd had no real choice in the matter, probably just accepted that this was where they'd be living and hoped the reality would be better than the first impression suggested. The British crew of the Northumberland, by contrast, were probably relieved to have nearly completed their mission. 2 months at sea with the most famous prisoner in history, maintaining constant security, dealing with the awkwardness of guarding a former emperor, navigating the political sensitivities of the situation, all of that was almost over. Once they landed Napoleon and his entourage on St. Helena, they could return to normal naval duties, which had to be more straightforward than babysitting fallen dictators across the Atlantic. Admiral Cockburn could file his report confirming successful delivery, the British government could breathe a sigh of relief, and the Royal Navy could go back to worrying about normal things like pirates and trade protection. The actual landing at St. Helena was delayed until late afternoon, deliberately timed so that Napoleon would arrive as the sun was setting. This wasn't consideration for dramatic effect. The British were trying to minimise public spectacle and attention. Fewer people would be out and about in the evening, and darkness would help maintain security during the transfer from ship to shore. The practical effect was that Napoleon's first steps on St. Helena happened in twilight, adding to the general atmosphere of finality and gloom. Not exactly a triumphant arrival, more like sneaking a prisoner into jail under cover of darkness, which was essentially what was happening. The boats that ferried Napoleon and his entourage from the Northumberland to the shore crossed water that was less calm than it looked from the deck. James Bay provides minimal shelter from ocean swells, and smaller boats riding these swells made for an uncomfortable final stage of the journey. Napoleon, who'd never been fond of boats in the first place, endured this last indignity in silence, probably just wanting to get onto solid ground, even if that ground was a prison island. The British officers accompanying him maintained careful watch, because even in a small boat approaching a heavily fortified island, they weren't taking chances. At this point, the paranoia about Napoleon's escape attempts had become almost habitual. Stepping ashore on St. Helena, Napoleon's feet touched land for the first time in over 2 months. The ground felt stable after weeks of rolling decks and constant motion, though the relief of solid earth was probably overwhelmed by the reality of where he was. This was it. This was the place he'd heard about, the destination that had loomed larger with every day at sea, and now he was here, looking at a narrow valley, steep cliffs on either side, buildings crowded together, and armed guards everywhere. The journey was over, the imprisonment was beginning, and there was no going back. The small crowd of local residents who'd gathered despite the late hour to see the famous prisoner were probably disappointed by what they saw. Napoleon in 1815, at age 46, was not the dynamic young general of his earlier campaigns. He was heavier, his hair was thinning, and 2 months at sea had left him looking tired and rumpled. He wore civilian clothes rather than his famous uniform, making him look more like a prosperous merchant than a military genius. The legendary Emperor of France, seen in person, turned out to be a middle-aged man of average height who looked like he needed a good meal and a full night's sleep. Reality rarely lives up to legend, and Napoleon in the flesh was considerably less impressive than Napoleon the myth. The British had arranged for Napoleon to spend his first night in a building called the Pavilion, owned by a merchant and located near the waterfront. The symbolism wasn't lost on anyone. This was the same building where the Duke of Wellington had stayed when he'd visited St. Helena years earlier. Wellington, Napoleon's opponent at Waterloo, the man who'd finally defeated him in battle. So Napoleon's first night on St. Helena was spent sleeping in the same place as his conqueror. Whether the British chose this location deliberately to make a point, or whether it was just coincidence is unclear, but either way, it must have added to the bitterness of the situation. That first evening on St. Helena, Napoleon reportedly made some characteristically dramatic statements about the island being his tomb, about how he'd never leave this place alive, about the injustice of his imprisonment. He wasn't wrong about any of this, as it turned out, though at the time these statements probably seemed like theatrical exaggeration. The British officials present listened politely and ignored the complaints, because they'd heard variations of the same objections for 2 months aboard ship, and were presumably somewhat tired of them. Their job was to keep Napoleon imprisoned, not to debate whether the imprisonment was fair or justified. The journey from Plymouth to St. Helena had taken roughly 10 weeks, covering thousands of miles of ocean, crossing the equator, moving from the familiar waters of Europe to the empty expanses of the South Atlantic. For most of that journey, Napoleon had been able to maintain some hope, some belief that circumstances might change, that something might happen to prevent the final imprisonment. But now, standing on St. Helena, that hope was gone. The reality was unavoidable, physical, real. This island would be his home for whatever remained of his life. The ocean that surrounded it was not a barrier he could cross, not a challenge he could overcome through intelligence or determination. It was simply too vast, too empty, too insurmountable. The psychological journey had been perhaps even more significant than the physical one. Napoleon had travelled from being Emperor of France to being a prisoner, from commanding armies to being commanded by British guards, from living in palaces to sleeping in borrowed quarters on a remote island. The voyage aboard the Northumberland had been a transition period, a liminal space where his old identity had gradually dissolved without a new one quite taking its place. Now, on St. Helena, that transition was complete. Whatever he'd been before, whatever titles and power he'd claimed, whatever achievements he'd accomplished, all of that belonged to the past, to Europe, to a world that was moving on without him. The members of his entourage who'd shared the journey now shared this final moment of arrival. They'd made their choice to accompany Napoleon into exile, and now they were discovering what that choice actually meant. Looking at the steep valley walls of Jamestown, the limited buildings, the obvious lack of entertainment or society, the complete isolation from everything familiar, they must have wondered if their loyalty would prove stronger than their eventual. Homesickness and regret. Some would stay for years, sharing Napoleon's imprisonment. Others would eventually find reasons to leave, unable to endure the boredom and isolation. But on that first evening, watching darkness fall over St. Helena, they were all bound together by their shared journey and their uncertain future. The British garrison on St. Helena, which had been preparing for Napoleon's arrival for weeks, finally had their famous prisoner in custody. The elaborate security arrangements could now be fully implemented, the guard rotations established, the surveillance protocols activated. From the British perspective, the dangerous part was over. They'd successfully transported Napoleon thousands of miles without incident, landed him on one of the most isolated islands on Earth, and established control of his circumstances. Now it was just a matter of maintaining that control indefinitely, making sure he never escaped, never caused trouble, never became a threat to European stability again. How hard could that be? As it turned out, quite hard, but that's a story for the next chapters. The ship journey to St. Helena had transformed Napoleon from an active participant in history to a passive observer of it. During the voyage, he'd received outdated newspapers from ships they'd encountered, learning about events in Europe weeks or months after they'd happened, unable to influence or respond to anything he read. This delay in information, this disconnection from real-time politics and news, would become a defining characteristic of his imprisonment. He'd live the rest of his life always behind, always receiving information too late to matter, always separated from the world by the vast ocean that now surrounded him. As night fell completely over Saint Helena on that first day, October 15th, 1815, Napoleon prepared to sleep in his temporary quarters, knowing that the next phase of his life was beginning. The journey was over, the imprisonment was starting. And somewhere in the darkness beyond the narrow valley, the fortifications and guard posts that would define his existence were waiting, ready to ensure that the most dangerous man in Europe would never threaten anyone again. The waves that had carried him to this island would continue rolling against the cliffs, indifferent to human drama, marking time in a place where time had become something to endure rather than to use. Tomorrow he would see Saint. Helena, in daylight, would begin to understand the full reality of his situation, would start the long process of adjusting to a life measured in the boundaries of a small island rather than the map of a continent. But tonight, exhausted from the journey, bitter about his fate and facing an uncertain future in an unfamiliar place, he could only rest and wait for morning to reveal what his prison really looked like in full light. The boats carrying Napoleon from the Northumberland to the shore of St. Helena cut through water that seemed determined to make even this final indignity as uncomfortable as possible. The swell in James Bay was substantial enough that the small rowing boats rose and fell with each wave, creating the kind of motion that makes even experienced sailors grip the sides and hope for the best. Napoleon, sitting in the lead boat surrounded by British Marines and officers, maintained what dignity he could while being bounced around like cargo. After 10 weeks at sea, you'd think another 15 minutes in a boat wouldn't matter, but somehow this last stretch felt worse than all the weeks before it. Probably because there was no going back now, no theoretical possibility of circumstances changing. This was really happening. Admiral Cockburn sat across from Napoleon in the boat, watching his prisoner with the careful attention of someone who'd been warned repeatedly about escape attempts and wasn't planning to have his career destroyed by carelessness in the final. Moments of delivery. Around them, other boats carried members of Napoleon's entourage, British officers, Marines, and the various servants and attendants who would be living on the island. The small flotilla made its way toward the landing steps at Jamestown while the sun sank lower on the horizon, painting the volcanic cliffs in shades of orange and red that would have been beautiful if everyone involved hadn't been too tense or exhausted to appreciate the view. The timing of the landing wasn't accidental. The British had specifically chosen late afternoon, approaching evening for Napoleon's arrival. The logic was straightforward enough. Fewer people would be out and about as darkness approached, which meant less chance of crowds gathering, less potential for incidents or demonstrations, less opportunity for Napoleon to make dramatic statements to an audience. The British had this whole operation planned down to the hour, and deliver famous prisoner under cover of approaching darkness was apparently part of the checklist. Not exactly subtle, but given Napoleon's history of turning any situation into an opportunity for drama, you couldn't really blame them for being cautious. The landing steps at Jamestown were a series of stone platforms built into the cliff face at the mouth of the valley. These steps had seen thousands of sailors, merchants and travellers over the decades since the British had established their presence on St. Helena. Now they were about to witness probably the most famous person who'd ever set foot on the island. A small crowd had gathered despite the late hour, because word had spread that Napoleon was arriving, and apparently the prospect of seeing the fallen Emperor of France was enough to overcome any reluctance to venture out in the evening. The crowd numbered maybe 50 or 60 people, not exactly a massive reception, but more than the British would have preferred. Napoleon climbed out of the boat and onto the steps with as much dignity as he could manage, which was somewhat undermined by the fact that he'd just spent 15 minutes being tossed around in a small boat and probably needed a moment to get his land legs back. The British Marines formed up around him immediately, creating a moving perimeter that said, "No approaching the prisoner," more effectively than any verbal warning could. And then Napoleon began the walk into Jamestown, his first steps in what would be his home for the remainder of his life, surrounded by armed guards, watched by curious locals, and probably feeling about as low as it's possible to feel without. actually being dead. The local residents who'd gathered to see Napoleon's arrival represented pretty much the entire spectrum of St. Helena's tiny society. There were British officials and military officers, naturally, along with their families. There were civilians who worked for the East India Company, which administered the island. There were sailors from ships currently at anchor. And there were the island's small population of freed slaves and their descendants, people who'd been brought to St. Helena from various parts of Africa and Asia over the years and had eventually gained their freedom. This last group probably had the most complicated feelings about seeing a European emperor reduced to prisoner status, given their own experiences with European imperialism and slavery. The irony wasn't lost on anyone paying attention. The crowd's reaction to seeing Napoleon was mixed, which isn't surprising given that these people had just spent weeks hearing about how dangerous he was, how many soldiers he'd killed, how he'd terrorized Europe for 2 decades. Some looked curious, craning their necks to get a better view of this legendary figure. Some looked disappointed because Napoleon in person, middle-aged, tired, wearing civilian clothes, didn't exactly match the dramatic image they'd built up in their minds. And some, particularly the British military personnel, looked satisfied that this enemy had finally been captured and contained. Nobody cheered, nobody booed. Everyone just watched in that peculiarly British way where you're intensely interested, but would die before showing too much emotion about it. The walk from the landing steps to the pavilion, where Napoleon would spend his first night, was mercifully short because Jamestown isn't exactly a sprawling metropolis. The town consisted of a single main street running up the valley, with buildings crowded on both sides and smaller lanes branching off at intervals. Everything was built upward, following the steep valley walls, giving the whole place a cramped, compressed feeling like someone had taken a normal town and squeezed it into half the space. The buildings were a mix of stone and wood construction, weathered by the tropical climate and salt air, painted in faded colours that had probably been vibrant once, but now looked tired and worn. Not exactly an inspiring first impression, though to be fair, few towns look their best at dusk with storm clouds gathering overhead. The pavilion itself was a merchant's house that had been commandeered by the British for official use. It was located near the waterfront, convenient for the landing, but also somewhat exposed to the wind and spray from the bay. The building was 2 stories, reasonably well maintained by island standards, with a garden area that would have been pleasant if it weren't so obviously going to be full of guards in about 15 minutes. The owner, a local merchant named Porteous, had presumably been compensated for the temporary loss of his property, though one imagines his feelings about having Napoleon Bonaparte as a guest were complicated at best. On one hand, historical significance. On the other hand, your house full of armed British soldiers and the most dangerous prisoner in Europe. Not exactly an upgrade to property value. What made the pavilion particularly significant, and particularly bitter for Napoleon, was its history. The Duke of Wellington had stayed in this exact building during a visit to St. Helena years earlier, back when he was just another British general rather than the man who would defeat Napoleon at Waterloo. So Napoleon's first night on St. Helena would be spent sleeping in the same building, possibly the same room, as the man who'd destroyed his last army and ended his political career. Whether the British chose this location deliberately to make a point, or whether it was just the most convenient building available, the symbolism was impossible to ignore. It was like rubbing salt in a wound that was already pretty painful. When Napoleon learned about this connection to Wellington, and he was informed, because someone definitely told him, possibly with poorly concealed satisfaction, his reaction was reportedly acidic. The exact quotes vary depending on which memoir you read, but the general sentiment was clear. Of course the British would put him in Wellington's old quarters, because apparently even their choice of temporary housing was designed to remind him of his defeat. Napoleon was never one for subtle reactions, and his comments about the situation were apparently bitter enough that Las Casas, who recorded many of these conversations, felt the need to tone them down for publication. When you're editing someone's complaints to make them more palatable, that tells you something about how harsh the original versions were. The interior of the pavilion was furnished in the typical style of British colonial housing. Functional, somewhat formal, designed more for official business than comfort. The main room on the ground floor served as a combined sitting room and dining area, with furniture that was solid but worn, the kind of pieces that had been shipped from Britain years ago and had survived tropical humidity and salt air through sheer stubbornness. The upper floor contained bedrooms, modest in size, with beds that were adequate but not luxurious. There was no running water, naturally, because this was 1815, and plumbing was still largely theoretical. Chamber pots, wash basins, and servants with buckets were the height of sanitary technology. Not exactly the level of comfort Napoleon had enjoyed in the Tuileries Palace, but better than sleeping in a tent in Russia, so there was that. Napoleon's entourage filed into the pavilion along with him, and the small building suddenly felt very crowded. Count Bertrand, General Gourgaud, Count de Montauban and his wife, Emmanuel de Las Cases, various servants and valets, all these people trying to figure out sleeping arrangements in a building that hadn't been designed to house an imperial court in Exile. The British had made some preparations, arranging extra beds and furniture, but the reality was that everyone was going to be living considerably closer together than they were used to. The servants would be sharing rooms, the officers would be doubling up, and privacy would be a memory rather than a reality. Welcome to island life, where spacious accommodations means you can turn around without hitting someone. Admiral Cockburn, ever the professional, ensured that Napoleon was settled as comfortably as possible under the circumstances before taking his leave. British guards were posted outside the building, ostensibly for security but also clearly to prevent any unauthorized departures. The message was unmistakable: you're not a guest, you're a prisoner, and don't forget it. Cockburn returned to his ship, probably relieved to have successfully delivered his cargo without incident, leaving Napoleon and his entourage to their first night on St. Helena, while the sun finished setting and darkness fell over the valley. That first evening must have been surreal for everyone involved. Napoleon sat in the main room of the pavilion, surrounded by his reduced court, in a borrowed house on a remote island, listening to the sound of waves from the bay and the footsteps of British guards outside. Just months earlier he'd been at the Tuileries, planning campaigns, receiving ambassadors, commanding an empire. Now he was trying to figure out how to maintain some semblance of dignity while living in a merchant's house with guards at the door. The psychological whiplash must have been extraordinary. His companions attempted to make conversation, to discuss arrangements, to maintain some normalcy, but what do you say in that situation? Well, the room is nice. At least we're all together. Could be worse. All of these would have been obvious lies. The room wasn't particularly nice. Being together in cramped quarters wasn't actually a comfort, and while yes, things could technically be worse, that's setting the bar pretty low. So they probably talked about practical matters, sleeping arrangements, unpacking belongings, requests for food and water, because discussing logistics was easier than acknowledging the emotional reality of their situation. The local population's reaction to Napoleon's arrival rippled through Jamestown that evening like news of an unexpected celebrity sighting, except the celebrity was under armed guard and probably wouldn't be signing autographs. The roughly 400 permanent residents of St. Helena had just watched the most famous person in the world arrive as a prisoner, and everyone had opinions about it. The British residents were generally satisfied that this threat to their empire had been neutralized. The military personnel were curious about the man they'd heard so much about, but cautious about getting too close. The freed slaves and local workers saw another European power play that didn't directly affect them, but was interesting to observe. Some of the younger children in Jamestown apparently thought Napoleon was some sort of monster, based on the propaganda they'd absorbed from British sources. One later memoir recalls a child asking if Napoleon had horns, which tells you something about how he'd been portrayed in British popular culture. The reality, a middle-aged man who looked tired and irritable, was probably disappointing to anyone expecting a dramatic villain. This is what happens when your reputation is built on being terrifying. People expect you to look terrifying, and when you turn out to just be a human being with physical limitations and a bad mood, it's somehow anticlimactic. The Balcombe family, who would later play an important role in Napoleon's early months on St. Helena, were among the local residents who observed his arrival. William Balcombe was a merchant and official with the East India Company, and his family lived at a property called the Briars, up in the hills above Jamestown. The Balcombes had a daughter, Betsy, who was about 14 years old at the time and apparently had more courage than sense, because she would later become one of the few people willing to interact with Napoleon as a person, rather than as a dangerous prisoner. But on that first evening, the Balcombes were probably just watching like everyone else, curious about their new famous neighbour and uncertain what his presence would mean for island life. The symbolism of Napoleon's arrival on St. Helena extended beyond just the personal drama. This was the moment when the revolutionary age that had begun in 1789 officially ended. The French Revolution had promised liberty, equality, and fraternity, had overthrown monarchies, had executed kings, had unleashed wars across Europe. Napoleon had been both the revolution's champion and its gravedigger, spreading revolutionary ideals while crowning himself emperor, and now that whole tumultuous period was being literally shipped to a remote island and locked away. The monarchies of Europe could breathe easier, the old order could reassert itself, and the dream, or nightmare depending on your perspective, of revolutionary transformation was over, at least for now. For Napoleon personally, that first evening represented the death of hope in the most concrete way possible. During the voyage, he could still imagine that something might change, that circumstances might intervene, that this might not really be happening. But standing in the pavilion, hearing the guards outside, seeing the steep valley walls through the window, feeling the isolation of the island settling around him like a weight, there was no denying reality anymore. This was his life now. This was how it would be until he died. The finality of it must have been crushing in a way that even defeat at Waterloo hadn't been, because military defeats could be overcome, but geographic imprisonment by 1,000 miles of ocean couldn't be negotiated away or escaped through tactical brilliance. The psychological impact on his entourage was probably almost as severe. These were people who'd chosen to follow Napoleon into exile, driven by loyalty or calculation or simple devotion. But choice is one thing, and reality is another. Choosing to accompany Napoleon to Saint Helena, while in Europe, surrounded by familiar surroundings and believing it might not be that bad, is very different from actually being on the island, seeing how isolated and limited it is, understanding that years of their lives would be spent in this confined space. Some of them were already having second thoughts, though it was far too late to change their minds. You can't just hop on a ship and sail back to Europe when you decide island life isn't working out. The British controlled all transportation, and they weren't running a ferry service for homesick French nobles. Count Bertrand, who'd been Napoleon's Grand Marshal and had commanded armies across Europe, found himself that first evening essentially reduced to being a high-level secretary and companion. His military expertise was useless on Saint Helena, where there were no campaigns to plan and no troops to command. His administrative skills would still be valuable, managing Napoleon's household and dealing with British officials, but it was a dramatic demotion from his previous responsibilities. And he was one of the lucky ones. At least he had useful skills for the situation. General Gourgaud's primary qualification was military valour and loyalty, neither of which were particularly applicable to life on a remote island with no enemies to fight except boredom and frustration. The Montholons, who'd brought their marriage into this exile, must have been contemplating what they'd gotten themselves into. Madame de Montholon was giving up not just French society, but any society, trading the social circles of Paris for a handful of British officials and the members of Napoleon's entourage. Count de Montholon was committing to years of inactivity and confined routine, his political skills and connections rendered irrelevant by distance. They'd made their choice based on loyalty, but on that first evening, staring at the reality of Saint Helena, the choice probably felt a lot heavier than it had in theory. Emmanuel de las Cases, who would document so much of Napoleon's exile, began his note-taking immediately. His memoir would later be published as Memorial de Sainte-Hélène and would become one of the primary sources for understanding Napoleon's time on the island. But on that first evening, he was just trying to process the situation like everyone else, scribbling down observations and conversations while probably wondering if he'd made a terrible mistake. Unlike the others, Las Cases had a project, preserving Napoleon's legacy through documentation, which at least gave him a purpose beyond just existing in exile. But it was a lonely purpose, and no amount of historical significance makes cramped quarters and isolation comfortable. The British guards posted outside the pavilion that first night were probably the least emotionally invested people in the whole situation. For them, this was a guard posting like any other, except the prisoner was more famous and the location was more remote. They'd been warned about Napoleon's escape from Elba and were taking no chances, but mostly they were just doing their job, standing watch, staying alert, and counting the hours until their shift ended. Some of them were probably curious about the famous prisoner just feet away through the walls, but curiosity doesn't make guard duty more interesting. It's still standing in one place for hours, watching for threats that probably aren't coming, and hoping nothing happens because if something does happen, it means you've failed at your job. Inside the pavilion, As darkness completed its takeover of Jamestown, Napoleon and his entourage faced the practical realities of their first night. Food had been provided by the British authorities, basic provisions, nothing fancy, but adequate. One imagines the mood during this first meal was somewhere between awkward and depressing. What do you talk about while eating dinner in a borrowed house on a prison island? Past glories just emphasize present failure. Future plans are meaningless when your future is confined to a 10-mile long island. Current circumstances are too depressing to discuss at length. So they probably focused on immediate concerns, what tomorrow would bring, what arrangements needed to be made, who would sleep where, because logistics don't require emotional processing. Napoleon himself reportedly made several bitter comments about the island during that first evening, observations that were recorded by various members of his entourage. He noted the steepness of the terrain, the narrowness of the valley, the obviously limited resources of the place. He commented that the British had chosen his prison well, that escape from here would be impossible, that he would die on this island. He wasn't wrong about any of this, though at the time these statements probably seemed like dramatic exaggeration. Napoleon had a tendency toward theatrical pronouncements, and his companions had heard enough of them over the years to not necessarily take them at face value. But in this case, his gloomy predictions turned out to be completely accurate. The irony of staying in Wellington's old quarters wasn't lost on Napoleon, and he apparently returned to this topic repeatedly throughout the evening. Wellington, who'd been just another British general when he stayed at the Pavilion, had gone on to become the man who destroyed Napoleon's last army. And now Napoleon was sleeping in his rooms, defeated and imprisoned, while Wellington was presumably back in Britain or Europe, celebrated as a hero and enjoying the rewards of victory. The symmetry was almost poetic, in a deeply unpleasant way. It's the kind of symbolic reversal that would be considered too heavy-handed if it appeared in fiction, but history has no sense of subtlety. The physical environment of the Pavilion that first night would have been deeply unfamiliar to Napoleon and his entourage. The tropical climate of St. Helena meant the air was warm and humid even at night, very different from European weather. The sounds were unfamiliar, waves crashing in the bay, wind moving through the valley, tropical birds making noises that didn't exist in France. The smell of salt air mixed with tropical vegetation created an atmosphere that was simultaneously exotic and isolating. Everything felt foreign, temporary, wrong. These were people who'd spent their lives in Europe, and saint. Helena was as far from European civilization as you could get while still technically being in British territory. The local insects were probably making their presence known as well, because tropical islands have enthusiastic insect populations, and the pavilion's screens and barriers weren't exactly modern. Mosquitoes, flies, and various other bugs that found European blood particularly tasty would have been investigating the new arrivals with interest. Napoleon, who'd campaigned across Europe and Egypt and had probably dealt with worse, still must have found it annoying. There's something particularly frustrating about being imprisoned on a remote island and also being eaten alive by insects. As if the circumstances weren't unpleasant enough without adding constant itching to the mix. The soundscape of Jamestown that first evening was the soundscape Napoleon would be hearing for the rest of his life. The constant background noise of waves in the bay, the wind moving through the valley, sometimes gentle, sometimes loud enough to rattle windows, the occasional voice of guards or passers-by. The creaking of the building as temperature and humidity affected the wood and stone. These sounds, meaningless now, would become deeply familiar over the months and years ahead. They'd mark the passage of time, the routine of days, the unchanging reality of island existence. But on that first night they were just unfamiliar noise, another reminder that this place was not home and never would be. As the hours passed and exhaustion from the journey finally overcame the stress and strangeness of the situation, Napoleon and his companions prepared for sleep. The beds in the pavilion weren't particularly comfortable by imperial standards, but they were beds, which after weeks on a ship probably felt adequate. The bed linen was clean, the rooms were secure, and physical safety was guaranteed by the British guards outside. Nobody was going to attack them, nobody was going to break in, nobody was going to cause problems. The irony, of course, was that the greatest threat to Napoleon's freedom was the very security that protected him. The guards keeping him safe were also keeping him imprisoned. Napoleon's thoughts as he lay in bed that first night on Saint Helena were not recorded in any reliable detail because he wasn't in the habit of sharing his innermost feelings, and the people around him could only guess. but it's not hard to imagine what might have been going through his mind. Memories of all the places he'd slept before, palaces in Paris and Milan and Vienna, campaign tents in Poland and Spain and Russia, the modest quarters on Elba before his escape. The contrast between those places and this borrowed room in a merchant's house on a remote island must have been stark. The recognition that he'd sleep in this room, or one like it, for however many nights remained in his life. The knowledge that he'd never again command armies, rule nations, make decisions that affected millions. The slow realization that everything he'd built, everything he'd accomplished, had come down to this: exile, imprisonment, isolation. His companions, scattered through the pavilion in their various sleeping arrangements, were presumably having similar thoughts proportional to their own situations. They'd given up their lives in Europe to follow Napoleon, and now they were discovering what that sacrifice actually meant in practical terms. Some would adapt and find ways to make the best of it. Others would struggle with the isolation and eventually find reasons to leave. But on that first night, they were all bound together by shared uncertainty, shared displacement, and the shared recognition that they'd stepped into a situation that was going to be much harder than any of them had anticipated. The British Guards completing their shifts outside the pavilion that night represented the final element in this strange tableau. They were the enforcers of Napoleon's imprisonment, the physical manifestation of British determination to keep him contained. But they were also just men doing a job, probably thinking more about when they'd be relieved from duty than about the historical significance of guarding the fallen Emperor of France. History happens in layers, and the immediate layer, tired guards wanting their shift to end, is often less dramatic than the deeper layer of historical consequence, as Saint. Helena's first night with its famous prisoner drew to a close. The island itself remained indifferent to the human drama unfolding within its boundaries. The volcanic rock had stood in the South Atlantic for millions of years, had seen Portuguese sailors and British settlers, had witnessed slavery and trade and colonial administration. Napoleon's arrival was just another event in the island's long existence, meaningful to the humans involved, but ultimately just another moment in geological time. The island would still be there long after Napoleon and everyone who knew him were gone, still rising from the ocean, still isolated, still indifferent to the temporary concerns of the people living on its slopes. That first evening on Saint, Helena marked the beginning of Napoleon's final chapter, the start of his transformation from active participant in history to passive prisoner of it. The sunset that had coloured the cliffs during his arrival had given way to darkness, and in that darkness the reality of his situation became undeniable. No more campaigns, no more politics, no more power. Just an island, a borrowed house, and the endless ocean stretching in every direction. The British had successfully delivered their prisoner to his final destination. The local population had gotten their first glimpse of the famous captive, and Napoleon had stepped across the threshold into a future that would be measured in the narrow confines of an isolated island rather than the broad sweep of continental Europe. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new frustrations, new adjustments to this drastically reduced existence. But tonight, on this first evening on Saint, Helena, the reality of exile settled over the pavilion like the tropical night, inescapable, oppressive, and absolute. The pavilion, as it turned out, was only temporary housing while the British figured out more permanent arrangements for their imperial prisoner. After a few days of cramped quarters and the constant awareness that he was sleeping in Wellington's old room, a fact that apparently never stopped being irritating, Napoleon was informed that he'd be moving to a property called the Briars. The name sounded vaguely botanical and not particularly threatening, which was already an improvement over the building where your military nemesis used to stay. The Briars was located in the hills above Jamestown, about 2 miles from the harbour, on land owned by the Balcombe family. William Balcombe worked for the East India Company and had apparently agreed to house Napoleon temporarily, while more secure accommodations were being prepared. Whether Balcombe volunteered for this or was voluntold by British authorities is unclear, but either way, his quiet family home was about to become considerably more interesting. The move to the Briars happened quickly, which suggests the British were eager to get Napoleon out of town where he might interact with too many local residents and cause problems. The property consisted of a main house where the Balcombes lived and a small pavilion or garden cottage about 50 yards away, separated by gardens and pathways. This cottage would be Napoleon's quarters, along with a few members of his entourage. The arrangement was simultaneously more private and more exposed than the merchant's house in Jamestown. More private because he'd have his own building, more exposed because the cottage was small, basic, and offered minimal space for maintaining. Imperial dignity. Not exactly Versailles, but after the pavilion's crowded rooms and bitter associations, probably a welcome change. The Balcombe family themselves were an interesting mix that reflected St Helena's unusual social composition. William Balcombe was a British official and merchant, reasonably prosperous by island standards, which meant he had a decent house and enough servants to avoid doing manual labour himself. His wife, Jane, managed the household and apparently had opinions about suddenly hosting the most famous prisoner in history. Their daughters included Betsy, who was around 14, and several younger siblings. The family also employed various servants, some of whom were freed slaves or descendants of slaves who'd ended up on St Helena through the complex roots of British colonial administration. So Napoleon, who'd spent years living in palaces surrounded by nobles and officials, was now going to be neighbours with a middle-class colonial family and their children. The cottage at the Briars was modest in the extreme. 2 small rooms, basically, with minimal furniture and none of the amenities Napoleon had grown accustomed to during his years of power. No grand reception halls, no galleries for pacing while making imperial decisions, no separate quarters for the dozen servants who'd once attended to his every need. Count Bertrand and 1 or 2 others would share the cottage with him, sleeping in the other room, which meant privacy was theoretical rather than actual. The whole situation was deeply humbling for someone who'd crowned himself emperor and ruled most of Europe, but by this point Napoleon was probably starting to realise that humbling was going to be a recurring theme of his exile. What made the Briars remarkable wasn't the accommodations, which were adequate but hardly impressive, but the human element. The Balcombe family, particularly young Betsy, treated Napoleon as a person rather than as a dangerous prisoner or fallen tyrant. Betsy apparently had no fear of Napoleon whatsoever, which, given that she was a teenager living on an isolated island and probably starved for interesting conversation, makes sense. She'd visit the cottage, chat with Napoleon, teach him English phrases — his English was terrible despite years of fighting the British — and generally act like having the former Emperor of France as a neighbour was only moderately more interesting than having any other adult neighbour. For Napoleon, who'd been surrounded by either fearful subordinates or hostile captors for months, this casual treatment must have been both refreshing and slightly surreal. The relationship that developed between Napoleon and Betsy Balcombe became one of the more humanising aspects of his early imprisonment. He'd play games with her and her siblings, engage in mock battles in the garden, apparently old habits die hard, and generally behave more like an indulgent uncle than a military genius. Betsy later wrote memoirs about this period, describing Napoleon teaching her French, telling stories about his campaigns, and occasionally wrestling or playing chase like he was just another family friend rather than a man who'd terrified Europe for 2 decades. The image of Napoleon Bonaparte, conqueror of nations, running around a colonial garden playing tag with teenagers is so incongruous that it sounds like bad historical fiction, but multiple sources confirm that yes, this actually happened. This interlude at the Briars represented Napoleon's attempt to maintain some semblance of normal human interaction and dignity despite his circumstances. He couldn't command armies anymore, couldn't make political decisions, couldn't exercise the power that had defined his adult life. But he could tell stories, teach French, play games, and be treated like a human being rather than a threat to European stability. The psychological importance of this can't be overstated. Napoleon's entire identity had been built around power, command, and imperial status. Now that was gone, stripped away by defeat and imprisonment. The Balcombe family, by treating him casually and allowing him small moments of normalcy, gave him something to hold on to while he adjusted to his radically diminished circumstances. The garden cottage at the Briars also offered Napoleon his first real opportunity to see St Helena's landscape beyond the narrow valley of Jamestown. The property sat on higher ground, with views over the surrounding hills and valleys. The vegetation was different up here, more varied, greener, with trees and flowering plants that thrived in the moister climate of the interior. The air was fresher, the breeze less salty, and the constant sound of waves from the harbour was replaced by wind through leaves and occasional bird calls. For someone who'd spent weeks at sea followed by days in cramped urban quarters, this relative openness must have felt like genuine freedom, even though armed British guards were never far away, and the boundaries of the island remained absolute. But looming over the Briars, visible from the cottage and gardens, was a constant reminder that this pastoral interlude was taking place in a prison. High Knoll Fortress sat on the ridgeline above, a massive stone fortification that dominated the landscape and served as the most visible symbol of British determination to keep Napoleon contained. From the gardens at the Briars, Napoleon could look up and see the fortress walls, the artillery positions, the British flag flying over the ramparts. And he knew that from up there, British soldiers could look down and see him, could track his movements, could observe every walk he took and every moment he spent outside. The fortress was both protection and prison, defence and surveillance, a physical manifestation of the paradox that defined Napoleon's existence on St. Helena. The routine that developed during Napoleon's months at the Briars was probably the closest thing to normal life he'd experienced during his entire imprisonment. He'd wake relatively late, not much else to do when you have no empire to run, take breakfast in the cottage, perhaps walk in the gardens if the weather permitted. Betsy Balcombe might visit, or he'd spend time with members of his entourage discussing politics, history, or simply trying to maintain conversation about anything other than their imprisonment. Lunch would be provided, either from the Balcombe household or prepared by Napoleon's own servants. Afternoons might involve reading, more conversation, or attempting to improve his English through reluctant lessons. Evenings would bring dinner, possibly some interaction with the Balcombes, and then the long stretch until sleep brought temporary escape from reality. The contrast between this relatively comfortable routine and the constant surveillance from High Knoll created a psychological tension that Napoleon couldn't escape. He could play with children, tend to the garden, read books, and maintain the appearance of a peaceful retirement. But he was always aware of the fortress above, always conscious that British soldiers were watching, always reminded that this was imprisonment despite the pleasant surroundings. It was a more sophisticated form of captivity than chains and dungeons, but captivity nonetheless. The British had figured out that you could imprison someone effectively without obvious brutality. You just put them in pleasant surroundings, restrict their movement, and maintain constant surveillance. The result is confinement without the martyrdom that comes from visible oppression. The relationship between Napoleon and William Balcombe was more formal and complicated than his interaction with the children. Balcombe was caught in an awkward position. He was hosting the most famous prisoner in history. He was being compensated by the British government for this service, but he was also uncomfortably aware that his guest had conquered most of Europe and could probably manipulate situations to his advantage given any opportunity. So Balcombe maintained polite distance, provided necessary hospitality, and carefully avoided getting too friendly with someone who was both a prisoner and a former head of state. It was a delicate balancing act that probably satisfied nobody but avoided obvious conflicts. Mrs. Balcombe's feelings about the arrangement can only be imagined, since her perspective wasn't extensively recorded. She was running a household, raising children, and managing servants on an isolated colonial island, which was already complex. Now she had Napoleon Bonaparte and several members of his entourage as essentially permanent guests, with British guards stationed around her property, and her daughter spending hours chatting with a man who'd been portrayed in British propaganda as basically a monster. The stress must have been considerable, though she apparently maintained cordial relations with Napoleon throughout his stay. Victorian-era emotional restraint probably helped. When your culture values maintaining composure above all else, you can host the most dangerous man in Europe without necessarily showing how you really feel about the situation. The servants at the Briars, both the Balcombe staff and Napoleon's own attendants, navigated their own complex social dynamics. Napoleon's servants were French mostly, and had followed him into exile out of loyalty or lack of better options. The Balcombe servants were a mix of British employees and locals, including freed slaves who'd found work on the estate. These groups had to interact daily while serving both the Balcombe family and Napoleon's household, creating a miniature version of European colonialism's social complications. Language barriers didn't help. Napoleon's servants spoke French, the local staff spoke English or Creole languages, and communication often required creative gestures and multilingual improvisation. Napoleon's attempts to maintain dignity during this period involved small assertions of authority and routine that probably seemed ridiculous from the outside but were psychologically necessary for him. He'd insist on certain formalities during meals, maintain schedules for activities even when there was nothing particularly productive to do, and occasionally issue instructions to his entourage as if they still had meaningful administrative work to accomplish. These were empty gestures in practical terms, It didn't matter what time breakfast was served or how formal the table setting was, but they gave Napoleon a sense of control in a situation where he'd lost control of everything important. It's the kind of thing that looks petty in hindsight, but makes sense as a coping mechanism for someone dealing with catastrophic loss of power and status. The psychological battle Napoleon fought during these months at the Briars was between accepting reality and maintaining hope, between acknowledging his reduced circumstances and preserving some sense of self-worth. The Balcombe children's casual treatment of him offered one kind of escape. He could be just a person, not a fallen emperor, at least for brief moments. The garden and landscape provided another escape. Nature didn't care about European politics or military defeats. The routine and small assertions of authority offered a third escape. Maintaining structure suggested that life still had meaning and purpose. But none of these escapes could hide the fundamental truth that he was a prisoner on an isolated island, that his political career was over, and that he'd spend whatever remained of his life in confinement. The fortress of High Knoll, watching over all of this, represented the British answer to Napoleon's psychological resistance. The fortress wasn't just about preventing physical escape. The ocean handled that well enough. It was about creating constant awareness of captivity, making sure Napoleon never forgot his status, ensuring that even in the relatively pleasant surroundings of the Briars, he'd always see the fortress and remember that he was imprisoned. It's psychological warfare through architecture, and it was remarkably effective. You can adjust to chains, you can even adjust to isolation, but constant visible surveillance that reminds you every day that you're being watched and controlled, that's harder to ignore or adapt to. High Knoll Fortress itself was one of the most impressive fortifications on St. Helena, which is saying something given that the island was basically one giant defensive position. The fortress sat on a ridge about 600 feet above sea level, offering commanding views of Jamestown, the harbour and the surrounding valleys, including the area where the Briars was located. From the fortress, British soldiers with telescopes could see ships approaching from miles away, could track movement throughout the accessible parts of the island, and could specifically monitor Napoleon's activities whenever he left his quarters. The strategic positioning was perfect, high enough to see everything, defensible enough to be nearly impregnable, and prominent enough to serve as a constant visual reminder of British military presence. The construction of High Knoll reflected lessons learned from St. Helena's complicated defensive history. The island had been a British possession since the mid-1600s, but in 1672 the Dutch briefly captured it in one of those colonial conflicts that European powers seemed to fight constantly. The Dutch invasion demonstrated that St. Helena's natural defences, steep cliffs and limited landing sites, weren't sufficient by themselves. After the British retook the island in 1673, they began an extensive programme of fortification building that would continue for decades. High Knoll was part of this system, positioned to serve both as a defensive strongpoint and as a command centre for the island's military garrison. The architecture of High Knoll showed sophisticated military engineering for its era. The fortress walls were thick stone, capable of withstanding cannon fire, with carefully designed angles to prevent attackers from finding easy approach routes. Artillery positions were built into the walls at strategic points, with fields of fire covering potential assault routes. The interior included barracks for soldiers, magazines for storing ammunition and supplies, and water cisterns to allow the garrison to survive a siege. It was designed to be the island's last line of defence. If invaders somehow got past the coastal fortifications and pushed inland, High Knoll would be where the British garrison made their final stand. The artillery mounted at High Knoll was impressive by early 19th century standards. Multiple cannons of various sizes were positioned to cover different ranges and targets. Some pointed toward the harbour, ready to fire on enemy ships. Others covered inland approaches prepared to deal with hypothetical land attacks. The largest guns were naval cannons, heavy pieces capable of firing solid shot over considerable distances with enough force to smash through ship hulls or fortress walls. The British kept these weapons maintained and ready, conducting regular drills to ensure the garrison stayed proficient. This was probably overkill for guarding one middle-aged prisoner, but the British had learned not to underestimate Napoleon, and excessive preparation seemed preferable to inadequate security. From Napoleon's perspective at the Briars below, the fortress must have been simultaneously impressive and oppressive. Impressive because even someone who'd seen countless European fortifications had to acknowledge the engineering skill and defensive strength represented by High Knoll. oppressive because he knew the primary purpose of all that military power was containing him. The cannons pointing toward the harbour weren't just defending against foreign invasion, they were preventing any rescue attempt. The soldiers manning the fortress walls weren't just garrison troops, they were his jailers. The whole elaborate defensive system existed because European powers considered him dangerous enough to justify this massive expenditure of resources and effort. The daily routine at High Knoll involved constant vigilance that must have been simultaneously boring and stressful for the British soldiers stationed there. Guards would be posted at various points around the fortress, watching the approaches, monitoring the valleys below, and specifically keeping an eye on Napoleon's location and activities. Officers with telescopes would track his movements, noting when he left the cottage, where he walked, who he met with, how long he stayed outside. This information would be recorded in logs and reported to higher authorities, creating a detailed record of Napoleon's daily life that was probably more thorough than most people's social media presence today. The surveillance was so complete that Napoleon couldn't take a walk without multiple soldiers observing and documenting it. For the soldiers stationed at High Knoll, the assignment was probably a mixed blessing. On one hand, they were part of a historically significant operation, guarding the most famous prisoner in the world. On the other hand, guard duty is boring regardless of who you're guarding, and saint. Helena offered essentially zero entertainment options for off-duty soldiers. No cities to visit, no theatres, no taverns worth mentioning, just an isolated island where the most exciting event was usually the arrival of a supply ship. So these soldiers spent months or years standing watch at a fortress, looking down at an aging former emperor who spent most of his time reading or walking in gardens, counting the days until their posting ended and they could return to Britain where things occasionally happened. The officers commanding the High Knoll garrison had a more complex role. They were responsible not just for security but for managing the psychological aspects of imprisonment. They needed to maintain discipline among soldiers who were bored and isolated, coordinate with other British officials on the island, deal with Napoleon's entourage when issues arose, and generally ensure that nothing went wrong that might result in courts-martial or career damage. The job required a combination of military competence, diplomatic skill, and psychological understanding, which is a lot to ask of officers who'd mostly been trained to organise firing lines and lead bayonet charges. Some handled it well, others struggled, and the turnover rate among British officials on St Helena suggests the assignment was stressful enough that people sought transfers as soon as possible. The evolution of High Knoll's fortifications over the decades reflected changing military technology and strategic thinking. The original fortifications from the 1670s had been updated multiple times as artillery improved and new defensive techniques developed. By Napoleon's time, the fortress represented roughly 150 years of accumulated military engineering, with each generation adding improvements based on contemporary warfare knowledge. It was overbuilt by any reasonable standard, saint. Helena was never going to face a serious military assault in the 19th century, but that overbuilding served a psychological purpose. The fortress said, "We can defend this island against anything, and by extension, we can keep Napoleon imprisoned no matter what." The physical presence of High Knoll in the landscape created a permanent reminder of power dynamics for everyone on Saint. Helena, the local population, going about their daily business, would see the fortress and remember that they lived under British military authority. The garrison soldiers stationed throughout the island knew that High Knoll was their command centre and stronghold. Napoleon and his entourage couldn't avoid seeing the fortress daily, couldn't forget that they were being watched and controlled. It was architecture as political statement, stone and cannon saying more clearly than any words could that the British Empire was in charge here and wouldn't be challenged. The contrast between the domestic tranquility of the Briars and the military might of High Knoll encapsulated Napoleon's paradoxical situation during these months. Below, in the gardens, he could play with children and pretend at normalcy. Above, the fortress's cannons pointed outward, ready to destroy any rescue attempt, while soldiers with telescopes tracked his every move. It was imprisonment with a friendly face, captivity disguised as hospitality, control maintained through overwhelming force kept just visible enough to never be forgotten. The British had essentially perfected the art of humane-looking imprisonment, give the prisoner decent surroundings and some social interaction, but make sure they always know they're being watched and could never possibly escape. Napoleon's months at the Briars were probably the most bearable period of his entire exile. The accommodations were modest but comfortable. The Balcombe family provided human connection and normalcy. The gardens offered space to walk and think, and the routine wasn't yet as stifling as it would become at Longwood later. But even during this relatively pleasant interlude, the fortress above served as constant reminder that this was temporary, that more restrictive arrangements were being prepared, and that the British had no intention of relaxing their security, regardless of how peacefully Napoleon behaved. The shadow of High Knoll literally fell across the briars during certain hours, a perfect metaphor for how British military power overshadowed every aspect of Napoleon's imprisoned life. The symbolic relationship between the cottage and the fortress, between domestic space and military architecture, between attempted normalcy and constant surveillance, defined this period of Napoleon's exile. He could read in his garden, but soldiers were watching from above. He could chat with Betsy Balcombe about French literature, but their conversations were potentially being monitored and certainly being reported. He could maintain routines and assert small dignities, but the fortress above made clear that these were privileges granted by British authority, not rights he could claim. It was a masterclass in how to imprison someone without obvious cruelty, while still making absolutely certain they understood their powerless position. As 1815 turned into 1816, Napoleon's time at the Briars was drawing to a close. The British were completing preparations at Longwood House, a larger and more isolated property in the island's interior, which would become Napoleon's permanent prison. The relatively relaxed atmosphere at the Briars, the casual interactions with the Balcombe family, the sense of being a guest rather than purely a prisoner, all of this was about to end. The move to Longwood would mark the beginning of a more restrictive phase of imprisonment, with tighter security, less social interaction, and the full weight of British determination to ensure Napoleon never became a threat again. But during these few months at the Briars, watched over by the looming presence of High Knoll, Napoleon had experienced one last period of something approaching human normalcy, before disappearing into the stricter confines of his final prison. If you wanted to design the perfect fortress to watch over a prisoner who happened to be a military genius, you'd probably end up with something very much like High Knoll. The fortress sits on a ridge approximately 600 feet above sea level, which in the context of St. Helena's compact geography means it dominates pretty much everything below it. From the ramparts of High Knoll you can see Jamestown and its harbour, the valleys radiating out from the town, the approaches from the interior, and miles of empty ocean stretching to the horizon. It's the kind of commanding position that military engineers dream about, naturally defensible, strategically positioned, and offering surveillance capabilities that would make a modern security state jealous. And in 1815, with Napoleon Bonaparte imprisoned on the island below, High Knoll became less a defensive fortification, and more the world's most elaborate guard tower. The history of High Knoll goes back to one of those colonial conflicts that European powers seemed to fight constantly in the 17th century, usually over resources, trade routes, or simple national pride. In 1672, the Dutch decided they wanted Saint Helena, which at the time was a British possession administered by the East India Company. The island sat on the crucial shipping route to India and the Far East, and controlling it meant controlling access to fresh water and supplies for ships making that long voyage. So a Dutch fleet showed up, landed troops, and after brief fighting took control of the island. The British garrison surrendered, the Dutch flag went up, and for about 4 months St. Helena was a Dutch colony. Which must have been awkward for everyone involved, but particularly for the British, who had to explain to the East India Company that they'd somehow lost an entire island. The British response in 1673 was swift and probably excessive. They sent a military expedition, retook the island after fighting that was brief but decisive, and then looked around and realised that St. Helena's natural defences, steep cliffs and limited landing beaches, weren't actually sufficient to prevent invasion by a determined enemy. The solution was obvious: build fortifications, lots of them, everywhere. Turn the entire island into a defensive strongpoint that could resist any future invasion attempt. And High Knoll, sitting on that commanding ridge overlooking Jamestown and the main anchorage, was one of the key positions in this defensive network. The original fortifications at High Knoll were built in the 1670s and 1680s, using design principles that were cutting edge for the era. The basic concept was simple: build thick stone walls on high ground, mount cannons to cover all approaches, and create a strong point that could serve as both a defensive position and a command centre. The execution was considerably more complex. Stone had to be quarried from the island's volcanic rock and hauled up to the ridge. Cannons had to be shipped from Britain or captured from enemies, transported up steep paths, and mounted on carefully constructed platforms. Labour came from a mix of British soldiers, contracted workers, and enslaved people who'd been brought to the island through various routes of British colonial expansion. It was a massive engineering project by the standards of a small remote island, and it took years to complete. The walls of High Knoll were built to withstand artillery bombardment, which meant they had to be thick. We're talking walls several feet deep made of solid stone, with earth backing to absorb the impact of cannonballs. The angles of the walls were carefully designed to eliminate blind spots where attackers might shelter, and to ensure that defenders could fire on anyone approaching from any direction. This kind of military architecture is called Tres Italien, or the Italian style, developed during the Renaissance when cannons made traditional medieval castles obsolete. The key principle is that every part of the fortification should be covered by fire from another part, creating overlapping fields of fire that make assault nearly suicidal. High Knoll incorporated these principles thoroughly, creating a fortress that was genuinely impressive even by European standards, let alone for a colonial outpost. The artillery at High Knoll by Napoleon's time was a mixed collection that reflected over a century of British military presence on the island. Some guns were relatively modern, shipped from Britain in the late 18th or early 19th century specifically to strengthen the island's defences. Others were older pieces that had been there for decades, maintained and upgraded as technology improved. The largest were naval cannons, heavy guns capable of firing solid iron shot weighing 24 or 32 pounds over distances of more than a mile. These weren't precision weapons. Hitting a specific target at range was more luck than skill, but for their intended purpose of smashing holes in wooden ships or fortress walls, they were devastatingly effective. The positioning of these cannons at High Knoll showed sophisticated understanding of both offensive and defensive gunnery. Some guns pointed toward the harbour and anchorage, covering the approach from the sea and ready to engage any hostile vessels. The overlapping arcs of fire from these cannons meant that any ship attempting to enter James Bay would come under fire from multiple angles, making successful approach extremely difficult. Other cannons were positioned to cover inland approaches, ready to deal with hypothetical attacks from other parts of the island. And several were set up specifically to cover the valleys and settlements below, including the area around the Briars where Napoleon was staying during his early months on St. Helena. Whether these latter guns were intended for defence or surveillance is debatable, but the effect was the same. Napoleon couldn't go anywhere without being within range of British artillery. The gun crews at High Knoll maintained their weapons with the kind of obsessive care that the British military demanded. Cannons had to be cleaned regularly to prevent rust and corrosion from the salt air and tropical humidity. The wooden carriages that supported the guns needed constant maintenance. Wood rots quickly in tropical climates, and a cannon whose carriage fails at the moment of firing is spectacularly dangerous to everyone nearby. Powder stores had to be kept dry, which required careful management of the fortress's magazines. Shot had to be inspected for damage and properly stored. It was tedious, unglamorous work that never ended, but it ensured that if the guns were ever needed, they'd actually function rather than exploding and killing their own crews, which, given the state of 19th century metallurgy and gunpowder quality, was a legitimate concern. The garrison stationed at High Knoll during Napoleon's imprisonment numbered in the hundreds, though the exact count varied as troops rotated in and out. These soldiers came from various British regiments, with officers from the regular army overseeing enlisted men who'd signed up for military service and probably hadn't expected to end up on a remote island in the South Atlantic. Their daily routine involved the usual military activities: drill, guard duty, weapons maintenance, and the kind of make work that armies invent to keep soldiers busy when there's no actual fighting to do. The difference was that instead of preparing for hypothetical enemies, they were specifically there to prevent one middle-aged man from escaping an island surrounded by 1,000 miles of ocean. It was probably the most overqualified guard detail in military history. The view from High Knoll was extraordinary, which is why the British built the fortress there in the first place. On clear days, which were frequent, you could see for miles in every direction. The ocean appeared as a vast blue expanse broken only by occasional ships passing on their way to or from India. The island's interior valleys and ridges spread out below like a three-dimensional map. Jamestown sat in its narrow valley, buildings climbing the steep slopes, smoke rising from chimneys. And crucially, you could see the Briars and later Longwood House where Napoleon lived. With a decent telescope, and the British garrison definitely had telescopes, you could observe activities at these locations in remarkable detail. Who was walking in the garden, who was meeting with whom, what time Napoleon emerged for his daily routine. The surveillance was constant and comprehensive. This surveillance capability served multiple purposes beyond just preventing escape. It allowed British authorities to monitor Napoleon's health and mental state from a distance, checking whether he appeared agitated or depressed or simply bored. It enabled them to track his social interactions, noting who from his entourage spent the most time with him and whether any local residents were making contact. It provided data for the detailed reports that British officials sent back to London, documenting every aspect of Napoleon's imprisonment for government records and posterity. And perhaps most importantly, it created psychological pressure on Napoleon himself, who couldn't go outside without knowing he was being watched, couldn't have a private conversation in the garden without assuming it might be observed. It's hard to maintain dignity or plan anything when you're constantly under surveillance. The soldiers manning the telescopes at High Knoll probably had mixed feelings about this duty. On one hand, watching Napoleon was at least more interesting than watching an empty ocean for signs of invasion that would never come. On the other hand, how exciting can it be to watch someone read books, walk in gardens, and occasionally gesture emphatically during conversations? The reality of surveillance work is that it's mostly tedious, with brief moments of mild interest when something slightly unusual happens. The soldiers would write in their logs, 0900 hours, subject emerged from quarters and walked in garden for 20 minutes. 10:30 hours, subject met with Count Bertrand, conversation lasted 45 minutes. 1400 hours, subject napped. Not exactly thrilling content, but someone had to document it all. The fortifications at High Knoll included more than just walls and cannons. There were barracks for the soldiers, sleeping quarters that were crowded and basic but protected from the weather. There were officers' quarters, slightly less crowded and basic, reflecting the military's obsession with hierarchy. There were storerooms for ammunition, food and supplies, carefully organised and inventoried because losing track of resources on an isolated island was a serious problem. There were water cisterns, collecting rainwater and storing it against dry periods, because fresh water was always a concern on St. Helena. The whole complex was designed to be self-sufficient for extended periods, able to hold out against a siege even if cut off from the rest of the island, which was almost certainly unnecessary given St. Helena's strategic situation, but military planners prefer over-preparation to the alternative. The evolution of High Knoll's fortifications over the decades between the 1670s and Napoleon's arrival in 1815 reflected changing military technology and tactics. The original fortifications were designed to defend against the kind of warfare typical of the late 17th century, relatively low-powered cannons, infantry assaults with muskets and pikes, naval bombardment from wooden ships. By the early 19th century, artillery had become more powerful, military tactics had evolved, and the fortifications had been upgraded accordingly. Walls were reinforced, new artillery positions added, sightlines improved. The fortress that Napoleon saw in 1815 was the result of 150 years of continuous military engineering, each generation adding improvements based on contemporary warfare knowledge and technology. The daily routine at High Knoll during Napoleon's imprisonment was structured around the military's love of predictable schedules and formal procedures. Reveille would sound at dawn, waking the garrison for morning duties. Soldiers would form up for inspection, ensuring uniforms were acceptable and weapons were clean. Breakfast would be served, standard military rations that were adequate for survival, but not particularly enjoyable. Then the day's duties would begin: guard rotations, weapons maintenance, drilling, and the ever-present surveillance of Napoleon below. Lunch at midday, more duties in the afternoon, dinner in the evening, and then the night watch would take over. It was routine, predictable, and mind-numbingly boring for everyone involved, but it maintained discipline and ensured the fortress was always ready for hypothetical threats. The officers commanding High Knoll faced the challenge of keeping soldiers motivated and disciplined, when the mission was essentially stand here and watch someone who isn't doing anything threatening. Boredom is dangerous in military units. It leads to drinking, gambling, fights, and general deterioration of discipline. So officers had to invent activities to keep the troops occupied. Extra drill sessions, weapons training, maintenance projects, and probably make-work activities that served no real purpose, except keeping soldiers too busy to cause trouble. It's the eternal military dilemma. How do you maintain a force ready for combat when there's no combat happening and likely never will be? The psychological impact of High Knoll on Napoleon can't be overstated. Here was a man who'd designed fortifications himself, who'd besieged and captured countless strongholds across Europe, who understood military architecture as well as anyone alive. He could look at High Knoll and immediately grasp its defensive strength, recognize the thought that had gone into its design, and understand exactly how effective it would be at preventing any rescue attempt. This wasn't some improvised garrison thrown together quickly. This was a proper fortress, built and maintained over generations, positioned perfectly to control the island. For someone with Napoleon's military mind, the analysis would have been automatic and the conclusion depressing: escape from Saint. Helena was genuinely impossible, not because of any single defensive measure, but because of the entire integrated system of fortifications, surveillance, and naval control. The fortress also represented something beyond just military function. It was a physical manifestation of British imperial power and European determination to contain Napoleon permanently. The resources invested in building and maintaining High Knoll, the soldiers stationed there, the cannons mounted on its walls, all of this existed primarily to keep one man imprisoned. It was flattering in a perverse way, this acknowledgement that Napoleon was considered dangerous enough to justify such extraordinary measures. But it was also deeply demoralizing, a constant reminder that he was now defined entirely by his status as prisoner, rather than his achievements as military leader and ruler. The fortress didn't just prevent escape, it proclaimed his defeat to anyone who looked at it. The integration of High Knoll into St. Helena's broader defensive network showed sophisticated military planning. The fortress didn't stand alone, it was connected to other fortifications around the island through signal stations and communication systems. If a ship was spotted approaching, signals from coastal observers would be relayed to High Knoll, and the fortress would coordinate the island's response, if unusual activity was detected anywhere on Saint. Helena, High Knoll would be informed and could dispatch troops if needed. The whole system worked together like a machine, with High Knoll serving as both a defensive strongpoint and the nerve centre of military operations. For Napoleon, this meant there was literally nowhere on the accessible parts of the island where he wasn't under some form of military oversight. The maintenance of High Knoll required constant effort and resources that underscored the British commitment to Napoleon's imprisonment. Stone walls needed repair where tropical weather caused erosion or damage. Wooden structures required replacement as humidity and insects took their toll. Artillery pieces needed maintenance and occasionally replacement as metal fatigued or technology improved. The garrison needed food, water, clothing, medical supplies, and all the other necessities of human existence, shipped in regularly from Britain or South Africa. The annual cost of maintaining just this one fortress was substantial, and when you add in the other fortifications on the island, the naval squadron patrolling nearby waters, and all the administrative expenses of Napoleon's imprisonment, the total cost to the British government was genuinely astronomical. They were spending this money because they decided it was worth it to ensure Napoleon never threatened European stability again, which says something about how seriously they took the threat he represented. The symbolic dimension of High Knoll extended beyond its military function. To the local population of St. Helena, the fortress was a constant reminder of British authority and military power. To passing ships, it announced that this island was defended and controlled. To European governments monitoring Napoleon's imprisonment, it provided reassurance that their collective decision to exile him was being enforced effectively. And to Napoleon himself, it represented the futility of resistance and the permanence of his captivity. Architecture can be propaganda, and High Knoll was making several statements simultaneously. British power is absolute here, escape is impossible, and this exile is permanent. The comparison between High Knoll and the fortifications Napoleon had seen throughout his military career must have been constantly on his mind. He'd captured fortresses that were theoretically stronger than High Knoll, larger, with bigger garrisons, better supplied. But he'd captured them through military genius, tactical surprise, superior force, or siege warfare that eventually exhausted defenders. None of these options were available to him now. He had no army to command, no siege equipment, no ability to bring military pressure on the fortress. Even if he somehow neutralized the garrison at High Knoll through impossible means, he'd still be on an island surrounded by ocean, with British warships patrolling nearby. The fortress was just one layer of a defensive system that was genuinely comprehensive, and, from Napoleon's position, utterly undefeatable. The practical details of daily operations at High Knoll reveal the routine military efficiency that the British applied to Napoleon's imprisonment. Guard shifts were scheduled with precise timing, ensuring continuous coverage of all observation points. Supply inventories were maintained meticulously, with officers accountable for every cannonball, every pound of gunpowder, every barrel of salt beef. Maintenance schedules ensured that fortifications stayed in good repair and weapons remained functional. Communication procedures linked High Knoll to other military positions on the island and to the civil authorities in Jamestown. It was military bureaucracy at its most thorough, applying the same systematic approach to imprisoning one man that would normally be used for defending a strategically vital position against a major enemy. Overkill, certainly, but the British had learned that underestimating Napoleon was a mistake they wouldn't repeat. The geology of High Knoll's ridge contributed to its defensive strength in ways that military engineers had exploited skillfully. The volcanic rock was hard and durable, providing excellent foundation for fortification walls. The ridge's natural steepness made assault from most directions extremely difficult, forcing any attacker into predictable approach routes that could be covered by defensive fire. The height provided natural drainage, preventing water accumulation that might undermine fortifications. And the exposed position meant constant wind, which was uncomfortable for the garrison, but helped keep the area relatively clear of tropical vegetation that might provide cover for attackers or interfere with sight lines. Nature and military engineering had combined to create a position that was about as close to impregnable as you could get without actual magic. The night watch at High Knoll added another dimension to the surveillance of Napoleon. While detailed observation was impossible in darkness, telescopes don't work without light. The garrison maintained vigilance through other means. Guards listened for unusual sounds, watched for lights or movement, and generally ensured that nothing suspicious happened under cover of darkness. The assumption was that any escape attempt would most likely happen at night, so the fortress remained fully manned and alert even when most of the island was sleeping. For Napoleon, this meant that even nighttime didn't provide privacy or relief from surveillance. The guards might not be able to see him clearly, but they were definitely watching, and any unusual activity would be investigated immediately. The weather at High Knoll could be harsh, adding to the discomfort of garrison duty. The exposed ridge caught the full force of trade winds that blew constantly across the South Atlantic. Rain was frequent, sometimes heavy enough to make outdoor duty miserable. Fog occasionally rolled in from the ocean, reducing visibility but not relaxing the guards' vigilance. The tropical sun during clear days could be brutal, particularly for British soldiers in wool uniforms designed for European climates. The combination of wind, rain, sun, and humidity meant that soldiers stationed at High Knoll dealt with physical discomfort as a routine part of their assignment, which probably didn't improve their morale or their opinions about being posted to Saint. Helena in the first place. The relationship between High Knoll and Longwood House, where Napoleon would eventually be moved permanently, was particularly significant. Longwood sat in the island's interior, several miles from Jamestown, in an area that was relatively flat and exposed compared to the sheltered valleys. From High Knoll, the route to Longwood was clearly visible, and once Napoleon was at Longwood, the fortress could maintain observation of the house and its surroundings. The British had chosen Longwood specifically because it was isolated and easily monitored, and High Knoll was one of the key surveillance points that made this monitoring possible. The entire system worked together: the fortress, the guards stationed at Longwood, the naval patrols, the control of all shipping, to create layers of security that would be redundant in most situations, but were considered necessary for containing Napoleon. The evolution of High Knoll's role from defensive fortress to surveillance centre reflected the changing nature of the threat it was designed to counter. When first built in the 1670s, High Knoll was meant to prevent enemy invasion of Saint. Helena, defending British possession of a strategically valuable island. By 1815, the threat of foreign invasion was minimal. No European power was going to send a fleet to capture St. Helena. Helena when there were larger conflicts and more valuable territories to contest. But the fortress found new purpose as the central observation point for Napoleon's imprisonment. The defensive capabilities remained relevant, but the surveillance function became primary. It's an example of how military infrastructure gets repurposed as circumstances change, with buildings and fortifications designed for one purpose being adapted for another. The garrison's relationship with the local population of Saint Helena was complex and occasionally tense. The soldiers stationed at High Knoll had to maintain military discipline and authority while also interacting with civilians for supplies, services, and basic human contact. Local residents were simultaneously under British military authority and essential to the island's functioning. They grew food, provided labour, maintained infrastructure, and generally kept St Helena operational. The presence of a large military garrison affected the island's economy, creating both opportunities and problems. Soldiers with pay to spend were customers for local businesses, but they were also potential sources of trouble when bored troops looked for entertainment in a place with very limited options. The officers at High Knoll had to manage both the military mission and the social dynamics of a garrison living among civilians, which required skills not typically covered in military training. The legacy of High Knoll extends beyond its role in Napoleon's imprisonment. The fortress stands today as a historical monument, one of the most impressive examples of colonial-era military architecture in the South Atlantic. Visitors can walk the ramparts, see the artillery positions, and understand how the fortress functioned as both defensive position and surveillance centre. The view from High Knoll remains spectacular, offering the same commanding perspective that British soldiers had when watching Napoleon below. The fortress is a reminder of the extraordinary lengths that were taken to imprison one man, the resources invested in maintaining that imprisonment, and the way military power was used to enforce political decisions. Its history made solid in stone and iron, architecture that tells a story about power, imprisonment, and the end of an era. For modern observers, High Knoll presents a fascinating study in the psychology of imprisonment through surveillance. The fortress didn't just physically prevent escape, it created a psychological environment where Napoleon was constantly aware of being watched, where privacy was impossible, where every action was observed and recorded. This kind of panopticon effect, where the prisoner knows they might be watched at any moment and therefore internalizes the surveillance, is remarkably effective at controlling behaviour. The British understood this intuitively, even if they didn't have the modern psychological terminology to describe what they were doing. They created a system where Napoleon imprisoned himself through awareness of constant observation, making physical barriers almost secondary to psychological ones. The fortress of High Knoll represents the culmination of centuries of military engineering, colonial strategy, and political determination. It was built to defend an island, evolved to control that island, and ultimately served to imprison the most dangerous man in Europe. Every wall, every cannon, every sight line reflected decisions made by engineers, officers, and politicians working to solve the problem of how to contain Napoleon Bonaparte permanently. The result was a masterpiece of military architecture that combined defensive strength with surveillance capability, creating a fortress that was simultaneously a stronghold, a watchtower, and a symbol of power. And for Napoleon, living in its shadow, High Knoll was a constant reminder that his days of commanding armies and conquering nations were over, replaced by a reality where he was the one being commanded, conquered, and controlled by forces he could neither defeat nor escape. In December 1815, after a few months at the Briars that had been relatively tolerable by imprisonment standards, Napoleon was informed that his permanent residence was ready. Longwood House, located in the interior of Saint Helena on a plateau about 1,800 feet above sea level, would be his home for the remainder of his life. The British had chosen this location carefully. It was isolated from Jamestown and the coast, exposed to constant wind and weather, and easily monitored from surrounding high points, including the ever-present High Knoll. The move to Longwood marked the transition from temporary arrangements to permanent imprisonment, from the relatively casual atmosphere at the Briars to a more structured and restrictive existence. Napoleon apparently accepted this transition with the kind of bitter resignation that comes from recognizing you have absolutely no say in the matter. Longwood House itself was a curious building with a complicated history. It had originally been built as a summer residence for the island's lieutenant governor, back when British officials thought spending time at elevation would be healthier than living in the humid valley of Jamestown. The theory was reasonable. Higher altitude meant cooler temperatures and presumably fewer tropical diseases, but the reality was that Longwood sat on an exposed plateau where wind blew constantly, rain fell frequently, and comfort was more theoretical than actual. The house had been expanded and modified to accommodate Napoleon and his entourage, with additional rooms added in what can charitably be described as haphazard fashion. The result was a sprawling single-storey building that was larger than the Briars, but lacked any coherent architectural plan, with rooms connected in ways that suggested the builders were making things up as they went along. The layout of Longwood reflected both the British attempt to provide adequate housing and their fundamental priority of security over comfort. The main building contained a series of interconnected rooms that would serve as Napoleon's primary living space. There was a billiard room that Napoleon would convert into a library and sitting area, because apparently he wasn't interested in billiards when there was reading to be done. There was a dining room where meals would be served with whatever formality could be maintained in exile. There were bedrooms for Napoleon and key members of his entourage. There was a bathroom, which by 1815 standards meant a room with a bathtub that would be filled with hot water carried in by servants, indoor plumbing being a luxury that St. Helena didn't offer. And there were various other rooms for storage, servants' quarters, and administrative purposes. The whole complex was surrounded by gardens and grounds that were technically available for Napoleon's use, but were also patrolled by British guards who tracked his movements constantly. The paradox of Longwood was immediately apparent to everyone who saw it. The house was more spacious than the Briars, offering more rooms and more separation between Napoleon and his staff. It provided more privacy in the sense that Napoleon had his own quarters rather than sharing a small cottage. But it was also more isolated, sitting on that windswept plateau miles from anything interesting, surrounded by guards and surveillance, cut off from the casual social interaction that the Briars had offered through the Balcombe family. Longwood was simultaneously an upgrade in physical space and a downgrade in quality of life. It was a larger cage, but it was very definitely a cage, and everyone involved understood this distinction clearly. The rooms where Napoleon would spend most of his time tell us a lot about how he attempted to maintain some structure and purpose during his final years. The converted billiard room became his study and library, filled with books that arrived irregularly from Europe. This was his intellectual refuge, the place where he could read about history, politics, and current events, even if that news was always months out of date by the time it reached him. He'd spend hours here, reading in multiple languages, French obviously, but also Italian and increasingly English as his language skills improved through necessity. The room wasn't large or particularly well lit. Windows in early 19th century buildings were small by modern standards, but it was his space, where he could engage with ideas even if he could no longer engage with the world. His bedroom was modest, furnished simply with a military-style camp bed that Napoleon apparently preferred over more elaborate furniture. This choice said something about his self-image. Even in exile, he wanted to maintain the identity of a soldier rather than adopting the comforts of a retired civilian. The bed was draped with green silk, a reminder of the imperial colours he'd once worn, a small visual link to the power he'd lost. The room had a writing desk where he'd compose letters and dictate his memoirs to members of his entourage, attempting to shape how history would remember him since he could no longer shape history itself. And there were personal items, his distinctive bicorn hat, his coat, other effects that had travelled with him from France through the journey to exile. The dining room at Longwood became a stage for Napoleon's ongoing attempt to maintain imperial dignity despite his circumstances. Meals were served with formal ceremony, Napoleon sitting at the head of the table, his entourage arranged by rank, the whole process conducted as if this was still an imperial court rather than a handful of exiles eating dinner on a remote island. The food itself was adequate but not impressive, a mix of provisions shipped from Britain or South Africa, and whatever could be grown or raised locally. Napoleon apparently complained frequently about the quality of the meals, which given his situation seems like complaining about the wine selection at a prison cafeteria, but maintaining standards was part of his strategy for preserving self-respect. If you can't control anything else, you can at least insist that dinner be served properly. The bathroom at Longwood deserves special mention because it reveals the gap between imperial expectations and colonial reality. Napoleon was accustomed to elaborate bathing facilities from his time in European palaces, marble tubs, constant hot water, servants attending to every detail. At Longwood, bathing meant a metal tub filled with water that had been heated in the kitchen and carried to the bathroom by servants, a process that took considerable time and effort. The water temperature would start too hot and gradually cool during the bath, and refilling required another round of water heating and carrying. It was functional but hardly luxurious, and probably reminded Napoleon daily that he was no longer living in circumstances suited to an emperor. Not that this stopped him from bathing regularly. Maintaining hygiene and grooming was another aspect of his dignity preservation strategy. The grounds around Longwood House were theoretically spacious but practically limited by the constant British surveillance. Napoleon could walk in the gardens, which had been planted with various vegetation to provide some visual interest and break the monotony of the volcanic landscape. But he couldn't walk far without encountering British sentries or reaching boundaries beyond which he wasn't allowed. The British had established a perimeter around Longwood with guard posts at strategic points, creating a defined zone within which Napoleon could move freely. Beyond that zone, he needed escort by British officers, which he refused as a matter of principle. Accepting British escort would acknowledge his status as prisoner rather than displaced head of state. So his walks were confined to the immediate grounds, pacing the same paths repeatedly, trapped by his own pride and British security arrangements. The weather at Longwood made everything worse. The plateau was exposed to constant trade winds that blew across the Atlantic, bringing dampness, chill, and rain. The climate was technically tropical, but the elevation and wind made it feel more like a perpetually gloomy autumn day in northern Europe. Fog would roll in frequently, obscuring the views and making the isolation feel even more complete. The buildings at Longwood were never quite dry. Humidity seeped into everything, making books swell, causing wood to warp, and generally creating an environment that was uncomfortable without being quite unbearable. Napoleon, who'd campaigned across Egypt's deserts and Russia's frozen wastes, probably could have endured worse, but this constant low-level unpleasantness wore on everyone's spirits. Napoleon's insistence that he was a prisoner of state rather than a military captive was more than just wounded pride. It was a calculated strategy to maintain political relevance and shape his legacy. Military prisoners can be held legitimately under the laws of war, but imprisoning a head of state raised complex legal and diplomatic questions. Napoleon argued repeatedly that he'd surrendered to the British voluntarily, seeking asylum rather than accepting capture, and that international law required he be treated as a displaced sovereign rather than a criminal or prisoner of war. The British, quite reasonably from their perspective, ignored these arguments entirely. They'd caught Napoleon, they had him imprisoned on St. Helena, and they saw no reason to complicate matters with legal niceties. But Napoleon kept making his case through letters, complaints, and formal protests, creating a documentary record that he hoped would support his historical reputation. This legal and political positioning affected how Napoleon conducted himself at Longwood. He refused to acknowledge British authority over him except when absolutely necessary. He wouldn't appear for inspection when British officials demanded it, arguing that sovereigns don't submit to inspection by their jailers. He insisted on being addressed as Your Majesty, or at minimum General, rather than accepting any diminished title. He rejected British attempts to regulate his correspondence or control his communications with the outside world, though he ultimately had no choice but to submit when the British simply enforced their rules regardless of his objections. It was a long-running battle of wills between Napoleon and his captors, with the outcome never in doubt but the process providing Napoleon with at least the illusion of agency. The daily routine that developed at Longwood was structured around Napoleon's attempts to fill time meaningfully when there was nothing meaningful left to do. He'd wake late, usually around 10 or 11 in the morning. There was no reason to rise early when you had no empire to run and nowhere to go. He'd take a bath, dress with his valet's assistants, and spend some time reviewing any correspondence that had arrived or was being prepared. Lunch would be served around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, eaten with whatever members of his entourage were present. Afternoons might involve reading, dictating memoirs to Emmanuel de las Cases or other secretaries, or receiving visitors from among his staff. Dinner was the main meal, served in the evening with full ceremony. And then the long stretch until sleep, filled with more reading, conversation, or simply staring at the walls and contemplating the dramatic reversal of fortune that had brought him from ruling Europe to this. The intellectual life that Napoleon constructed at Longwood became his primary occupation and his main form of resistance against the psychological weight of imprisonment. Reading offered escape into other worlds, other times, other people's problems. Writing allowed him to shape the narrative of his own life, to explain his decisions, to justify his actions, and to present himself to posterity as a misunderstood genius rather than a defeated dictator. Discussion and debate with his entourage kept his mind active and prevented the mental stagnation that comes from routine and isolation. It wasn't the same as commanding armies or governing nations, but it was something, and something was considerably better than nothing. The books that reached Napoleon at Longwood came through various channels, often reflecting the complex politics of his imprisonment. The most important source was Lady Holland, wife of Lord Holland, who was a prominent member of the opposition in British Parliament. Lady Holland sympathised with Napoleon, whether from genuine political conviction, romantic fascination with his legend, or simply opposition to the government's policies is unclear, and she sent him books regularly from London. The British authorities inspected these shipments, looking for coded messages or contraband, but political disagreements within Britain meant they couldn't simply ban all books without creating domestic controversy. So Napoleon received literature, history, political philosophy, memoirs and current affairs publications that kept him somewhat connected to intellectual life beyond St. Helena. The range of books in Napoleon's Longwood Library was impressive and eclectic. He read history obsessively, particularly accounts of other great military leaders and empire builders, Alexander, Caesar, Charlemagne. Whether he was looking for validation of his own career or trying to understand where he'd gone wrong is open to interpretation, but he definitely spent considerable time analysing historical parallels to his own situation. He read contemporary political philosophy, engaging with ideas about governance, democracy and the rights of nations, even though he could no longer apply these concepts practically. He read literature, including novels and poetry, which seems surprising until you remember that even military geniuses need entertainment and emotional engagement. And he read newspapers and periodicals when they reached him, though the information was always months out of date and probably deeply frustrating. What Napoleon read tells us a lot about his mental state during these years. He was particularly interested in accounts of his own campaigns written by others, wanting to see how history was already beginning to interpret his military career. Some of these accounts were favourable, written by admirers who saw him as a genius. Others were critical, portraying him as a tyrant or reckless aggressor. Napoleon would read both types, alternating between satisfaction at praise and indignation at criticism, and then would dictate responses or corrections to be included in his own memoirs. It was his way of fighting back against the historical narrative forming around him, trying to ensure that his version of events would be preserved alongside or instead of his critics' versions. The process of writing his memoirs became Napoleon's major intellectual project during his final years. He'd dictate to whoever was available, Las Cases primarily, but also other members of his entourage who could write quickly and accurately. These dictation sessions could last for hours, with Napoleon pacing and speaking while his secretary struggled to keep up. The memoirs covered his entire career, from his youth in Corsica through his military campaigns to his brief restoration after escaping Elba. Napoleon used these dictations to explain his strategic thinking, justify his political decisions, and generally present himself in the most favourable light possible. The resulting texts were part history, part propaganda, and entirely self-serving, but they provided Napoleon with purpose and gave him some control over how he'd be remembered. The intellectual activity at Longwood wasn't purely solitary. Napoleon would engage in extended discussions with members of his entourage, debating history, politics, military strategy, and philosophy. These conversations served multiple purposes. They kept everyone's minds active, they provided social interaction in an environment starved of society, and they allowed Napoleon to continue exercising the kind of intellectual dominance he'd once exercised politically. He'd hold forth on topics, expound theories, challenge others' interpretations, and generally behave like someone conducting a seminar rather than someone trapped in exile. For his companions, these discussions were probably simultaneously intellectually stimulating and emotionally exhausting, engaging with Napoleon's brilliant mind while living in close quarters with his temperamental personality. The maps at Longwood deserve special mention because they reveal Napoleon's continued engagement with military and political geography, even when he had no practical ability to affect events. He'd obtain maps when possible, spreading them out and analysing troop movements, strategic positions, and geopolitical situations as if preparing for campaigns he'd never fight. His entourage reported seeing him study maps of Europe for hours, tracing routes of his old campaigns with his finger, or analysing current European boundaries and speculating about future conflicts. It was both touching and sad, a military genius continuing to exercise his skills in a context where they had no application, like a concert pianist practicing on a table because no piano was available. The relationship between Napoleon and his British captors at Longwood was complex and often contentious. The governor assigned to oversee his imprisonment, Hudson Lowe, was a professional military officer who took his responsibilities seriously, but lacked the diplomatic skills necessary for managing a prisoner of Napoleon's status and temperament. Lowe enforced British security requirements strictly, insisted on regular verification of Napoleon's presence, and generally treated him as a prisoner to be controlled, rather than a fallen emperor to be respected. Napoleon, unsurprisingly, hated Lowe with impressive intensity, and made his feelings clear through refusal to cooperate, bitter complaints, and formal protests about treatment. But not all British officials shared Lowe's rigid approach. Some officers assigned to Longwood found Napoleon fascinating and occasionally bent rules to make his imprisonment more bearable. They'd facilitate access to books that technically should have been censored. They'd allow extended walks beyond the official boundaries. They'd engage in conversation with Napoleon about topics beyond mere prisoner-keeper interaction. These small acts of humanization weren't rebellion against British authority. They were individuals recognizing that Napoleon, whatever his past crimes and threats, was still a human being facing a lonely and bitter end. The British government might want him imprisoned forever, but individual British officers could still show mercy within the bounds of their orders. The books sent by Lady Holland represented not just intellectual sustenance, but also a form of political statement. The fact that a prominent British aristocrat was openly sympathetic to Napoleon and working to make his imprisonment more bearable created awkward situations for the British government. They couldn't punish Lady Holland without creating a domestic political incident. She was too well connected, her husband too influential in Parliament. But they also couldn't ignore her activities without seeming weak or indifferent to Napoleon's continued influence. So they inspected her book shipments carefully, occasionally confiscated items they deemed inappropriate, and generally tried to limit her assistance without openly confronting her. It was British politics at its most passive-aggressive, and Napoleon benefited from the disagreements even though he couldn't directly influence them. Napoleon's correspondence from Longwood was both a connection to the outside world and a source of constant frustration. Letters he wrote would be read by British censors before being sent, and letters arriving for him would be inspected before delivery. Information would be redacted, messages delayed, and anything deemed politically sensitive would be confiscated entirely. This meant that Napoleon could never have truly private correspondence, never communicate freely with supporters or allies, never organise politically even if he'd had the means to do so. The censorship was thorough and effective, but it also meant that letter writing became another battleground in Napoleon's ongoing conflict with British authority. He'd write letters he knew would be censored just to force the British to acknowledge they were violating his rights, creating documentary evidence of what he considered his unjust treatment. The intellectual isolation of Longwood was perhaps more oppressive than the physical isolation. Napoleon was surrounded by members of his entourage, but these were people he'd known for years, whose opinions and personalities were thoroughly familiar. There were no new faces, no fresh perspectives, no intellectual equals to challenge him genuinely. The British officials he interacted with were adversaries rather than peers, and the local population of Saint. Helena had neither the education nor the inclination to engage with Napoleon on intellectual topics. So he was trapped in a closed loop of familiar conversations, recycled arguments, and discussions that couldn't progress because no new information or perspectives were entering the system. For someone with Napoleon's restless intelligence, this stagnation must have been torture. The books provided some relief from intellectual stagnation by bringing new ideas and information from Europe, even if delayed by months. Napoleon would devour each new book that arrived, reading quickly and often multiple times, extracting everything he could from texts that represented his main window into a world moving on without him. He'd analyse the author's arguments, compare them to his own experiences and knowledge, and incorporate new concepts into his ongoing intellectual framework. Reading wasn't passive entertainment for Napoleon, it was active engagement with ideas, a way of maintaining mental sharpness and preventing the cognitive decline that can come from isolation and routine. The physical act of reading and writing at Longwood faced practical challenges that made intellectual work harder than it should have been. The lighting was poor. This was decades before electric lights, so reading meant relying on natural daylight from small windows or the flickering light of candles and oil lamps in the evening. The constant dampness at Longwood affected paper and ink, making writing more difficult and causing books to deteriorate faster than they should. The wind that blew constantly made keeping papers organised a challenge. Doors couldn't be left open without everything flying around the room. These mundane difficulties added up to make intellectual work require more effort and determination than it would in better circumstances, which meant that Napoleon's continued reading and writing represented genuine commitment rather than casual interest. The role of Emmanuel de Las Cases as Napoleon's primary secretary and conversation partner at Longwood was crucial during the early years of imprisonment. Las Cases was educated, intelligent, and devoted to Napoleon, making him an ideal chronicler and intellectual companion. Their relationship was complicated. Las Cases was simultaneously employee, friend, and biographer, trying to balance his personal loyalty with his desire to create an accurate historical record. The conversations they had and the memoirs they produced together would become the primary source for understanding Napoleon's thoughts during exile, shaping public perception of his final years, even though Las Cases' sympathetic perspective coloured everything he recorded. When Las Cases was eventually forced to leave St Helena by British authorities in 1816, he'd attempted to send an unauthorised letter. Napoleon lost his most capable secretary and one of his closest companions. The departure was devastating both personally and practically, leaving Napoleon with fewer people capable of helping with his intellectual projects and removing one of the few individuals at Longwood who'd been able to engage with him as something approaching an equal. The British probably saw this as a minor administrative matter, but for Napoleon it was another loss in a series of losses that defined his exile. The later years at Longwood saw Napoleon's intellectual activity gradually diminish as his health declined, and the isolation wore away at his mental energy. He still read, but less voraciously. He still dictated memoirs and letters, but less frequently and with less focus. The sharp mind that had once mastered military strategy, political manipulation, and administrative reform was being dulled by confinement, routine, and the slow erosion of hope that comes from years of imprisonment with no prospect of release. It's a sad progression to witness through the historical record. Genius gradually fading not through dramatic defeat, but through simple wear and exhaustion. The library at Longwood, such as it was, represents one of history's more poignant symbols of intellectual resistance through imprisonment. These books scattered through various rooms weren't just entertainment or information sources. They were Napoleon's lifeline to a world he could no longer influence, but still desperately wanted to understand. Every volume Lady Holland sent, every newspaper that reached the island, every memoir or history book in his collection represented a small victory against isolation. The British could imprison his body on St Helena, but they couldn't completely imprison his mind, and Napoleon used that remaining freedom as fully as his circumstances allowed. It wasn't enough to save him from depression, bitterness, or eventual physical decline, but it gave him something to hold on to when everything else had been taken away. When you've conquered most of Europe, reorganized governments, commanded hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and generally spent 2 decades operating at the highest levels of military and political power, what do you do when all that's taken away? Apparently, if you're Napoleon Bonaparte, you become obsessed with gardening. Not casual, relaxing gardening of the sort that normal people might take up in retirement. Napoleon approached gardening with the same intensity he'd once applied to military campaigns, treating the grounds around Longwood House as if they were territory to be conquered, controlled, and reshaped according to his vision. It was simultaneously touching, absurd, and psychologically revealing. Watching a man who'd redraw the map of Europe now focusing all his considerable willpower on rearranging flower beds and digging ponds. The gardens at Longwood when Napoleon arrived were minimal at best. The plateau's exposed position, constant wind and volcanic soil weren't ideal for cultivation, and previous occupants of the house hadn't invested much effort in landscaping. There were some basic plantings, paths that were more functional than decorative, and a general sense that gardens were an afterthought rather than a priority. Napoleon took one look at this situation and apparently decided that if he couldn't control European politics anymore, he could at least control what happened in the few acres immediately surrounding his prison. It was a dramatic scaling down of ambition, from continental empire to garden plots, but it gave him something to focus on besides the depressing reality of his circumstances. The first garden projects at Longwood were relatively straightforward. Clearing overgrown areas, establishing new flower beds, planting trees that might eventually provide shade and visual interest. Napoleon would spend hours planning these improvements, discussing options with his staff, and then personally supervising the work. He'd walk the grounds with a cane, pointing out where he wanted paths redirected or beds established, occasionally grabbing a tool and working alongside his entourage and the labourers they'd hired from the local population. For someone who'd spent most of his adult life giving orders from horseback or palace rooms, this hands-on involvement in manual labour was unusual, but it served multiple purposes. It filled time, it provided physical exercise, and it gave him visible evidence of his ability to effect change, even if that change was just moving dirt from one place to another. Count Henri Bertrand's involvement in these garden projects represents one of the more surreal aspects of Napoleon's exile. Bertrand had been Grand Marshal of the Palace, a position of enormous responsibility and prestige. He'd commanded troops in some of Napoleon's most important campaigns, organised the logistics for armies numbering in the hundreds of thousands, and generally operated at the highest levels of military and political administration. Now he was at Longwood, and his primary responsibility had become helping Napoleon dig holes and plant flowers. The image of this distinguished military officer, wearing civilian clothes instead of his general's uniform, working with a shovel in a garden while British guards watched from nearby, encapsulates the dramatic reversal of fortune that defined Napoleon's exile. But Bertrand never complained about this reduction in status, at least not in any recorded comments. He understood what many observers missed, that the garden projects weren't really about the gardens. They were about giving Napoleon some measure of control, some evidence that he could still make decisions and see them implemented, some way of asserting his will even in the severely constrained circumstances of imprisonment. So Bertrand dug, planted, hauled water, and supervised labourers with the same dedication he'd once applied to military operations. If his emperor needed to create gardens to maintain sanity and dignity, then Bertrand would help create the best gardens possible under the circumstances. The other members of Napoleon's entourage participated in varying degrees, with attitudes ranging from genuine enthusiasm to resigned cooperation. General Gourgaud apparently found the whole gardening obsession somewhat ridiculous, but went along with it because refusing would have created conflicts in an already tense household. Count de Montholon helped when asked, but seemed less invested in the projects than Bertrand. The servants and labourers did the actual heavy work, digging, hauling soil, moving stones, while Napoleon and his officers provided direction and occasional assistance. It was a strange little society, these exiled French nobles and military officers working on garden projects under the watchful eyes of British guards who must have found the whole situation deeply odd. The most famous and frankly bizarre of Napoleon's garden projects was the pond shaped like his distinctive bicorn hat. This wasn't a subtle design element that might look vaguely hat-like if you squinted at it. This was a deliberate, carefully planned water feature constructed specifically to replicate the shape of Napoleon's legendary headwear. The pond was dug to precise specifications, with the characteristic two-pointed shape of the bicorn hat clearly visible to anyone looking down at it from higher ground, which given saint. Helena's topography and the presence of High Knoll Fortress above meant the British garrison had an excellent view of Napoleon's vanity project. Whether Napoleon realised this and didn't care, or whether he specifically wanted the British to see this assertion of his identity, is unclear, but either way the symbolism was impossible to miss. The bicorn hat had been Napoleon's signature accessory throughout his career, worn sideways rather than front to back like other military officers, making him instantly recognisable on battlefields and in official portraits. The hat represented his military identity, his unconventional approach to warfare, and his personal brand before personal branding was really a thing. Now, unable to wear that hat in any meaningful context, there were no battles to command, no troops to inspect, Napoleon literally embedded its shape into the landscape of his prison. It was a statement. Even here, even imprisoned, even reduced to digging ponds, I am still Napoleon Bonaparte. The hat-shaped pond was simultaneously defiant, pathetic, creative, and completely in character for someone who'd always had a flair for the dramatic gesture. The actual construction of this pond required more effort than you might expect. The volcanic soil of St. Helena was rocky and difficult to excavate. Water had to be sourced from the limited supplies available on the plateau, and keeping the pond filled meant dealing with evaporation and seepage. The edges had to be reinforced to maintain the distinctive shape rather than gradually eroding into a generic oval. Vegetation around the pond needed to be managed to prevent overgrowth from obscuring the design. It was a maintenance nightmare, requiring constant attention to preserve something that served no practical purpose except as a physical manifestation of Napoleon's refusal to be forgotten or diminished. The psychological meaning of the garden projects, and particularly the hat-shaped pond, goes deeper than simple eccentricity or vanity. Napoleon had spent his entire adult life in control of armies, governments, territories, millions of people. That control had defined his identity, given his life meaning and purpose. Now, imprisoned on St. Helena, he controlled nothing of real importance. He couldn't command troops, couldn't make political decisions, couldn't influence European affairs. The British controlled when he could leave Longwood's grounds, who could visit him, what correspondence he could send or receive. In this context, the gardens represented one of the few areas where Napoleon could still exercise genuine authority. He could decide where a path should go, what flowers to plant, how to shape a pond. These were trivial decisions in the grand scheme of things, but they were his decisions, implemented according to his vision, and that mattered enormously for his psychological well-being. The act of physical labour involved in the garden projects also served important functions beyond the results. Napoleon had always been energetic, accustomed to long days of activity, constant movement, and physical engagement with the world. Imprisonment threatened to make him sedentary, confined to reading and conversation, with his body gradually weakening from inactivity. Gardening provided exercise, fresh air, and the kind of physical tiredness that makes sleep easier, rather than lying awake at night obsessing over lost power and bitter circumstances. Working in the garden wasn't the same as riding into battle or reviewing troops, but it engaged the body in ways that sitting in rooms at Longwood couldn't. The therapeutic aspects of gardening have been recognised for centuries, though the psychological mechanisms weren't well understood in Napoleon's time. There's something fundamentally satisfying about working with plants and soil, seeing the direct results of your efforts, nurturing growth and watching it develop. For someone dealing with depression, frustration, and the trauma of catastrophic loss, gardening offered a form of healing that reading or conversation couldn't provide. Napoleon could plant a tree and watch it grow, could establish a flower bed and see it bloom, could create a pond and observe birds and insects visiting it. These small victories over nature provided evidence that he could still make things happen, still bring his plans to fruition, even if the scale was absurdly reduced from his previous achievements. The British authorities' response to Napoleon's gardening obsession was characteristically cautious and bureaucratic. They weren't sure whether to encourage this activity, it kept him occupied and relatively content, or be suspicious of it as potential cover for escape planning or message signalling. British officers would watch the garden work, trying to determine if there was any hidden purpose beyond the obvious. Were the paths being arranged in some code? Was the hat-shaped pond a signal to potential rescuers? Were the plantings selected for some reason beyond aesthetics? The answers were almost certainly no. Sometimes a pond shaped like a hat is just a pond shaped like a hat. But the British couldn't be completely sure, so they observed and documented everything while allowing the work to continue under supervision. Hudson Lowe, the British governor, apparently found Napoleon's garden projects irritating for reasons that are psychologically revealing. Lowe wanted Napoleon to behave like a defeated prisoner, accepting his reduced circumstances with appropriate humility and submission to British authority. Instead, Napoleon was creating elaborate garden features that proclaimed his continuing identity as emperor, refusing to be diminished even when his actual power had been completely stripped away. The gardens, and especially that ridiculous hat-shaped pond, were Napoleon's way of saying, "I'm still here, I'm still Napoleon, and you can imprison my body but not my spirit or my self-image." This kind of passive resistance drove Lowe crazy because he couldn't really prevent it without looking petty. What justification could he give for stopping a prisoner from gardening? But he also couldn't ignore the way it undermined the narrative of Napoleon as a defeated, broken man accepting his fate. The local labourers hired to help with the garden projects brought their own perspectives to the work. Many were freed slaves or descendants of slaves who'd ended up on St. Helena through the complicated routes of British colonial administration. They were being paid to help the former Emperor of France create elaborate gardens, working alongside French nobles who were themselves essentially prisoners. The class and racial dynamics were complex. These labourers had more freedom than Napoleon and his entourage in some ways, since they could leave Longwood at the end of each day, but they also occupied the lowest social position on an island where British colonial hierarchy was enforced strictly. Working in Napoleon's gardens was probably just another job to most of them, though some may have found it amusing or ironic to see European nobles reduced to manual labour. The specific plants Napoleon chose for his gardens reflected both practical considerations and symbolic meanings. He wanted plants that could survive Longwood's harsh climate, the constant wind, the poor soil, the variable rainfall. But he also chose plants with connections to his past or to France, botanical links to the life he'd lost. Flowers that reminded him of French gardens, trees that might eventually provide the kind of shade found in European parks, herbs that could be used in cooking dishes that tasted like home. Each planting was a small act of recreating the world he'd known, building a French garden in exile, surrounding himself with living reminders that he'd once belonged somewhere else. The maintenance of the gardens became a daily routine that structured Napoleon's time and gave purpose to his days. He'd wake, attend to correspondence or reading, and then spend hours in the gardens, planning new projects, supervising ongoing work, or simply walking the paths observing what he'd created. The predictability of this routine was itself therapeutic, providing structure when structure was otherwise lacking. Plants needed regular care, watering, weeding, pruning, and these recurring tasks created a rhythm to life that helped counter the sense of time being meaningless when every day was fundamentally the same as the last. Bertrand's dedication to the garden projects went beyond simple loyalty or obligation. He recognized that Napoleon's mental and physical health depended on having something constructive to focus on, some goal that could be pursued and achieved even in the constrained circumstances of Longwood. So Bertrand threw himself into the work, bringing the same organizational skills and attention to detail that had made him an effective military commander to the task of creating gardens. He'd coordinate with labourers, source materials and plants, solve logistical problems, and handle the administrative aspects while Napoleon focused on design and vision. It was perhaps the last campaign they'd conduct together, and if the stakes were only flower beds and ponds rather than nations and armies, Bertrand approached it with undiminished professionalism. The contrast between the gardens Napoleon created and the barren landscape surrounding Longwood was stark and intentional. Beyond the grounds, he controlled St. Helena's plateau was windswept, rocky, covered in scrubby vegetation that survived through toughness rather than beauty. Napoleon's gardens were an oasis of cultivation in this harsh environment, a deliberate assertion that even here, civilization and beauty could be established through effort and will. Every flower that bloomed, every tree that grew despite the wind, every path that remained clear of weeds was a small victory against the natural hostility of the place. The garden said, "I have not surrendered, I have not given up. I can still create order from chaos even if the only chaos I can affect is botanical." The seasonal rhythms of gardening provided Napoleon with a sense of progress and change that was otherwise absent from his life. Spring meant new plantings and watching seeds germinate. Summer brought blooming flowers and growing plants. Autumn meant harvest if anything edible had been grown, and planning for the next season. Winter, such as it was in St. Helena's tropical climate, meant maintaining established plants and preparing for spring again. This annual cycle gave time structure and meaning beyond just marking off days until death. Each season brought new projects, new challenges, new small achievements that could be celebrated even when nothing else in his life deserved celebration. The British soldiers observing Napoleon's garden work from their posts around Longwood must have had mixed feelings about the whole situation. On one hand, a prisoner who spent his time digging ponds was obviously not planning escapes or plotting political revenge. On the other hand, there was something deeply uncomfortable about watching the man who'd terrorized Europe for 2 decades, reduced to fussing over flower arrangements. Some soldiers probably found it satisfying, seeing the mighty brought low, watching a tyrant reduced to a gardener. Others may have felt a strange respect for Napoleon's refusal to be broken, his determination to maintain dignity and purpose even when circumstances had stripped away everything that had defined him. And some probably just found it boring, adding garden observation to the long list of tedious duties that defined their posting to St. Helena. The visitors who occasionally came to Longwood, British officials, ship captains stopping at St. Helena, the rare European traveller, would invariably be shown the gardens as Napoleon's main project and achievement during exile. These tours became a way for Napoleon to demonstrate that he hadn't been defeated psychologically, that he remained capable of planning and executing projects, that his mind was still active and engaged. The hat-shaped pond was always a highlight, impossible to miss and inevitably requiring explanation. Napoleon would describe it matter-of-factly, as if creating a pond shaped like your famous hat was a completely normal garden feature that anyone might install, which in its own way was as defiant as any of his military gestures had been. The gardens also provided a neutral topic for conversation with British officials who had to interact with Napoleon, but wanted to avoid the political and personal tensions that dominated most of their encounters. Discussing plants, garden design, and landscaping challenges was safer than arguing about Napoleon's treatment or his status as prisoner. Hudson Lowe probably hated these garden conversations because they allowed Napoleon to seem reasonable and engaged rather than bitter and defeated. But other British officers welcomed the chance to interact with their famous prisoner on grounds that didn't require them to be adversaries. A shared interest in successful cultivation could briefly bridge the gap between jailer and prisoner, even if that bridge collapsed as soon as conversation turned to other topics. The long-term failure of many of Napoleon's garden projects added a layer of melancholy to the whole endeavour. Some plants didn't survive Longwood's climate despite his best efforts. Trees he planted grew slowly or not at all in the poor volcanic soil. The hat-shaped pond required constant maintenance to keep its shape and gradually degraded as Napoleon's health declined, and he had less energy to oversee its upkeep. The gardens that had been his refuge and his statement of continuing relevance slowly deteriorated, reflecting his own physical and psychological decline. What had been a source of purpose and achievement became a reminder of mortality, and the futility of trying to create permanence in a place defined by his temporary but indefinite imprisonment. But during the years when Napoleon was actively engaged with the gardens, they served their purpose remarkably well. They gave him something to plan, work toward, and ultimately achieve, even if the achievements were small and temporary. They provided physical activity and fresh air that helped maintain his health longer than it might have lasted otherwise. They offered psychological benefits through the satisfaction of creating something, nurturing growth, and seeing tangible results from effort. They allowed him to demonstrate to himself and others that he remained capable, creative and undaunted despite circumstances that would have broken many people. The gardens were Napoleon's last campaign, fought not with armies but with shovels, not for territory but for dignity, and not against human enemies but against despair and meaninglessness. The symbolism of an emperor gardening has resonances throughout history and literature. The fallen leader tending crops, the retired general cultivating peace after years of war, the powerful reduced to working the earth like any common person. Napoleon probably didn't think consciously about these symbolic dimensions, but he was creating a powerful image nonetheless. Generations later, the idea of Napoleon digging that hat-shaped pond would become an enduring image of his exile, frequently mentioned in biographies and historical accounts as emblematic of both his pride and his tragedy. The garden projects encapsulated everything about his final years: the stubborn refusal to accept defeat, the creative adaptation to drastically reduce circumstances, the search for meaning when all previous sources of meaning had been removed, and the ultimate futility of fighting against time and mortality with nothing but will and determination. Bertrand's role in all of this cannot be overstated. While Napoleon got the historical credit for the gardens, they were his projects, his vision, his statement. Bertrand did much of the actual work and solving of practical problems that made those projects possible. He was the executive officer to Napoleon's commanding general, translating vision into reality, handling logistics, managing resources, and ensuring that what Napoleon imagined actually happened in physical form. This partnership that had once run military campaigns and governed occupied territories now applied itself to moving dirt and planting flowers, but the fundamental dynamic remained unchanged. Napoleon provided vision and will, Bertrand provided execution and loyalty, and together they achieved something meaningful within the constraints of their circumstances. The garden at Longwood, with its hat-shaped pond, its carefully planned paths, its flowers struggling against wind and poor soil, stands as a monument to human stubbornness in the face of defeat. It wasn't about the gardens themselves. They were objectively modest achievements, small improvements to limited grounds. It was about what the gardens represented: the refusal to surrender identity, the determination to control something even when everything had been taken away, the creative response to imprisonment that found purpose where none should exist. Napoleon spent his final years commanding not armies but flower beds. conquering not nations but weeds, but approaching these diminished challenges with something approaching the intensity he'd once brought to reshaping Europe. It was absurd and touching and admirable and sad, often simultaneously, which makes it perhaps the most human aspect of Napoleon's entire legendary history. By 1820, after nearly 5 years at Longwood, Napoleon's health was visibly deteriorating. The man who'd ridden across Europe on horseback, who'd survived the freezing retreat from Moscow, who'd maintained extraordinary energy levels throughout his military campaigns, was now spending more time in bed than out of it. The symptoms had started gradually: stomach pain, nausea, general weakness, but over months they'd progressed to the point where Napoleon could barely eat, struggled with daily activities, and frequently couldn't muster the energy to work on his memoirs or even his beloved gardens. Something was seriously wrong, though exactly what would be subject to debate among doctors, historians and conspiracy theorists for the next 2 centuries. The medical care available on St. Helena was adequate for routine ailments, but completely unprepared for a serious chronic illness affecting the most famous prisoner in the world. The British had assigned doctors to monitor Napoleon's health, but these physicians faced multiple obstacles. First, Napoleon didn't trust them. He suspected they were more interested in reporting his condition to British authorities than in actually treating him. Second, early 19th century medicine was still remarkably primitive by modern standards, with limited diagnostic capabilities and treatments that often did more harm than good. And third, Napoleon was a terrible patient who refused to follow medical advice if it conflicted with his own opinions about what he needed. This combination of mutual distrust, medical ignorance, and patient stubbornness meant that Napoleon's illness progressed largely unmanaged, until it was far too late for any intervention to make a difference. The symptoms Napoleon experienced were debilitating and progressively worse. Severe abdominal pain that sometimes left him doubled over, unable to stand upright. Nausea that prevented him from eating anything substantial, leading to dramatic weight loss. Weakness so profound that even walking from his bedroom to the library became an ordeal. Fever episodes that left him shivering despite the tropical climate. And a general sense of malaise that drained whatever remaining energy imprisonment hadn't already consumed. His entourage watched this decline with increasing alarm, knowing they were witnessing the end but powerless to prevent it. The British authorities watched with clinical interest, documenting symptoms while maintaining the security restrictions that prevented Napoleon from seeking better medical care elsewhere. Napoleon's response to his declining health mixed denial, frustration, and eventual grim acceptance. Initially, he blamed his symptoms on Longwood's climate, the constant humidity, the poor ventilation, the general unpleasantness of living on that exposed plateau. He insisted that if the British moved him to a better location on the island, his health would improve. This was probably both true and false. The climate at Longwood certainly didn't help, but Napoleon's underlying condition was progressing regardless of environmental factors. When the British refused to relocate him, moving their famous prisoner would require admitting their chosen location was inadequate, Napoleon shifted to blaming British doctors for incompetence or worse. He accused them of deliberately providing poor treatment, of being more interested in satisfying their government than helping their patient. Again, this was partly accurate. The doctor's primary loyalty was definitely to British authorities, but it also reflected Napoleon's lifelong difficulty accepting that some problems couldn't be solved through willpower or by blaming others. As his condition worsened, Napoleon spent increasing amounts of time dictating what he hoped would be his final testament to history. These dictation sessions were marathon affairs when he had the energy for them, with Napoleon talking for hours while whoever was available, Count Bertrand, Count de Montholon, or others from his entourage, struggled to write down everything he said. The content was predictably self-serving, presenting Napoleon's version of events with all his decisions justified and all his failures attributed to betrayal, bad luck, or others' incompetence. He rewrote his Russian campaign as a near success ruined by unexpected weather and disloyal subordinates. He portrayed Waterloo as a victory stolen by the last-minute arrival of Prussian forces. He depicted himself as a champion of European liberation who'd been opposed by reactionary monarchies afraid of progress. Whether Napoleon actually believed these revised versions or was consciously creating propaganda for posterity is unclear, but the result was the same: thousands of words trying to shape how future generations would judge him. The medical debate over Napoleon's condition began even before his death, and continues to this day, which tells you something about the difficulty of diagnosing illness with 19th century medicine and the tendency of doctors to disagree about everything. The British doctors treating Napoleon suspected various ailments. Some thought hepatitis, others suggested cancer. Several proposed tropical diseases that might have been contracted during his Egyptian campaign decades earlier. Napoleon's own doctor, Francesco Antomarchi, who'd arrived from Europe in 1819, had his own theories that conveniently blamed British mistreatment rather than any natural disease process. The lack of modern diagnostic tools, no blood tests, no imaging, no ability to actually see what was happening inside the body, meant that diagnosis was largely guesswork, based on visible symptoms and the doctor's prior experiences, which, given that they were dealing with a unique patient in unique circumstances, wasn't particularly helpful. The final months of Napoleon's life were characterized by increasing physical limitations and emotional distress. He couldn't maintain his daily routines, couldn't work in the gardens, couldn't even read for extended periods without exhaustion forcing him back to bed. The man who'd thrived on activity and mental stimulation was trapped in a failing body, conscious enough to recognize his decline but unable to prevent it. His entourage attempted to maintain normalcy, continuing to serve formal dinners even when Napoleon could barely eat, discussing politics and history even when he could barely focus on the conversation, treating him as emperor even when he could barely maintain the appearance of authority. It was a strange, sad performance, everyone pretending things were fine while watching their leader slowly die. The relationship between Napoleon and his doctors deteriorated as his condition worsened, which probably didn't help his treatment but was perhaps inevitable given the circumstances. Napoleon accused the British doctors of incompetence or malice, refusing to follow their recommendations and sometimes dismissing them entirely. Doctor. Antomarchi, who was supposed to be Napoleon's own physician rather than a British appointee, found himself caught between his patient's demands and medical reality. Antomarchi wasn't particularly skilled. He was relatively young and inexperienced, but he was loyal to Napoleon, which counted for more than competence in that household. The result was medical care that satisfied nobody, and probably made little difference to the outcome, since early 19th century medicine had few effective treatments for serious abdominal conditions regardless of the doctor's skill or loyalty. By early 1821 it was clear to everyone at Longwood that Napoleon was dying. He could no longer leave his bed for more than brief periods. He'd lost so much weight that his clothes hung loosely on his frame. His face had taken on the gaunt, hollowed appearance that signals serious illness. He slept fitfully, waking in pain or confusion. The energy that had defined his entire life was draining away, leaving behind someone who looked like Napoleon but lacked the force of personality that had once dominated Europe. His entourage began preparing for the end, though what exactly they were supposed to do after Napoleon died, remain on St. Helena. Helena, return to Europe, seek permission to transport the body, was unclear and probably depended on British decisions rather than their own preferences. The actual day of Napoleon's death, May 5th, 1821, played out with the kind of drawn-out decline that makes death from chronic illness different from death in battle. Napoleon had been barely conscious for days, drifting in and out of awareness, occasionally speaking coherently but mostly incoherent. His entourage gathered around his bed, maintaining the vigil that tradition and loyalty demanded. British officials were nearby, waiting to document the death and secure all papers and belongings. They weren't taking chances on last-minute messages or hidden documents that might cause political problems. As afternoon turned to evening, Napoleon's breathing became more laboured, more irregular, and then, as the tropical sun was setting over St. Helena, as 6 years of imprisonment were finally ending, Napoleon Bonaparte died. He was 51 years old, which seems incredibly young by modern standards, but wasn't unusual for the early 19th century, especially for someone who'd lived through the stresses and hardships of Napoleon's career. The immediate aftermath of Napoleon's death was bureaucratically complicated, which probably would have amused him if he'd been alive to observe it. British officials needed to document everything, secure all possessions, prevent any unauthorized communications. Napoleon's entourage wanted to begin funeral preparations according to their own traditions. The local population wanted to observe or participate in some way. Even if they'd been ambivalent about having Napoleon as a prisoner, his death was still historically significant. Everyone had to coordinate under the watchful management of Hudson Lowe, who was probably relieved that his difficult prisoner was finally gone, but also anxious that something might go wrong during the transition from imprisoning Napoleon to disposing of his body. The mix of grief, bureaucracy, political calculation, and practical logistics created a situation that was simultaneously solemn and absurd. The autopsy performed on Napoleon's body the day after his death provided the medical details that would fuel debates for the next 2 centuries. The procedure was conducted by multiple doctors, British physicians appointed by the government, Antomarchi representing Napoleon's interests, and several others observing to ensure legitimacy. What they found was extensively damaged, a perforated stomach ulcer large enough that the doctors expressed surprise Napoleon had survived as long as he did, evidence of liver disease, intestinal damage. The kidneys showed problems. Basically, Napoleon's internal organs had been failing progressively, with the stomach ulcer being the immediate cause of death, but the overall picture suggesting someone whose body was systematically breaking down. Whether this was cancer, the official finding, poisoning, a popular theory that emerged later, or simply the result of stress, poor diet, and living in Longwood's unhealthy climate remains contested. Modern medical analysis of the autopsy report suggests stomach cancer was most likely, but conspiracy theories about arsenic poisoning persist despite limited evidence. The medical findings reflected more than just physical illness. They documented the toll that 6 years of imprisonment had taken on Napoleon's entire system. The stomach damage could be attributed to stress, poor diet, and the constant psychological pressure of confinement. The liver problems might have resulted from years of drinking wine to cope with depression and boredom. The general organ deterioration suggested someone whose body had been under sustained assault from multiple sources: inadequate nutrition, limited exercise, emotional distress, and possibly underlying disease. Napoleon's physical collapse mirrored his psychological state, with both systems failing under the weight of circumstances that had stripped away everything that had given his life meaning and purpose. It's impossible to separate the medical causes from the emotional ones. They were intertwined, reinforcing each other, creating a downward spiral that ended on that May evening. The debate among the doctors conducting the autopsy provided a preview of all future debates about Napoleon's death. The British doctors emphasised findings that suggested natural disease, which supported their government's position that Napoleon had been treated appropriately and died of illness rather than poor conditions or mistreatment. Antomarchi emphasised findings that suggested environmental factors. The stomach damage could be blamed on stress and poor living conditions at Longwood, making the British at least partly responsible. Everyone interpreted the same medical evidence through the lens of their political loyalties and personal interests, which is pretty much how medical and historical debates work even today. The truth was probably that Napoleon died of stomach cancer exacerbated by stress, poor environment, and inadequate treatment, but that kind of nuanced conclusion satisfied nobody. Napoleon's final words, like many aspects of his life, have been reported in multiple versions that reflect different political agendas and dramatic preferences. The most commonly cited version has him saying "France, Army, Head of the Army, Josephine," fragmentary words that supposedly represented his final thoughts, returning to his country, his military career, and his first wife. This version is emotionally satisfying and possibly accurate, or possibly something his entourage crafted to present Napoleon's death in appropriately heroic terms. Other accounts have different last words or suggest he was too incoherent in his final hours to say anything clearly. The truth is probably that Napoleon's actual final moments were confused, painful, and undramatic. Death from organ failure isn't usually eloquent, but the need to create a memorable ending led to various improved versions being circulated and eventually recorded as fact. The immediate reactions to Napoleon's death divided along predictable lines. His entourage grieved sincerely. They'd followed him into exile, lived through 6 years of imprisonment with him, and regardless of his faults had devoted their lives to his service. The British officials felt relief mixed with satisfaction. Their difficult prisoner was gone, the security risk eliminated, their mission completed successfully. The local population of Saint. Helena reacted with curiosity more than grief. Napoleon had been a celebrity prisoner, but most island residents hadn't interacted with him directly and weren't particularly invested in his fate. And in Europe, when news eventually reached the continent several months later, reactions ranged from satisfaction among his enemies to genuine mourning among his remaining supporters, and complicated mixed feelings from everyone in between. The preparation of Napoleon's body for burial followed both French traditions and British requirements. His entourage wanted to dress him in his imperial uniform, presenting him for burial as the Emperor of France rather than as a prisoner. The British insisted on protocols that emphasised his status as their captive rather than his imperial titles. The compromise involved multiple layers of clothing and careful positioning that attempted to satisfy both perspectives while probably satisfying neither. Napoleon was placed in multiple coffins, a tin coffin inside a mahogany coffin inside a lead coffin, which was standard practice for important burials but also served to seal the body completely, preventing any relics from being taken and ensuring the grave couldn't be opened easily. The British were still being cautious even with a corpse, worried that Napoleon's physical remains might become political symbols if not carefully controlled. The funeral on Saint Helena was a surprisingly elaborate affair given the island's limited resources and remote location. British military forces provided full honours, not because they particularly respected Napoleon, but because protocol for fallen leaders demanded ceremony regardless of personal feelings. Napoleon's entourage participated in official capacities, serving as pallbearers and arranging the service according to Catholic traditions. Local residents lined the route from Longwood to the burial site, observing history even if they hadn't been particularly affected by it. And British officials managed the whole event, ensuring appropriate dignity while maintaining control over every aspect. The procession wound through St. Helena's Valleys to a location in Seine Valley, where Napoleon had apparently requested burial near a spring under willow trees, choosing his own gravesite being perhaps the last decision he'd been able to make about his circumstances. The burial site itself was deliberately unmarked initially, or rather, marked without naming Napoleon specifically. The British wouldn't allow his tomb to be inscribed Napoleon or Emperor, because those titles had political implications they wanted to avoid. Napoleon's entourage wouldn't accept Napoleon Bonaparte, because it denied his imperial status. So the grave was marked simply with no inscription at all, just a blank stone slab covering the spot where one of history's most famous figures had been buried. This bureaucratic stalemate over a tombstone was fittingly absurd. Even in death, Napoleon remained contested territory, with different groups claiming him and refusing to compromise on how he should be remembered. The unmarked grave said more about European politics than any inscription could have. The aftermath of Napoleon's death raised immediate questions about what would happen to his entourage, his possessions, and his memory. The people who'd shared his exile now faced uncertain futures, returned to France under the restored Bourbon monarchy that had no love for Napoleon's former associates, remain on St. Helena, the island that had been their prison for years, seek new lives elsewhere if they could obtain permission and resources. The British government had to decide what to do with Napoleon's belongings, his clothes, books, furniture, personal effects. Everything had potential political and monetary value, but also represented a deceased prisoner's estate that should presumably go to his legitimate heirs. And Europe's governments had to figure out how to handle Napoleon's death politically, celebrate the end of a threat, maintain dignified silence, express appropriate regret at any human death while being quietly relieved. The medical debates about Napoleon's death intensified after the autopsy, with doctors and historians arguing about causes, contributing factors, and whether different treatment might have saved him. The stomach cancer diagnosis satisfied many, but left others convinced that something more sinister had occurred. Theories about deliberate poisoning, particularly arsenic poisoning by British authorities or conflicting French factions, would emerge and persist despite limited supporting evidence. Modern analysis of hair samples supposedly from Napoleon's body detected elevated arsenic levels, which sounds damning until you learn that arsenic was everywhere in the early 19th century, in wallpaper, in medicines, in food preservation, in wine. Proving murder versus environmental exposure becomes nearly impossible 2 centuries later. But the theories persist because conspiracy is often more satisfying than mundane illness as an explanation for a dramatic figure's death. The legacy battle began immediately after Napoleon's death and has never really ended. His entourage, particularly those who'd been with him throughout the exile and had helped him dictate his memoirs, became custodians of his version of history. They published accounts emphasizing his genius, his misunderstood intentions, his cruel treatment by the British. British authorities promoted their own version, emphasizing Napoleon as a dangerous tyrant, whose imprisonment had been necessary and whose death resulted from natural causes rather than harsh conditions. French royalists wanted Napoleon forgotten, while his remaining supporters wanted him remembered as a hero. All these competing narratives fought for dominance in the public consciousness, with Napoleon himself unable to defend his own version of events anymore. He'd tried to write his legacy during those final years at Longwood, dictating thousands of words explaining and justifying his career, but whether those efforts would actually shape historical opinion remained to be seen. The physical decline that Napoleon experienced during his final years on St. Helena can be tracked through descriptions from people who saw him at different stages. When he arrived in 1815, he was overweight but healthy, energetic enough to play with children and work on his gardens. By 1820, he'd lost significant weight but remained relatively active. By early 1821, he was gaunt, weak, and obviously failing. The progression from imprisoned emperor attempting to maintain dignity to invalid barely capable of leaving his bed took only 6 years, which seems remarkably fast but probably reflected both underlying disease and the cumulative effects of isolation, poor conditions, and psychological stress. Bodies don't fail independently of minds. The emotional toll of Napoleon's situation certainly accelerated his physical decline, creating a feedback loop where illness made him more depressed and depression made him sicker. The attempt Napoleon made during his final conscious days to control his historical narrative through dictation and written instructions showed that even dying, he remained focused on legacy and reputation. He wanted his version of events recorded, his explanations preserved, his side of every controversy documented. Whether he succeeded is debatable. His memoirs and deathbed statements became important historical sources, but they didn't prevent critics from developing their own interpretations or historians from questioning his self-justifications. The battle for Napoleon's reputation continues 2 centuries after his death, with different eras and political movements claiming him for their own purposes or condemning him for his failures. Which would probably satisfy him. Being forgotten would be worse than being controversial, and Napoleon remained very much not forgotten. The final image of Napoleon, wasted by illness, confined to a bed at Longwood, surrounded by the small group who'd stayed loyal through 6 years of exile, contrasts sharply with the images from his career's peak. The dynamic young general commanding armies across Italy, the first consul reforming France's government, the emperor crowned in Notre Dame, the leader reviewing troops before battle. All those versions of Napoleon led inevitably to this final version, dying slowly on a remote island, his power gone, his empire dissolved, his plans all failed. It's a dramatic fall that makes for compelling historical narrative, though living through it was probably just sad and uncomfortable rather than dramatically tragic. Death from organ failure isn't noble or heroic. It's painful, undignified, and thoroughly unpleasant regardless of whether you were once Emperor of France or a complete nobody. May 5th, 1821 marked the end of Napoleon's personal story, but the beginning of his transformation into myth, symbol, and historical controversy. The man died, but the legend had already begun taking on a life independent of actual historical facts. Within decades, France would reclaim his body and build him an elaborate tomb. Within generations, countless books would analyze his campaigns, debate his intentions, and argue about his place in history. Within centuries, he'd become one of those historical figures who everyone knows but nobody quite agrees about. Simultaneously genius and tyrant, liberator and conqueror, visionary and disaster. All of that started on that May evening when his damaged organs finally quit functioning, and Napoleon Bonaparte stopped being a living person and became instead a historical figure to be argued over forever. Napoleon Bonaparte died on May 5, 1821, and was buried in an unmarked grave on St. Helena because nobody could agree on what to call him on a tombstone. And that, you might think, would be the end of the story. Former emperor dies in exile, buried on remote island, slowly forgotten as Europe moves on to new crises and conflicts. Except, that's not what happened at all. Because 19 years later, in 1840, France decided it wanted Napoleon back. Not Napoleon the living person, obviously, but Napoleon the symbol, the legend, the increasingly mythologized former emperor who'd somehow transformed from defeated tyrant to national hero in the years since his death. The story of how Napoleon's body made the reverse journey from saint. Helena to Paris is one of the stranger episodes in French history, combining politics, nostalgia, spectacle, and the kind of elaborate funeral ceremony that France does better than almost anyone. The 19 years between Napoleon's death and his return to France saw dramatic changes in French politics and European attitudes toward the man himself. The Bourbon Restoration that had seemed so permanent in 1821 collapsed in 1830 during another revolution, replaced by the July monarchy under Louis Philippe, who styled himself King of the French rather than King of France, a subtle distinction that acknowledged popular sovereignty while maintaining monarchy. Louis Philippe needed political legitimacy and popular support, and one way to get both was by associating his regime with Napoleon's legacy. Not Napoleon, the actual historical figure who'd crowned himself emperor and led France into disastrous wars, but Napoleon, the mythical hero who'd defended revolutionary ideals and spread French glory across Europe. This required some creative historical interpretation, but politics has never let actual facts interfere with useful narratives. The decision to bring Napoleon's body back to France was partly political calculation and partly genuine emotional sentiment among the French population. A generation had grown up hearing stories about Napoleon's campaigns and achievements, with the failures and costs conveniently fading from memory or being blamed on circumstances beyond his control. Veterans of the Grande Armée told tales of their service that became increasingly heroic with each retelling. The Napoleonic Code and administrative reforms that had modernized French government outlived their creator and became sources of national pride. And the simple fact that Napoleon had been France's ruler during a period when France dominated Europe created a nostalgic longing for glory that the relatively mundane July monarchy couldn't satisfy. So when Louis Philippe's government announced plans to retrieve Napoleon's remains from St. Helena and bring them home for a proper French burial, the public response was overwhelmingly enthusiastic. The British government's response to France's request for Napoleon's body was essentially, sure, take him. By 1840, Napoleon had been dead for 19 years, European politics had moved on, and keeping a corpse buried on St. Helena was no longer necessary. Helena served no practical purpose. If France wanted to spend money retrieving their former emperor's remains and giving him an elaborate funeral, that was France's business. The British did insist on some conditions. The French mission would have to follow British protocols while on St. Helena, the exhumation would be supervised by British officials, and everything would be done properly with appropriate documentation. But these were minor bureaucratic requirements rather than serious obstacles. The British were probably relieved to be rid of the whole Napoleon situation, even if he was now thoroughly dead and couldn't possibly cause more problems. The French mission sent to retrieve Napoleon's body was led by the Prince de Joinville, one of Louis Philippe's sons, which showed the importance France placed on this operation. They sailed aboard the frigate Belle Poule, accompanied by another vessel, both ships specially fitted out for the journey and the precious cargo they'd be bringing back. The crew included not just sailors but also officials, priests, former officers from Napoleon's army who'd volunteered to accompany their emperor home, and various dignitaries whose presence added legitimacy and ceremony. It was a strange expedition, half military operation, half pilgrimage, with everyone involved understanding that they were participating in history, even if the practical task was just transporting a body from one place to another. The Belle Poule reached St. Helena in October 1840, 19 years and 5 months after Napoleon's death. The island hadn't changed much, still remote, still dominated by British military presence, still the definition of middle of nowhere. But the context had changed entirely. In 1821, St. Helena had been a prison holding Europe's most dangerous man. In 1840, it was simply the location where a historical figure happened to be buried, and the British garrison's main task was facilitating the French retrieval mission rather than preventing escape. The French sailors and officials coming ashore probably had complicated feelings about the place. This was where their emperor had died in captivity, where he'd spent 6 miserable years in exile, but it was also now a destination for something, approaching a state visit rather than a prison to be avoided. The exhumation of Napoleon's body was conducted with elaborate ceremony and meticulous documentation, because nobody wanted questions later about whether they'd actually retrieved Napoleon's remains versus some other body, or whether the coffins had been tampered with. The gravesite in Seine Valley, which had been marked only with a simple slab for 19 years, was opened by British workers under supervision of both British and French officials. The multiple coffins, remember, Napoleon had been buried in a tin coffin inside a mahogany coffin inside a lead coffin, all for preservation and security, were carefully extracted from the ground. Despite nearly 2 decades of burial, the coffins appeared to be in good condition. the lead outer coffin having protected everything inside from the tropical soil and moisture. The opening of the coffins was done in stages, with officials and witnesses observing each step to verify everything. When they finally opened the innermost tin coffin and saw Napoleon's body, the reports suggest it was remarkably well preserved, which shouldn't be surprising given the elaborate burial preparations and sealed coffins, but still struck observers as almost miraculous. Napoleon looked recognisably like himself, his face reportedly visible and identifiable despite 19 years of death. Whether this preservation was really as remarkable as the reports claimed, or whether observers saw what they wanted to see, the mystical preservation of a great man's body suggesting his enduring significance is debatable. But everyone agreed that yes, this was definitely Napoleon Bonaparte, and yes, they could now transport him back to France with confidence that they had the right person. The process of moving Napoleon's coffin from the gravesite to the harbour at Jamestown required solving the same logistical problem that had complicated everything on Saint. Helena, the island's terrain was steep, the roads were primitive, and moving anything heavy was a major undertaking. The solution was straightforwardly physical: get enough people to carry the coffin. The French accounts specifically mention 43 men being required to carry Napoleon's coffin from Seine Valley down to Jamestown, which tells you something about the weight of multiple nested coffins plus a body, even one that had been dead for 19 years. These bearers included French sailors from the Belle Poule, British soldiers who'd been stationed on the island, and probably local workers who were paid to help with the heavy lifting. It was the last time Napoleon would travel across Saint. Helena, and unlike his arrival in 1815 when he'd walked as a living prisoner, he was now being carried as a corpse in a journey toward rehabilitation and national celebration. The journey from the grave to the harbour took hours, with the bearers moving slowly and carefully along paths that hadn't been designed for funeral processions. The coffin was heavy enough that the carriers had to rotate frequently, with fresh men taking over when the current bearers were exhausted. British and French officials followed the procession, ensuring everything proceeded with appropriate dignity. And somewhere in that group of bearers and observers was probably at least one person who'd been on St. Helena in 1815 and had seen Napoleon arrive as a prisoner, now watching him depart as a national symbol. The reversal was complete. Napoleon had come to St. Helena as Europe's most dangerous man being sent to the world's most remote prison, and he was leaving as France's prodigal son being returned home in honour. The ceremony at Jamestown before the coffin was loaded onto boats for transfer to the Belle Poule mixed French and British elements in ways that must have been slightly awkward. The French wanted full military honours for their returning emperor. The British were willing to provide appropriate ceremony, but weren't about to treat this like a state funeral for someone who'd been their enemy. The compromise involved formal military protocol, religious services, and enough dignity to satisfy everyone while avoiding political complications. Cannons were fired, troops stood at attention, and Napoleon's coffin was solemnly loaded onto boats for the journey from shore to ship. It was considerably more ceremonial than his arrival in 1815, when he'd been sneaked ashore at twilight to avoid crowds and attention, which reflects how much the situation had changed in 25 years. Once aboard the Belle Poule, Napoleon's coffin was installed in a specially prepared space that was part chapel, part shrine, with French and imperial symbols decorating the area around it. The ship's crew treated this space with reverence, understanding that they were transporting not just a body, but a symbol of French national identity. The voyage back to France would take several months. You couldn't just sail straight across the Atlantic because prevailing winds and currents didn't work that way. The Belle Poule had to navigate carefully, manage supplies for a long journey, and ensure that Napoleon's coffin remained secure and undamaged despite the constant motion of a ship at sea. It was probably the most careful cargo transport mission the French Navy had undertaken, with everyone involved knowing that arriving in France with a damaged or lost coffin would be a national disaster. The journey from Saint Helena back to Europe reversed Napoleon's route from 1815, but in dramatically different circumstances. In 1815, Napoleon had been a living prisoner, watching Europe disappear behind him and facing an uncertain future. In 1840, he was a corpse being celebrated, heading toward France and a reception that would have been unimaginable during his lifetime. The sailors aboard the Belle Poule were treating their cargo as sacred, maintaining the space around the coffin and probably telling each other stories about Napoleon's campaigns, his genius, his tragic fate. The legend was being reinforced with every day of the voyage. The reality of Napoleon, the difficult prisoner who'd spent his last years dictating self-serving memoirs and complaining about everything being replaced by Napoleon, the glorious leader, who'd defended France and spread revolutionary ideals across Europe. The arrival of the Belle Poule at the French coast in late November 1840 created scenes of public emotion that demonstrated how completely Napoleon's reputation had been rehabilitated in the 19 years since his death. Crowds gathered at every port, people travelled from across France to witness the return, and newspapers provided extensive coverage of every detail. The government had planned an elaborate ceremony to bring Napoleon's body from the coast to Paris, with stops along the way allowing people to pay respects. The coffin was transferred from the Belle Poule to a river barge decorated with imperial symbols and French flags, and then began a slow journey up the Seine toward Paris. This was political theatre on a massive scale, the government using Napoleon's return to generate nationalist sentiment and popular support, while also genuinely satisfying public desire to honour a figure who'd become larger in death than he'd been in life. The journey up the Seine was less a transportation operation and more a floating parade, with the barge carrying Napoleon's coffin moving slowly enough that crowds on shore could observe and participate. At each town along the river, local officials and citizens would gather for brief ceremonies, speeches would be given, and people would have the chance to see the barge passing by. Veterans of Napoleon's armies came in their old uniforms, medals displayed to salute their former commander one last time. Civilians who'd never met Napoleon but had grown up hearing his legend treated the event as a sacred pilgrimage. And politicians used the occasion to associate themselves with Napoleon's legacy, giving speeches about his achievements while carefully avoiding detailed discussion of the wars, casualties, and ultimate defeat that had actually characterized his reign. The final ceremony in Paris on December 15th, 1840, was one of the most elaborate funerals in French history, which is saying something given France's tradition of grand state funerals. The procession from the river to Les Invalides, where Napoleon would be permanently entombed, involved thousands of soldiers, hundreds of officials, countless dignitaries, and massive crowds of Parisian citizens lining the route. The coffin was placed on an enormous funeral carriage pulled by horses, decorated with imperial eagles and symbols that deliberately recalled Napoleon's glory days, while diplomatically ignoring the less glorious aspects. The route through Paris was carefully planned to pass significant locations and maximize public viewing, turning the funeral into both a ceremony and a spectacle that demonstrated France's power and nationalism. Les Invalides, Napoleon's final resting place, was symbolically perfect. The complex had been built by Louis XIV as a hospital and retirement home for military veterans, making it a shrine to French military glory. The massive dome was one of Paris's most recognizable landmarks, visible from across the city. And the location in central Paris, rather than some remote cemetery, meant that Napoleon would remain present in French daily life, rather than being buried and forgotten. The decision to inter him at Les Invalides said that Napoleon belonged among France's military heroes, that his legacy was permanently part of French national identity, and that his burial place would be a site of pilgrimage and national pride. Forever. Which is exactly what happened. Les Invalides became and remains one of Paris's major tourist destinations, with millions of people visiting Napoleon's tomb over the decades since his burial. The tomb itself, completed years after the funeral ceremony, is characteristically grandiose. Napoleon's coffin sits in a massive red porphyry sarcophagus, which is placed in a circular crypt beneath the dome where visitors look down at it from above. The effect is simultaneously honouring and diminishing. Napoleon is literally placed at the centre of attention, but visitors stand above him, looking down, which some have interpreted as a subtle reminder that even emperors are ultimately beneath the people. Whether this positioning was intentional or simply the result of architectural constraints is debatable, but it's fitting that even Napoleon's final resting place contains interpretive ambiguity that lets people project their own meanings onto it. The paradox of Napoleon being more powerful in death than during his final years of life is central to understanding his legacy. At Longwood, Napoleon had been a defeated prisoner, his authority limited to his small household, his influence over European affairs essentially zero. He could dictate memoirs and complain about British treatment, but he couldn't command armies, couldn't make political decisions, couldn't affect events beyond his immediate surroundings. Death freed him from these constraints. Dead Napoleon became a symbol that different groups could claim for their own purposes, Liberals saw him as a champion of revolutionary ideals and legal reform. Nationalists saw him as proof of French military superiority and glory. Republicans saw him as someone who'd risen through merit rather than birth. Even monarchists eventually found ways to incorporate him into their narratives, emphasizing the order he'd brought after revolutionary chaos. Everyone could project their preferred version of Napoleon onto his memory, creating multiple Napoleons who coexisted in public imagination despite being contradictory. The transformation of Napoleon from controversial historical figure to national symbol required careful management of his actual record. The wars that had killed hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians across Europe had to be reframed as defensive actions or spreading revolutionary ideals rather than imperial conquest. The authoritarian aspects of his rule had to be downplayed while emphasizing the legal and administrative reforms. His ultimate defeat and exile had to be blamed on external factors, treacherous allies, overwhelming enemy coalitions, bad luck, rather than acknowledged as the result of strategic overreach and tactical mistakes. This selective remembering wasn't unique to Napoleon. Most historical figures get similar treatment after death, with their complications smoothed away and their achievements emphasized. But the scale of Napoleon's transformation was remarkable even by the standards of historical rehabilitation. The timing of Napoleon's return to France in 1840 was crucial to his successful rehabilitation. 19 years had passed since his death, long enough that people who'd suffered directly from his wars were aging or dead, but not so long that he'd been completely forgotten. The generation coming of age in 1840 had grown up with stories of Napoleon, but hadn't experienced the reality of conscription, battlefield deaths, or economic hardship that characterized his actual reign. For them, Napoleon was a legend rather than a living memory, which made it easier to celebrate him without confronting uncomfortable truths. And the political situation in 1840, a relatively weak monarchy trying to build legitimacy, created incentives to embrace popular nationalism, even if that meant rehabilitating someone who'd been condemned as a tyrant just 2 decades earlier. The French state's decision to bring Napoleon home and give him an elaborate funeral was partly about Napoleon, but mostly about France itself. The July monarchy needed to demonstrate strength and tap into nationalist sentiment to maintain political support. Associating the regime with Napoleon's legacy, even while carefully avoiding his actual imperial ambitions, allowed Louis-Philippe's government to claim continuity with France's glorious past, while presenting itself as modern and constitutionally legitimate. Napoleon's return became a way of saying France is strong, France has heroes, France matters on the world stage, all messages that served the government's purposes regardless of whether Napoleon deserved the honour being given to him. The veterans who participated in Napoleon's return and funeral ceremonies represented a direct link to his actual historical reality, and their presence added legitimacy to the whole operation. These were men who'd served in the Grande Armée, who'd fought at Austerlitz or Jena or Leipzig, who remembered Napoleon as their commander rather than as a legendary figure. Some were presumably there out of genuine devotion, maintaining the loyalty they'd felt during his lifetime. Others probably attended because it was the socially acceptable thing to do, or because their service to Napoleon was their main claim to significance, or simply because a major Parisian ceremony was exciting to participate in. But their presence said that this wasn't just myth-making. Real people who'd known real Napoleon were endorsing his posthumous rehabilitation, which gave the whole process an authenticity it might otherwise have lacked. The international reaction to Napoleon's return to France was mixed, with responses depending on each country's relationship with France and their historical experience of Napoleon's rule. Britain was diplomatically neutral. They'd agreed to release the body, they'd facilitated the French mission, but they weren't going to celebrate a man who'd been their enemy for 20 years. Austria, Prussia, and Russia observed carefully, slightly concerned that French nationalism might translate into renewed military ambitions, but willing to accept that a dead emperor being honoured was less threatening than a living emperor commanding. Armies? Smaller nations that had been occupied or allied with France during Napoleon's reign had complicated reactions, remembering both the benefits of French-imposed reforms and the costs of French military presence. Nobody wanted to openly criticise France for honouring their dead leader, but nobody except the French seemed particularly enthusiastic about Napoleon's rehabilitation either. The myth of Napoleon that emerged fully after his return to France bore only passing resemblance to the actual historical figure. legendary Napoleon was a military genius whose every campaign showed brilliance. Historical Napoleon won many battles, but also made catastrophic mistakes, including invading Russia with inadequate preparation and repeatedly fighting the same enemies without achieving permanent victory. Legendary Napoleon spread revolutionary ideals and legal reform across Europe. Historical Napoleon conquered territories primarily to secure his own power and France's dominance, with reforms being tools of control rather than gifts of liberation. Legendary Napoleon was betrayed by incompetent subordinates and overwhelming enemy coalitions. Historical Napoleon made strategic decisions that created the conditions for his own defeat, including alienating potential allies and overextending French resources. The legendary version became dominant because it was more satisfying and useful than the complicated historical reality. The cult of Napoleon that developed in France during the 19th century, particularly after his return in 1840, influenced French politics and culture for decades. Napoleon became a reference point for politicians, some claiming his legacy as revolutionaries, others as bringers of order, still others as nationalists. His image appeared everywhere, in art, literature, popular songs, commemorative objects sold to tourists. Sites associated with him became pilgrimage destinations where people could connect with this legendary figure. And his story was taught to schoolchildren as an example of French greatness, and individual achievement through merit. This cultural omnipresence meant that Napoleon never really died. He just transformed from a living person into an eternal symbol that could mean whatever France needed him to mean at any given moment. The irony that Napoleon achieved in death what he'd lost in life, acceptance, honour, a permanent place in Paris, and enduring influence over French politics, would probably have satisfied him if he could have known. At Longwood, he'd been desperate to shape his legacy, dictating memoirs and justifications, trying to control how history would remember him. That effort had only limited success while he was alive. Critics could respond, enemies could contradict him, and the reality of his defeat was too recent to ignore. But after his death, and especially after his return to France, his version of events gained traction because there was no living Napoleon to complicate the legend. The memoirs he dictated at Longwood became important historical sources. His self-justifications were taken seriously. His vision of himself as tragic hero, undone by circumstances rather than failed emperor undone by his own mistakes, became the dominant narrative. He'd won his final campaign not through military brilliance, but through outlasting his critics and allowing time to soften memories of his failures. The journey of Napoleon's body from saint. Helena to Les Invalides, from an unmarked grave on a remote island to an elaborate tomb in central Paris, from rejected prisoner to national symbol, encapsulates how dramatically historical reputations can shift. The man who died in exile, defeated and largely abandoned, was transformed into a hero worthy of state honours. The emperor who'd been blamed for catastrophic wars was celebrated as a defender of France. The tyrant who'd crowned himself and ruled autocratically was incorporated into Republican national mythology. Death and time had accomplished what Napoleon couldn't achieve during his final years. They'd restored his reputation and secured his legacy, even if that legacy bore limited resemblance to his actual historical record. The coffin that 43 men carried down from Seine Valley to Jamestown's harbour was carrying not just a body, but the foundation of a myth that would outlive everyone involved in creating it. Napoleon's story on Saint. Helena is the island's most famous chapter, but it's hardly the only one. Long before the British brought their troublesome prisoner to this volcanic rock in the South Atlantic, Saint, Helena had been playing a crucial role in global trade, colonial competition, and the dark business of slavery that fueled European empires. The island's history stretches back more than 3 centuries before Napoleon ever saw its forbidding cliffs, and it continues long after his body was returned to France. To understand why Saint Helena became Napoleon's prison, you need to understand what the island was and why it mattered to European powers fighting for control of the seas and the wealth that control brought. The discovery of Saint. Helena is officially credited to the Portuguese navigator João da Nova, who supposedly spotted the island on May 21st, 1502, which happened to be the feast day of St. Helena, mother of Emperor Constantine. Hence the name, because nothing says we found an uninhabited volcanic rock in the middle of nowhere, quite like naming it after a 4th century saint. Da Nova was sailing back to Portugal from India, part of the Portuguese effort to establish direct trade routes to the east, that would bypass the traditional routes controlled by Arab and Italian merchants. Finding Saint. Helena was both lucky and strategically valuable. The island sat right on the route that ships would naturally take when sailing from India back to Europe, using prevailing winds and currents that made the journey as efficient as possible in the age of sail. The Portuguese recognized immediately that St. Helena's location made it extraordinarily valuable, despite its lack of resources or existing population. Ships sailing from India to Europe faced a journey of several months, and they needed places to stop for fresh water, food, and repairs. Saint. Helena had fresh water from springs and streams, could support some agriculture, and provided shelter from storms. More importantly, it was isolated enough that other European powers didn't know about it yet. So the Portuguese did what any sensible colonial power would do when finding a valuable strategic asset. They kept it secret. For decades, Portuguese ships would stop at Saint Helena on their return voyages from India, but the location wasn't marked on maps available to other nations, and Portuguese sailors were supposedly under orders not to reveal its position. Whether this secrecy was actually maintained or just gave the Portuguese a sense of exclusive control is debatable, but they definitely tried to keep St. Helena as their private rest stop. The Portuguese strategy for Saint Helena was minimal occupation with maximum utility. They didn't establish a permanent settlement or garrison that would require resources and people that Portugal needed elsewhere in their growing empire. Instead, they would occasionally leave livestock on the island, goats, pigs, chickens, that would breed and provide meat for future visiting ships. They'd plant fruit trees and vegetables that could grow wild and be harvested by passing crews. It was essentially turning St. Helena into a self-service restaurant and repair station in the middle of the ocean, which worked reasonably well as long as nobody else knew about it. Ships would arrive, spend a few weeks recovering from the voyage from India, load up on fresh supplies, and continue to Portugal. The island served its purpose without requiring the expensive infrastructure of a proper colony. But secrets about strategically valuable islands are hard to keep, especially when ships from multiple nations are sailing the same routes and competing for the same trade. By the early 1600s, other European powers, particularly the English and the Dutch, who were aggressively building their own trading empires, had learned about St. Helena's existence and location. The island appeared on maps, its position was discussed among navigators, and suddenly the Portuguese monopoly was over. Ships from multiple nations started stopping at St. Helena, which created the obvious problem of competing claims to an island that nobody actually controlled but everyone wanted to use. The Portuguese would arrive to find English or Dutch ships already anchored, and vice versa, leading to the kind of tense standoffs that occurred regularly in the early colonial period when multiple empires encountered each other in places that no European technically owned yet. The English claim to St. Helena began officially in 1657, when Oliver Cromwell, running Britain during the Commonwealth period after the English Civil War, granted the East India Company a charter that included the right to administer St. Helena. This was the standard way that Britain managed distant colonial possessions, let a trading company handle the expense and administration in exchange for commercial privileges, avoiding the need for direct government involvement. The East India Company, which was building a massive commercial empire in India and needed secure supply routes back to Britain, jumped at the opportunity. They sent a small expedition to St. Helena to establish a permanent settlement, build basic fortifications, and claim the island officially for Britain. The Portuguese protested, the Dutch protested, everyone protested, but the British had possession and enough naval power to make their claim stick, so St. Helena became a British possession, where it would remain for the next 3.5 centuries. The initial British settlement at St. Helena was modest, a few dozen people living in what would become Jamestown, growing food in the valleys, maintaining water supplies, and providing services to passing ships. The East India Company appointed a governor to manage the island, established basic laws and administration, and began the long process of turning a temporary rest stop into a functioning colony. The settlement was never going to be large. St. Helena's limited size and resources couldn't support a big population, but it didn't need to be large to serve its purpose. A few hundred people were enough to maintain facilities, supply visiting ships, and defend against potential attacks. The important thing was that the island was inhabited and controlled, providing a secure stopping point for British ships making the long journey between Britain and India. The Dutch apparently looked at St. Helena and decided that the British having this strategic island was unacceptable. In 1672, during one of the seemingly endless Anglo-Dutch wars that characterized the 17th century, a Dutch fleet showed up at Saint Helena, landed troops, and captured the island from its small British garrison. The Dutch occupation lasted about 4 months, during which time the British presumably planned their response while being very annoyed that someone had taken their island. The response came in early 1673 when a British East India Company expedition arrived, landed troops, fought the Dutch garrison, and recaptured St. Helena. The Dutch were expelled, British control was restored, and everyone learned an important lesson about the island's defensive vulnerabilities. That lesson led directly to the massive fortification program that would define Saint Helena's landscape for the next 2 centuries. The British realized that having a strategically valuable island was only useful if you could actually defend it against determined attacks. The natural defences, steep cliffs, limited landing sites, were good but not sufficient against a well-equipped assault. So the East India Company, with support and resources from the British government, began building the network of fortifications that we've already discussed: High Knoll, Castle Rock, Ladder Hill, and various other defensive positions covering every approach to the island. The program took years and cost a fortune by the standards of colonial administration, but it transformed St. Helena into one of the most heavily fortified colonial possessions in the British Empire. By the early 18th century, attacking St. Helena successfully would require a major military expedition, and the island's strategic value was protected by comprehensive defences. The role of St. Helena in the slave trade is one of the darker aspects of its history, and reflects the British Empire's participation in one of history's most morally appalling commercial enterprises. St. Helena wasn't primarily a slave trading post like some West African ports, but it served as a way station where slave ships could stop for water and supplies, while transporting enslaved Africans to the Americas. Ships carrying human cargo under horrific conditions would anchor at St. Helena, and the island's facilities would support this trade just as they supported other commercial shipping. The East India Company, which administered St. Helena, was complicit in this system, providing services to slave traders and benefiting economically from the trade even if it wasn't their primary business. It's impossible to discuss St. Helena's colonial history honestly without acknowledging this participation in slavery, which continued until the British abolished the slave trade in 1807. But St. Helena's relationship with slavery had a strange reversal after abolition. Once Britain banned the slave trade, the Royal Navy began intercepting slave ships and freeing their human cargo. But this created the problem of what to do with thousands of liberated Africans who couldn't immediately return to their homes and who often had no resources or connections. St. Helena became one of the places where liberated slaves were brought, processed, and eventually either settled permanently or helped to relocate elsewhere. The island established a facility specifically for this purpose, and thousands of freed slaves passed through St. Helena in the decades after abolition. Some stayed permanently, becoming part of the island's mixed population, while others were sent to British colonies or back to Africa when possible. It's a complicated legacy. The same island that had supported the slave trade became a place of liberation, though the liberation was incomplete, and the situation of freed slaves on St. Helena was hardly ideal. The population of St. Helena by the time Napoleon arrived in 1815 was a mixture that reflected this complex colonial and commercial history. There were British administrators, military personnel, and merchants who'd come from Britain to make their fortunes or serve the East India Company. There were descendants of original settlers who'd been on the island for generations. There were freed slaves from Africa and their descendants who'd been brought to St. Helena through various routes. There were sailors from different nations who'd settled on the island after their ships had stopped there. There were even a small number of Chinese immigrants who'd come as servants or labourers. The result was a tiny society that was more diverse than you might expect for an island in the middle of nowhere. Though diversity didn't mean equality, British colonial hierarchy was firmly enforced, with administrators and merchants at the top and freed slaves and labourers at the bottom. The strategic importance of St. Helena to British trade with India cannot be overstated. Before the Suez Canal opened in 1869, still decades in the future during Napoleon's time, ships sailing between Britain and India had to go around the Cape of Good Hope at the southern tip of Africa. This was a journey of several months in each direction, and ships needed places to stop for supplies, repairs and crew rest. Saint. Helena sat at exactly the right location for ships returning from India, positioned so that ships using prevailing winds would naturally pass near enough to stop without major detours. Cape Town was another major stop, but it was controlled by the Dutch for much of the period and was closer to Africa than ideal for ships wanting to make the Atlantic crossing. Saint. Helena was British, secure and perfectly positioned, making it invaluable for maintaining the commercial and administrative connections between Britain and its Indian Empire. The East India Company's administration of Saint. Helena created a strange hybrid of commercial and governmental authority. The company appointed the governor, controlled the island's economy, made decisions about development and defence, and generally ran St. Helena. Helena as if it were a private business rather than a political territory. This was legal under the charter granted by the British Crown, but it created situations where commercial interests could override other considerations. The company wanted Saint Helena to be profitable or at least not too expensive to maintain, which meant limiting spending on infrastructure, keeping the population small, and generally running the island on a tight budget. This commercial approach to colonial administration worked reasonably well for the East India Company's purposes, but meant that Saint Helena never developed beyond being a way station and fortress, its potential for other development deliberately limited. The Dutch invasion of 1672 and subsequent fortification program demonstrated that Saint Helena existed in a state of constant potential conflict despite being thousands of miles from Europe. The island was valuable enough to fight over, which meant it had to be defended, which required ongoing military presence and expense. During periods of European war, and the 17th and 18th centuries had plenty of those, St. Helena became even more strategically important as a secure British position that couldn't be easily threatened by enemies. French ships during their various wars with Britain would sometimes cruise near St. Helena hoping to capture British merchant vessels, but actually attacking the island would have been extremely difficult given its fortifications. The presence of these threats justified the military expense and reinforced St. Helena's role as a fortress as much as a trading post. The isolation that made St. Helena perfect for imprisoning Napoleon was the same isolation that had made it valuable as a way station and fortress. The island was far enough from anywhere that it was safe from casual attack or interference, but it was also on a major shipping route, so it wasn't completely cut off from the world. This balance, isolated but not unreachable, defined Saint Helena's entire colonial history. It was remote enough to be secure but accessible enough to be useful, and that combination of characteristics made it valuable to European powers fighting for control of global trade routes. Napoleon's imprisonment was just one chapter in this longer story of St. Helena, serving as a place where isolation was an advantage rather than a limitation. The economic life of St. Helena during its colonial period was entirely dependent on passing ships and the East India Company's administration. The island couldn't produce enough food to be self-sufficient, so supplies had to be imported regularly from Cape Town or Britain. The local economy consisted mainly of providing services to ships, supplying water, food and repairs, along with entertainment for sailors who'd been at sea for months. There was limited agriculture in the more fertile valleys, some fishing, and small-scale production of items needed for ship maintenance. But the island never developed significant industry or trade beyond supporting shipping, which meant its economy was vulnerable to any changes in maritime traffic. When the Suez Canal eventually opened and ships no longer needed to sail around Africa, St. Helena's importance declined dramatically because ships stopped passing by regularly. The cultural life on St. Helena was probably pretty limited by the standards of British colonial society elsewhere. This was a small population living on an isolated island with minimal entertainment options and limited connection to cultural developments in Britain or Europe. Books and newspapers arrived months out of date on passing ships. News of events in Britain or India came with similar delays. The British residents probably maintained some version of colonial social life, formal dinners, social gatherings, recreational activities, but on a much smaller scale than in major colonial cities. For the non-British population, life was presumably even more culturally limited, with fewer resources and less access to whatever entertainment and culture existed. It was the kind of place where Napoleon's arrival must have been simultaneously concerning and exciting, breaking the monotony even if it also brought security complications and British military presence. The governance of St. Helena under East India Company rule was paternalistic and commercial, in ways that reflected both British colonial attitudes and the company's business interests. The governor appointed by the company had essentially absolute authority over the island, subject only to oversight from company directors in London. Local residents had no meaningful political representation or ability to influence governance, which was standard for British colonies, but particularly pronounced in a place as small and isolated as St Helena. Laws were made and enforced to serve the company's interests and maintain order, not to reflect local preferences or democratic principles. The system worked in the sense that the island remained stable and functional, but it was clearly a colonial administration designed to serve British interests rather than benefit the local population. The environmental impact of several centuries of colonial occupation transformed St Helena's landscape in ways that were often destructive. The original vegetation when the Portuguese first discovered the island was distinctive and included species found nowhere else, but colonization brought new plants, animals, and land use practices that dramatically altered the ecosystem. Introduced species, goats, rats, pigs, damaged native plants. Agriculture cleared valleys that had been forested. Fortification building and town development changed the landscape permanently. By Napoleon's time, St. Helena looked very different from its pre-discovery state, with much of the native vegetation gone and replaced by European crops and ornamental plants. This environmental transformation was typical of colonization everywhere, but particularly dramatic on small islands where ecosystems were fragile and easily disrupted. The fortifications built after the Dutch invasion of 1672 represented one of the most comprehensive defensive systems created by the British Empire in any colonial territory. The investment in guns, walls, garrisons, and supporting infrastructure was extraordinary for such a small island, justified entirely by St Helena's strategic location and the threat of it being captured by enemies. These fortifications were maintained and upgraded regularly over the following centuries, with each generation of military technology requiring new adaptations and improvements. By Napoleon's time, the defensive system was mature and sophisticated, the result of over 140 years of continuous development and refinement. That this system was ultimately used primarily to imprison one man rather than defend against foreign invasion is one of history's more expensive ironies. The religious and cultural institutions on St. Helena reflected British colonial norms of the period. There was an Anglican church serving the British population, with clergy appointed by the East India Company or the British government. Other Christian denominations might have small congregations but limited official recognition. The non-Christian population, which would have included some freed slaves from Africa who'd maintained traditional beliefs, had no official religious institutions and presumably practiced their faiths privately, if at all. Education was limited and primarily available to children of British residents, with minimal provision for the broader population. Healthcare was similarly limited to basic facilities that served the military and British civilians, with the rest of the population making do with whatever medical care they could access. It was a typical colonial system where resources and institutions primarily served the colonizers rather than the entire population. The integration of freed slaves into St. Helena's society after the abolition of the slave trade created a complex social dynamic that reflected both British attempts at humanitarian policy and the deep racial hierarchies of colonial administration. Freed slaves were legally free but economically and socially subordinate, expected to work as labourers or servants for British employers, but not given equal status or opportunities. Some eventually established independent lives and small businesses, while others remained trapped in conditions that resembled slavery in everything but name. The British administrators probably congratulated themselves on their humanitarian efforts in liberating slaves and giving them refuge, while simultaneously maintaining a social system that ensured those same people remained at the bottom of the economic and social hierarchy. It's the kind of contradiction that characterized much of British colonial policy, genuine belief in their own benevolence combined with unwillingness to actually treat colonized people as equals. St. Helena's role in the broader British Empire was purely strategic and logistical, rather than economically productive in itself. The island didn't produce valuable commodities for export, didn't have significant natural resources, and couldn't support a large population that might provide labour or soldiers for imperial adventures. What it offered was location, a secure stopping point on a crucial trade route, a fortress that protected British shipping, and eventually a prison that could hold even the most dangerous enemies without risk of escape. This strategic value was worth the expense of maintaining the island, but it meant St Helena never developed economically or socially beyond its role as a way station. The island existed to serve British interests in India and the East, and everything about its administration, economy and society was shaped by that fundamental purpose. The comparison between St Helena's long colonial history and its brief moment as Napoleon's prison reveals how contingent historical significance can be. The island spent over 2 centuries as a strategic way station that facilitated British trade with India, hosting thousands of ships and tens of thousands of sailors, supporting a complex system of colonial administration and defence, and playing a terce histoire, real if unglamorous role in British imperial expansion. But all of that long history is overshadowed by 6 years of housing one famous prisoner whose presence transformed St Helena from an obscure colonial outpost to a place that every educated person has heard of. Napoleon's imprisonment was significant, but it was also such a brief period compared to the island's longer colonial history that the overwhelming focus on Napoleon seems almost unfair to everything else St Helena was and did. The decline of St Helena's importance after the opening of the Suez Canal in 1869 demonstrated how quickly strategic value can evaporate when circumstances change. Once ships could travel between Britain and India through the Mediterranean rather than around Africa, there was no reason to stop at St Helena. Maritime traffic declined dramatically, the island's economy contracted, and its strategic importance to Britain essentially disappeared. The fortifications that had been so carefully maintained became obsolete, the garrison was reduced, and St Helena transformed from a crucial strategic asset to an obscure colonial territory that cost money to maintain without providing meaningful benefits. The island's population declined as economic opportunities disappeared, and St Helena entered a long period of isolation and economic stagnation that it never fully escaped. Today, St Helena remains a British overseas territory with a small population that survives mainly on subsidies from Britain and tourism centred on Napoleon's legacy. The island finally got an airport in 2016, breaking the isolation that had defined it for centuries, though the airport's location and the persistent wind conditions make it challenging to operate. Most visitors come because of Napoleon. They want to see Longwood House, visit his tomb site at Seine Valley, and experience the island that served as his prison. The broader colonial history, the role in global trade, the participation in slavery and its aftermath, the strategic significance to the British Empire, all of that is acknowledged but secondary to the Napoleon story. The island's identity is inextricably tied to those 6 years of imprisonment, regardless of the 3 centuries of other history that deserve attention. The physical remnants of St Helena's colonial past are visible throughout the island. The fortifications still stand, weathered by time but recognisable and impressive. Jamestown retains its colonial architecture, with buildings dating back to the 18th and early 19th centuries. The valleys show evidence of agricultural use spanning centuries. And everywhere you look, there are sites connected to the island's role as a way station. The landing steps where sailors came ashore, the markets where supplies were sold, the buildings that housed visiting crews. Walking through St Helena today is essentially walking through a preserved example of British colonial infrastructure, with layers of history visible in the landscape, architecture, and remnants of defensive systems. It's a living museum of colonialism, though one that didn't intend to be a museum. It just ended up preserved through isolation and economic stagnation. The legacy of St Helena's colonial history is complicated and contested, like most colonial legacies. From a British perspective, the island represented successful strategic planning and effective use of geography to support imperial interests. From the perspective of enslaved people who passed through St Helena, or freed slaves who ended up there in uncertain circumstances, the island represented another site of European exploitation and power. From the perspective of the small permanent population that developed over centuries, St Helena was home, a place with its own identity and community regardless of its role in larger imperial systems. All these perspectives are valid, and all contribute to understanding what St Helena was and what it meant to different people at different times. The island's history is larger than Napoleon, more complex than any single narrative, and deeply embedded in the patterns of European colonialism that shaped the modern world. The story of St Helena, from Portuguese secret to British fortress to Napoleon's prison to declining colonial backwater to modern tourist destination, encapsulates many themes of colonial and maritime history: the strategic importance of controlling sea routes, the role of small islands in global power struggles, the intersection of commerce and military power in empire building, the environmental and social impacts of colonization, the slow decline of imperial systems as technology and circumstances change, and the way that historical memory focuses on dramatic individuals and events rather than the longer, more complex processes that shape most of history. Saint. Helena mattered for centuries before Napoleon arrived and continued to exist for centuries after he left. But those 6 years of imprisonment overshadow everything else in public consciousness. So when you think about Napoleon on Saint, Helena, remember that you're thinking about one chapter in a much longer book. The island had a history before him and after him, a history that includes Portuguese secrecy, Dutch invasions, British fortifications, participation in slavery and abolition, service to countless ships and sailors, and a role in the mechanics of empire that shaped the modern world. Napoleon's story is fascinating and important, but St. Helena's story is bigger than any one prisoner, any one period, or any one purpose. The island was and is a place with its own identity, its own history, and its own significance that extends far beyond 6 years of housing Europe's most famous exile. And with that, we've traced Napoleon's journey from conquering Europe to dying on a remote island, and we've explored the island itself, its fortifications, its colonial history, its role in global trade and European power struggles. It's been quite a story, spanning continents and centuries, involving millions of people and fundamentally reshaping the world. From battlefields to garden plots, from imperial palaces to a simple grave on Saint. Helena, from the heights of power to the depths of defeat, Napoleon's life was nothing if not dramatic. And the island that served as his final prison was itself shaped by centuries of human ambition, commercial interest, and the power struggles that defined the age of empire. Thanks for joining me on this journey through history. I hope you've learned something, thought about these events in new ways, and maybe found some of the absurdities and ironies of the past gently entertaining, while still recognizing the human experiences, both triumphant and tragic, that shaped these stories. History is complicated, messy, and full of people trying to make sense of their circumstances just like we do today. Sleep well, knowing that even emperors eventually run out of islands to conquer. Good night and sweet dreams.